I gently turned over the cards on the table with a calm smile on my lips. When Lu Bo saw that my whole card was the 5 of spades, he proudly puffed out his cigar smoke and laughed as he showed the 8 of hearts. First round, I won. I shook my head, pretending to be unhappy. What bad luck, bad cards. But there was not much emotion in my tone. I nodded to the dealer. Go ahead and deal the cards. At the same time, Lu Ruihao and the others also stopped and quietly moved towards me, looking alert and observing the surroundings. Lu Bo didn't stop me. He was in a good mood, having just won 100 billion and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to squeeze out every last drop of value from me. I know he won't give up easily. Uncle Chun looked a little anxious. He originally wanted to end the battle quickly and subdue Lu Bo first, but now his plan has been exposed and he can only wait and see. The second round of cards has also been dealt. Lu Bo looked at the cards and asked me with a smile, "Is this round still 100 billion?" I shrugged. Of course. George, never default on my debts. I even added with a smile, "I'm here. How can I run away? The assets can be cashed out in half a month at most. If you're in a hurry, you can ask someone to come to your house and buy for free." Lu Bo laughed out loud, feeling even happier. Then I won't be polite. He was indeed worried that I would run away, but now that I was in his hands, he no longer had any concerns. I glanced at the cards, then calmly looked away. Although Lu Bo hadn't turned over the cards yet, he knew my cards through channels and was wondering what tricks I was going to play this time. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, followed by intensive gunfire. Lu Bo's expression tensed, and he immediately signaled his men to investigate. A few minutes later, a subordinate reported in a low voice, "Boss, 300 mercenaries broke into the old street with heavy firepower, and they are armed with black market weapons." The warlords and the surrounding park militias joined forces to resist, and we also discovered that the enemy helicopters were airdropping troops and were exchanging fire. Hearing this, Lu Bo's eyes suddenly turned to me. He finally realized that my trump card was not the cards, but these mercenaries. This was the surprise I left for him. Lu Bo ordered in a low voice, "Notify the Black Hawk, Mabong, Yebwa, Dane, and other forces to take action to deal with these mercenaries. The reward will be 10 times. Also, let the bosses of the surrounding parks provide support and share the dividends as usual. He must suppress the war outside and not let my plan succeed." Then he turned to me and smiled easily. "George, have you dinner yet? Let's eat and play at the same time." I nodded. "I'm just hungry." There was a deep meaning in his smile, as if he thought I was playing with fire. He said he had chefs specializing in Shandong, Cantonese, and Sichuan cuisine, and asked me to enjoy it to my heart's content. It was already dark outside, but the sound of gunfire became more and more frequent, as if it were a continuous sound of festive firecrackers. Lu Ruihao and his men became more alert and secretly looked for an opportunity to break out. They wanted to capture Lu Bo, but there were many experts around him, and there were snipers secretly watching us, so it was not that easy to do it. Unless the war spreads here, we could take advantage of the chaos to attack. "Come on, sit down and eat." I asked them to sit down, and while I ate my meal, I praised the chef for his excellent cooking skills. The calmer I was, the more they admired me. Lu Ruihao's eyes were filled with complicated expressions. She began to understand that I was much more terrifying than they had imagined. If I joined the military, maybe I could lead a troop that could sweep across the world. Looking at the whole of China, I am afraid that no one can eat with the enemy, as if nothing happened in such a dangerous situation. The roar continued to echo in the night, with explosions and gunfire interweaving. The shops in the neighborhood had already closed, and people had hidden themselves in their homes, not daring to go out. Many people also joined the battle, picking up guns and directly participating in the war. Even some off-duty patrolmen took the initiative to join in, because fighting means bonuses. In the darkness, a mercenary cursed angrily. "Why are there so many people?" They kept attacking from the shadows, but soon realized that something was wrong. The enemy not only suppressed us with firepower, but also emerged in large numbers. They suspected that they were not attacking the industrial park at all, but had broken into a local regular army. It is estimated that there are more than 10,000 enemies. Even if their firepower is not the latest, numbers are an advantage. Amid the whistling sounds, military jeeps came speeding over, and a large number of warlord troops jumped out of the vehicles and quickly joined the battlefield. The sound of gunfire and explosions continued, and the battle line became longer and longer. The mercenaries were beginning to run low on ammunition. Some had been shot and fallen, while others had been torn apart by the artillery fire. Anxious calls came from the radio. Request for support. We are low on ammunition. Some teams have been trapped in a dead end and are trapped in dilapidated houses, unable to move. No matter how much money you have, it's useless. This mission can't be completed. The Cheetah Squad was counterattacked just as they approached the target area. They were trapped in the ruins and can't get out. If we don't get support, we'll be wiped out. They finally realized that this battle was beyond their original expectations. The enemy is not just the industrial park. All the surrounding forces have united together. What's worse is that they received even more terrifying news next. Official armed forces have intervened. They have been identified as terrorists and must be completely wiped out. Fuck, the authorities are protecting them. They are even more terrifying than mercenaries. We came here to save people, but we were treated as terrorists. Curses were heard in the headphones, and the mercenaries were almost on the verge of collapse. No one was willing to believe that this was reality. Captain, I'm running out of ammunition. What should I do? Retreat. Mission failed. Several commanders made the decision helplessly. The sound of gunfire gradually became less frequent. The mercenaries fought and retreated, and the situation began to completely collapse. At this moment, I was sitting in the lobby of the industrial park, picking my teeth with a toothpick and digesting my food slowly. Lu Ruihao and the others also heard the sounds of the fighting outside slowing down, and their faces were filled with shock. The fact that even the 300 mercenaries outside couldn't hold on was enough to show how terrifying the defense of this industrial park was. This is not a military camp, but it is more like a battlefield than a military camp. It is like every citizen is a soldier. Of course, Lu Bo understood that these fights were either caused by someone else or me. However, he didn't expect that he would still lose. Even the mercenaries failed. This place is really a deadly place. It has long been identified as a dangerous area by various countries. Otherwise, who would dare to interfere? I smiled and returned to the card table. Lu Bo didn't waste any words. George, can we show our card for the second round? I lazily flipped open my card without even looking at them. I lost again. My luck is so bad. I can't lose again in the third game, right? As soon as he said this, he sounded like a prodigal son who was obsessed with gambling. Lu Bo smiled from ear to ear and signaled the dealer to continue dealing the cards for the third round. But he was also wondering, what weird things would I do this time? As soon as the third card was dealt, something exploded outside. This time, it was more violent than before. The sound of cannons was deafening, and the whole building seemed to be shaking slightly. I glanced at Lu Bo lightly, and his expression changed. Several industrial parks were on fire at the same time, and flames rising into the sky could even be seen from outside the window. The power of the artillery was more than 10 times stronger than before, and there was a burning tremor in the air. What's going on? Lu Bo finally couldn't hold it anymore and whispered to his men to find out what was going on. 10 minutes later, the subordinate came back with a horrified look on his face and reported in a low voice. Thousands of people have arrived, equipped with drones and heavy artillery. Warlords from all over the country have been suppressed. These people don't look like mercenaries, but more like regular troops. As soon as these words came out, Lu Bo froze and quickly called the authorities to ask for support. But even though the government sent troops, the war became more and more intense, even more crazy than before. People inside the industrial park were already in panic, and everyone felt as if the explosion had happened right under their feet. That kind of fear did not come from the number of enemies, but from the unreasonable crushing of the other side. Drones hovered high in the sky, dropping bombs without warning. The high technology overwhelms the old equipment to the point where we are completely unable to fight back. Communications were disrupted, and all commands had to be given by shouting, making it impossible to mobilize manpower effectively. The other side has precise control over each of our strongholds, as if the eyes of heaven have descended upon us in the night. In this depressing atmosphere, I looked up at Lu Bo and said, Mr. Lu, for the third round, shall we go all in? These words are like a bolt of lightning that struck his heart directly. He stared at me with a complicated look in his eyes. An opponent who can call in a regular army is enough to crush the ace of spades, even if he only has the two of clubs. He began to wonder which country the power behind me came from. China? They never interfere in other countries' internal affairs. America? The bear? He couldn't figure it out, but he knew that he had already lost the game. I ignored his guess and smiled to myself. You always turn it first. Let me do it this time. I show my cards, and it was the two of clubs, almost the smallest hole card. But I smiled with unusual ease. This is a big hand. It looks like I won. Then I stood up and said to Uncle Chun, "Let's go, we won." After saying that, I was the first to walk towards the hall door. Even if I have the smallest card, I know that I have the situation under my control. This third trump card is not a gamble on the appearance of the cards, but a gamble on strength. Seeing that I was about to leave, Lu Bo's men raised their guns and waited for orders. They waited for Lu Bo to speak, but he couldn't utter a word. Because at that moment, several artillery shells fell and the entire industrial park was blown to pieces. Lu Bo broke out in a cold sweat, and he finally understood, if they don't let me go, none of them will survive. And he also understood that even if he could escape, he would be the only one to take the blame. Not only his own industrial park, but other industrial parks also suffered. He cannot take the blame for this. He looked down at his whole card, and it was indeed the ace of spades. But even with the biggest cards, he conceded defeat. Because the 3 rounds of gambling seemed to be a gamble on luck, but in fact it is a test of the power behind the scenes. Boss, his men were unwilling to give up. They saw that I had already reached the door, and the fat sheep worth 300 billion was about to fly away. But Lu Bo still didn't say anything, just watched me walk out of the hall. The wind outside blew up the corners of my clothes. In the light and shadow, after the explosion, my figure looked like a ghost walking out of the fire in his eyes. He finally understood that there were some people he could not touch. The bigger the commotion, the less benefit it will do to anyone. Let him go. Lu Bo sighed softly, and he seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped in his chair. The phone calls came in one after another, almost driving him crazy. He knew that what he would face next was not just questioning, but a thorough reckoning. At the same time, a group of mysterious people with strong skills quietly broke into the industrial park. There was no fierce battle, and the militia did not dare to act rashly. They all hid in the building and dared not move. They came quickly and retreated even faster. Lu, Rui Hao, Mu Chung, and I were escorted to evacuate together. Mu Chung recognized one of them. His face changed color on the spot, and he said in a trembling voice, "No wonder they arrived so quickly. It turned out to be them." His eyes were full of shock. "George, this way." The mysterious man led me through the line of fire and into a dark vehicle. We left the industrial park without any trouble along the way. Only when I got in the car did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the surface, I seemed calm and even a little composed when facing Lu Bo, but in fact I knew better than anyone that this trip abroad was like walking on a tightrope with your life. Although I have experienced reincarnation, I am still just a young man in his early 20s. When it comes to life and death, no one can be completely fearless. Fortunately, everything went according to the script I set, without any deviation. Jiang Tialin's insurance document really played a key role. No matter how good it is, your own home is the most reliable. I looked at the night view outside the window and sighed to myself. There are many truths that you will never understand if you don't go abroad. On the other side, Lu Bo received a phone call from the authorities and was scolded. He had arrested the wrong person and caused a big mess. The person on the other end of the phone even hinted that if the trouble continued, the entire industrial park would be wanted internationally. These words frightened him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He stared at the table, still not figuring out whether I was worth so many forces trying to save me. Who is this George? He can alarm so many warlords, and even the industrial park can't suppress him. Lu Bo appeased the shareholders and official representatives, and was so angry that he smashed his phone on the table and cursed. Soon, the official press release was also issued, vaguely calling it a warlord fight, trying to suppress the heat. Even if they vaguely guessed the identity of the mysterious man, they had no evidence and were afraid of causing international trouble, so they could only swallow their anger. This area has been plagued by war for many years, and gunfire has become norm. The international community is also accustomed to it, so naturally no one investigates it further. After returning home, I was sent to Jiang, Thailand overnight. It was already early morning when we arrived, and everyone was tense after a night of tension. I fell into bed and quickly fell asleep. Chidan was injured, but he didn't leave my side and stay by my side. The respect in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He saw me turn the tables after losing 2 games in a row, and this night was like a miracle to him. I didn't wake up until noon. When I entered the room, I saw a group of people led by Jiang Thailand. Among them was a white-haired old man with a kind face. As soon as he opened his mouth, I understood why they came. They had read the information I left behind. I knew it was time to make an effort. So I repeated some of the information I had seen in my previous life, such as the development trend of weapons, the 055 warship, and the tactical structure. Although these contents are not very specific, in the eyes of military experts of their level, they seem to point out the optimal solution in the fog. It's like groping your way through a dense forest. Although the route I pointed out is difficult, it is the shortcut with the least risk and the highest efficiency. After listening to what I said, the experts' eyes lit up as if they had suddenly realized something. I wiped the sweat from the corners of my mouth, looked at the old man, and said tentatively, "Emmy, this is all I can say. It's all just talk. I really don't have the actual ability to make a bullet." "Haha, it takes some skill to talk about it on paper," the old man nodded with a smile. "Your idea is really helpful. Especially the 6th-generation fighter sketch you mentioned. It's priceless, did you know that? You are a genius." His eyes were full of affirmation, which made me feel a little flattered. This is how the world is. Some people may spend their entire lives studying one thing and still not achieve anything, while others can easily point out the key. Have a good rest. I'll come back to ask you questions if I have any. After saying that, he left with his team, and even Jiang Tailin followed. After they left, I was finally able to calm down and take a break. But I also knew in my heart that I couldn't leave for the time being. Fortunately, what I just said is just the tip of the iceberg. I didn't mention the real core tactics, such as drone cooperation and the heavy-armored combined brigade model. If I hand over all these, I will have to retire in the military, and it will be difficult for me to start a business again. I asked Jiang Tailin to inquire about the follow-up of the industrial park, and sure enough, they didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, and it ended up being left unresolved. The authorities were afraid that the incident would escalate and cause international concern, so they could only suppress the incident and not report it. Although I sympathized with the incident, I also knew that some things were beyond my ability to handle alone. Those who have been kidnapped and deceived deserve sympathy, but I can't do anything about it at the moment. To shake up that deep water area, it is not enough to just report it. The above have their own considerations. I am just an ordinary person and cannot cause any trouble. All I can do is to settle the accounts at hand. For example, Lu Jian, this old account, it's time to settle it. Another day has passed, and that day happened to be the 10th, which was also the day when Jinli Mobile and Tianwei Technology released new products on the same day. At this time, I'm still imprisoned in the provincial capital prison, but today several lawyers came to see me and said that there has been a turn for the better in my case. They said that someone from the Sunflower Group confessed that I helped them launder money without knowing it, and the amount was not serious. So the court decided not to pursue criminal liability. Although the Yi Group was fined, I was acquitted. When I heard these words, I was completely stunned. Ella had clearly said that I would be acquitted, but I didn't believe it at that time, and it turned out to be a reality. I followed my lawyer out of the prison, and when I walked out of the gate, I saw a car parked outside. When I opened the door, I saw Ella and Angela waiting for me. "Dad!" They both called me at the same time. Looking at their smiling faces, I still felt complicated. Although they were disgusted by my sponsorship of a college student, they later found out that the girl had moved to the north a long time ago, and it was a thing of the past. What's more, I took the blame for Lucas, and they all understood this. Especially Angela. She knew from a young age that she was not my biological daughter, but I always treated her as my own daughter, and she always remembered this feeling. "What's going on?" I couldn't help but ask, paying special attention to whether Maria and Lucas were in the car, but I didn't see them. "Mom and Sue are still in Yinjing, Dad. I'll tell you slowly on the way." Angela saw my emotions fluctuating and quickly interrupted me to continue asking questions. She asked the driver to drive directly home. After arriving home, I took a shower and changed my clothes. I finally felt like I had escaped from the prison. Then the family sat down to talk. Angela told me that she and Ella accompanied Maria to Yinjing and sought help from a powerful and wealthy family. Things took a turn for the better after the other party took action. "Is it the group that helped Liang Haoran last time?" I guessed vaguely. "Yes, but this time it was my uncle Yang Yong who made the connection for us. They have a deep background. They're the kind of top chaebol that are not on the rich list but can control the oil and power grid. They are real behemoths." I was slightly shocked when I heard this. We have no access to this kind of class at all. Only people of my uncle's status have the opportunity to talk to them. She also said that her second uncle would be released soon. It was just that he was from the government, so there were more procedures, but it was not a big problem anyway. However, she also reminded that her uncle was not worried about the officialdom, but George because the lesson of Lianghauren was there. However, my uncle has been much more relieved recently because he received the news that George died abroad. After hearing this, I was silent for a long time and then sighed. When a person dies, everything is over. In the end, that child is quite pitiful. Angela didn't respond, but her expression was complicated. She knew that George had been treated differently at home since he was a child, and we owed him that. His death was too light. If it weren't for him, my second sister wouldn't have died. Ella said viciously, gritting her teeth. I frowned, and Angela quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, there's no evidence to prove that he was the one who caused it. Besides, it's time to put the past behind us. She also reminded Ella that today was the big day when her husband Jiang Tianan was launching his new mobile phone, and as a wife, she should show up. At this point, I realized that without George, Tianwei Mobile is leaderless and is likely to be targeted by foreign capital, and Tianjin Group is also on the verge of disintegration. This kid is really lucky. Ella was still indignant and went out with her bag. After she left, Angela turned on the TV to watch the press conference. Jiang Tianan had already come on stage, and the press conference for the Tianwei mobile phone was also in progress. I guess Olivia or Johnson will be the host. Alas, without George, Tianjin Group won't last long. I sighed. It was such a pity that the business empire he had built over the past few years was gone just like that. It's hard to say whether he is dead or not. I recalled my experiences over the years. Every time everyone thought he was finished, he always managed to turn the situation around. Dad, this time is different. Angela shook her head. This is abroad. The forces over there are not something we can touch. She said that although they were in Yanjing, Lucas told her the whole story, and now they understood the situation better than anyone else. Dad, you are old too. Let us young people handle the rest. You can rest assured and have a good rest. I stroked the wrinkles on my face and suddenly realized that I am old and I really need to let go and let the younger generation take over. I asked about Lucas's recent situation. After all, he is my son, and I still worry about him. He's doing well in Yanjing. Don't worry about him. At this time, in another villa in the provincial capital, Lu Jian was leisurely drinking red wine and watching the live broadcasts of 2 press conferences. This is a good way to launch the product. The chairman personally promoted the product. It was indeed George's idea. Now Jiang Tianan is following suit. He shook his glass, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had invested a lot of money in Jinli mobile phones this time, and was about to make a lot of money. Just as he was immersed in his own enjoyment, a bodyguard rushed in and said excitedly that Miss Jiang was here. Yu is here? Lu Jiyun's face immediately showed joy. He put down his wine glass and ordered the servants to dress him up quickly, put on the most expensive suit, and spray him with perfume. He had long guessed in his heart that Jiang Yu's sudden visit probably meant that she was willing to accept his pursuit. Once the 2 families are married, not only will he be able to marry a beautiful woman, but the Lu family will also be able to take a step further and enter the real circle of power and wealth. That day, I was drinking red wine in the villa, ready to enjoy the excitement of the press conference, with Jinli mobile phone on one side and Tianwei mobile phone on the other. I invested a lot of money in this release, and I think I can make a lot of money. Just then, the bodyguard informed me that Jiang Yu had arrived. I was delighted and immediately asked the servants to help me change into a suit, spray some perfume, and dress neatly, hoping that she would come to agree to the marriage. When Jiang Yu walked in, my eyes were fixed on her. She was wearing pink fur with a white skirt, flesh-colored star-shaped stockings on her legs, and small leather boots stepping on the floor. She was simply radiant. Her lips were bright red, her hair was curled into big waves, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. I was stunned for a few seconds, then I quickly stood up and asked her to sit down. In my heart, I had already imagined the day when she would be my wife. After she sat down, she said coldly, Lu Jiyun, I'm here for George today. I smiled and nodded. I know. I also helped pay for the relationship. The other party agreed. George should be released in the next few days. She immediately asked, when? I pretended to be embarrassed and said, you can't be sure about things abroad. And I heard that he was not obedient and was beaten badly over there. You have to be mentally prepared. When Jiang Yu heard this, her expression changed immediately, and she looked anxious. I continued to exaggerate, saying that organs might be removed there, and asked her to cherish George, who is still alive. She gritted her teeth and said to me, I agree to the marriage, but the prerequisite is to meet George. I agreed straightforwardly, but I sneered in my heart. Even if he could come back, he would be a useless person with broken arms and legs and brain problems, and no one would be able to trace it back to me. Just when I was secretly happy, there was a sudden explosion outside the door, and then the bodyguard rushed in and shouted, "Oh no, Xiao Lingyun brought people to kill us." I almost dropped my glass and stood up angrily. He dares to mess with me? I'm from Beijing. Before he could finish, several bodyguards were beaten to a pulp. Then, a group of strong men in suits rushed into the room, and the last ones to come in were Xia Lingyun and Olivia. "Lu Jiyun, don't even think about leaving the South alive," Xia Lingyun said coldly as he entered the door. I was furious and slammed the table. "Are you crazy? This is my territory. Have you had enough of making trouble? I have guests today. You bastard." Xia Lingyun cursed loudly, and the next second he rushed over and punched me in the face, knocking my teeth out. I fell on the sofa, almost fainting from the pain. Just as I was about to fight back, he pounced on me, sat on me, and started hitting and kicking me. His fists rained down like raindrops, making my head buzz and my face bloody. This guy was a life-threatening man, not someone who would reason with reason. I was in so much pain that I couldn't even scream. The bodyguards were also controlled, and no one could come help me. I could only frantically call for help. Olivia was so angry that she rushed towards me. If Jiang Yu hadn't stopped her, she would probably have started a fight. "Xia Xiao, what happened?" Jiang Yu asked with a frown. "It's him. He tricked Brother Chun into going abroad," Olivia said, gritting her teeth, and told Jiang Yu everything she knew. Jiang Yu was so angry that her eyes turned red after hearing this. "Lu Jiyun, it turned out to be you. You still want to marry me? If I find out that George is in trouble, I will be the first to settle the score with you." Not only was she angry, she even had murderous intent. I could see clearly that her hatred for me was more piercing than that fist. I almost went crazy. Such a good situation was completely ruined by Xiao Lingyun. "Xiao Lingyun, you dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I can chop you into pieces in front of your grandfather." I roared, my eyes filled with hatred. "Are you threatening me?" Xiao Lingyun sneered, picked up the ashtray on the table, and smashed it hard on my head, and blood spurted out. I screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and I had no chance to hide. Then he picked up the ashtray, pressed my left hand against the armrest of the sofa, and smashed my bones. The sound of bones breaking broke my heart. I kept wailing, but no one saved me. My bodyguard became anxious and looked towards Jiang Yu, begging her to stop it. However, she had no expression on her face and even seemed to acquiesce. At this moment, what was more difficult for me to accept than the pain in my body was her complete indifference and disgust towards me. Just then, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. She took a look at the number, picked up the phone, and said a few words. Her expression changed slightly. It turned out to be Lu Yinyan who called. She yelled as soon as she came up. "Jiang Yu, has something happened to my brother? Tell Xia Lingyun to stop immediately, otherwise I will let the Xia family be buried with him." "Jiang Yu, this is not a joke. You're the only one who can stabilize the situation now. I beg you to help me." Jiang Yu listened and said to Olivia, Xia, we haven't found out George's situation yet. If Lu Jiyun dies, we won't have a chance to replace him. The hope that he is still alive may lie in Lu Jiyun." When I heard this, my heart choked and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Olivia could only suppress her anger and signal Xia Lingyun to stop. Xia Lingyun spit fiercely on my face. "If my brother-in-law doesn't come back, you will die." He didn't forget to add another stab after he finished speaking. "No matter how powerful your Lu family is, I still dare to kill you." I fell on the sofa, covered in blood, unable to speak. I just felt that I had completely lost the game and lost it miserably. I was half lying on the sofa, my face covered in blood. When I heard that Jiang Yu was going to exchange me for George, I suddenly sneered. "Come on, kill me. It's a good opportunity to let George go to hell with me. There's no way he can survive. His kidney was removed, and he was sold on the high seas. He would have died a long time ago." Ha ha ha. I laughed like crazy and didn't believe he could come back. When Xiao Lingyun heard this, he immediately became furious and was ready to rush up again and beat me half to death. At this moment, Olivia suddenly pointed at the TV and shouted, "Brother, look, Brother Chun is back. He's at the press conference now." Everyone immediately turned to look and saw George, wearing a light blue suit, standing on the stage, confidently and calmly introducing the second-generation Tianwei mobile phone. Our new generation of products uses a quad-core processor, a 5.1-inch screen, and higher-definition pixel performance. He was in high spirits and didn't look hurt at all. The audience was paying close attention, and the spotlight was on him, making him look like the protagonist on the stage. I couldn't believe my eyes. How could this be possible? Shouldn't he have died abroad? The internet was abuzz with discussions. This screen is so big. It's a great device for watching movies. The battery life is incredible, and most importantly, it doesn't lag. Moreover, the price was only 800 yuan more expensive than the previous generation, which instantly triggered a large number of reservations, and the Tianwei phone became an instant hit. At the same time, at the Yi family, Angela and David were watching Jiang Tiannan's press conference at home. Suddenly, they changed the channel and happened to see Tianwei's phone. When they saw George standing on the stage, they were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Isn't this George? They both said in unison, unable to believe what they saw was real. Especially Angela. She knows too well how terrible the industrial park is. Even if Iron Man goes in, he will lose half his life. On the other side, the headquarters of Tianshan Group also exploded. The group was in a state of panic, with all the top executives ready to flee. But when they saw George on TV, everyone became excited. "Mr. Yi is back," someone shouted excitedly, as if they had seen their backbone. No one knew where he went, but the company suffered a lot during his absence. Now it finally has the opportunity to make a comeback. At the Jinli press conference, Jiang Tianan was in good shape, his speech was fluent, and he even smiled at Ella in the audience, looking very graceful. But just when he was feeling high-spirited, a message suddenly came through his earphones. George was back and was holding a press conference in the next venue. At this moment, his brain completely shut down. He and Liu Jiyun conspired and set up various schemes with the aim of preventing George's mobile phone from being successfully launched on the market. But now the other party is not only safe and sound, but has also successfully debuted. His face turned pale, and he couldn't even speak coherently. Our phone shell is made of super strong metal, drop-resistant, 99. Everyone in the audience was confused. What happened to Mr. Jiang? Did you forget the lyrics? Even the reporters started to talk about it, and even Ella waved her hands in confusion, tried to remind Jiang Tianan to come back to his senses. Jiang Tianan finally reacted and felt his back was soaked. The name George almost scared him to death. Our cameras, oh no, the sound quality, the speakers have improved significantly. He became more and more confused as he spoke, and even accidentally said George's name, which completely threw him off balance. Ella was stunned and had no idea why Jiang Tianan suddenly lost control. And at this moment, in the living room of my villa, Olivia, Xiao Lingyun, and Jiang Yu were all shocked by the scenes on TV. Their eyes were moist, and they almost rushed into the TV to confirm whether it was true or not. "It's really Brother Chun, he's back." Olivia was so excited that she was shaking. They kept rewinding the playback, fearing that they had seen it wrong. Even I sat on the sofa in a daze, unable to move. "Impossible, this can't be true," I yelled. I set up the plan myself, and it was arranged perfectly. How could I escape alive from a place like the industrial park? What a joke. A piece of news came to my mind, where the son of a wealthy man in a certain country was kidnapped in an industrial park, and even mercenaries couldn't rescue him. So in the end, they had to pay money to ransom him back. That kind of place is hell. At this time, Olivia hurriedly dialed the phone and looked for Johnson, who was at the press conference. "Xia, Brother Chin just rushed back and didn't have time to inform you. He is here now." Johnson replied excitedly. "Great, I'll be right there." She was so excited that tears kept flowing down her face, and she rushed out pulling Xiao Lingyun. Xiao Lingyun didn't have time to say anything more and was about to leave with his bodyguards. But just as he was leaving, he suddenly turned back, came in front of me, and stepped hard on my disabled left hand. I screamed in pain, my vision went dark, and I almost fainted. "Mr. Liu, I don't care how powerful your family is, just listen carefully and stop playing with fire. Otherwise, next time, I won't even let you find your ashes." Xiao Lingyun warned me coldly. After saying that, he stomped his feet a few times before turning around and leaving. I completely collapsed, and my shrill screams echoed in the villa hall. The bodyguards rushed forward and carried me away to the hospital. As I was being bandaged, I gritted my teeth and roared, "George, Xiao Lingyun, I will not let you go." The launch of the second-generation Tianwei mobile phone went extremely smoothly. As soon as I finished my speech and stepped down from the stage, There was warm applause from the audience, and then Johnson continued to speak on stage. As soon as I returned to the backstage, Yao Sihai and Yu Gong came up to me, excitedly announcing the good news, saying that the number of pre-orders had skyrocketed, far exceeding that of the first generation, and was about to explode. They didn't know that I had just rushed back from Yinbei. They only saw me suddenly appear like a stabilizing force, which made everyone feel at ease and brought the press conference to its climax as expected. This time, the phone has improved many problems of the previous generation, and its production capacity has increased several times, so its sales are bound to increase. I smiled and whispered to myself, luckily, I made it in time. In fact, I had already anticipated this explosive scene. After all, the design inspiration was drawn from the popular route of a big brand in the previous life, and that brand later dominated the market. Now that the second-generation mobile phone has been launched, it has helped Tianwei Technology to gain a firm foothold in the mobile phone industry. An hour later, the press conference ended successfully, and I left the exhibition hall under the escort of Uncle Chun and Lu Ruihao. Lu Ruihao was specially sent by the higher-ups to protect me. After all, I have helped the military so much that people now say that I am a treasure that cannot be replaced by a brigade. As soon as I walked out of the corridor, I ran into acquaintances Ella and Jiang Tianan. Ella had already known from Jiang Tianan that I was trapped, so when she saw me suddenly appear at the scene, she was stunned on the spot, her eyes full of shock and unwillingness. The look in her eyes when she looked at me was full of anger, as if she wanted to tear me apart immediately, but I didn't give them a good look at all and just responded with a smile. I said calmly, "What a coincidence. I also chose today to launch the phone. The market performance in the future will depend on who has better sales." Jiang Tianan responded viciously, saying that their Jinli had been working in the market for many years and were not afraid of a newbie like me. He even mocked my phone as a piece of junk. I smiled even more brightly. "You dare to call it a new product just because you changed the shell. Do you really think consumers are stupid? I'm afraid you can't eat this meal." Before leaving, I said, "Now that I'm back, I should settle some old accounts." I took my men away, and Jiang Tianan was so angry that he jumped up and down, cursing loudly behind me, his face flushed red. As soon as the press conference ended, they immediately checked the pre-sale data. Although Jinli's mobile phone sales were not bad, they were obviously lagging behind us, and their faces were uglier than each other. "What's going on? Isn't he trapped? If he doesn't come back, we will definitely be able to seize the initiative this time." Ella gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. Jiang Tianan cursed and decided to find Lu Jiyun to find out what was going on. Everything was arranged well, so why did George show up? They left the exhibition hall in a hurry, and as soon as they walked outside, they were blocked by Xia Lingyun and his sister who had been waiting for a long time. It was obvious from Xia Lingyun's attitude that he had bad intentions. Jiang Tianan was so scared that he wanted to take a detour, but was called out by him on the spot. "Jiang Tianan, come here." This shout scared Jiang Tianan so much that his face turned pale. Ella also panicked and shouted the word husband in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. Xia Lingyun walked up to him and slapped him in the face with a loud slap that echoed throughout the venue. Jiang Tianan's hairstyle was even crooked. This slap not only hit his face, but also hit his dignity. It happened in front of so many people. It was simply a public execution. Xia Lingyun patted Jiang Tianan's face coldly, his tone revealing ruthlessness. "I already knew about your little trick. After I finish dealing with other things, I will slowly settle the account with you." He glanced at Ella again. His eyes were cold and sent chills down people's spines. Jiang Tianan clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't utter a word of resistance. He roared, "Xia Lingyun, what I Jiang Tianan do is none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked by Xia Lingyun and flew 2 meters away. He fell to the ground and couldn't even get up. Everyone rushed forward to help him up. He wanted to rush over and fight, but in the end, he didn't have the courage. "Waste," Xia Lingyun sneered. "You still dare to pretend to be a man in front of your wife. Do you want me to tell you that she will run away with someone else the next day?" His words became more and more harsh, and every word hit Jiang Tianan's sore spot, trampling on his self-esteem. Ella realized that the situation was not right, and quickly pulled him away to prevent him from getting really mad. Jiang Tianan remained silent all the way. When he was pulled away by several managers, his fists were already oozing blood and his fingernails were almost digging into his palms. Xia Lingyun spat, his face full of disdain, and then walked towards me. At this time, Olivia had already thrown herself into my arms, crying loudly, and said that she was worried about me. Brother-in-law, Xiaoling Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that I was safe and sound. I smiled and nodded. Brother, let's go back and talk about it first. After returning to the villa in the provincial capital, I briefly explained the whole story. I also learned that they had found Lu Jiyun to help me, and I was very touched. Xiaoling Yun is a man who dares to do anything to anyone who provokes him, even the rich young masters in the Beijing circle. I really admire his character. After listening to this, he held a cigar in his mouth, his eyes gloomy. This matter is obvious. It was a joint scheme by Lu Jiyun and Jiang Tianan. The purpose is to prevent your phone from being released. He lit up a cigar and said coldly, this kind of people are no longer competing in business, but playing dirty. Do you want me to take care of it? As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck, and the meaning was very clear. He has always been decisive. Since the other party doesn't follow the rules, he will take the initiative. As for the consequences, who cares? Just take it one step at a time. Chapter 403. Lu Jiyun is not the mastermind. The mastermind is someone else. Brother, don't worry. When I come back, I will settle the accounts one by one. Lu Jiyun will definitely die, but he doesn't need us to do anything. George looked at Xiaoling Yun and said his idea was the same as Xiaoling Yun's. They were mortal enemies, and staying would only bring hidden dangers. This time it's Chidan. What about next time? He had gone through several life-and-death crises. If it had not been for his luck and self-rescue, he would have died with regrets from his previous life. Therefore, he is no longer George who just finished the college entrance examination and has understood many truths. Whether it is to protect yourself or those around you, some hidden dangers and enemies must be eradicated. Can you do anything about him? Xiaoling Yun frowned and looked at George. George nodded with a sneer. Not only can I kill him, but I can also clear us all of our ties, leaving us without any responsibility at all. Okay, I'll leave this to you. If you can't solve it, tell me and I'll kill him. And don't delay it for too long. I think Lu Jiyun has gone crazy. If I don't solve him quickly, he'll cause trouble again. Xiaoling Yun warned. As for Jiang Tianan, we need to punish him as well. He should not be the mastermind, otherwise he will also die. Now his father is very close to our family and is very polite to us, so it is a bit inconvenient to kill Jiang Tianan. George pondered for a moment and suddenly said, perhaps Lu Jiyun is not the mastermind. The mastermind is someone else. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling Yun stopped smoking a cigar and looked at George. George explained, Wang Wei just told me that David was released from prison. The criminals of the Sunflower Group seemed to have been threatened and overturned their previous confessions, saying that David was unaware of the incident and that the amount of cooperation between the two parties was not large. This incident reminds me of Liang Haoran's acquittal. I guess there is a mysterious force involved. In fact, if it weren't for that hidden mysterious power, when it was Jiang Tianan and Lucas' turn to jump around, I would have killed them long ago. Ever since Yuki was hit and killed by a car, George has not made any move against the Yi family. Firstly, the Yi family is no longer a threat, with only Lucas and Maria left. Secondly, he is on guard against the mysterious force in the dark, which is Liang Yang's backer. Otherwise, George would have taken the initiative to attack instead of passively defending. Your worries are not without reason. In order to save Liang Haoran, the other party did not hesitate to set fire to a new group of people. They are ruthless and lawless. You really have to be careful when facing them. George's words also made Xiaoling Yun's face more serious. In the south, their Xia family is omnipotent, but in the north it is difficult, especially in the Yanjing area, where there are countless hidden dragons and crouching tigers and hidden wealthy families, so they have to be careful in dealing with them. In short, leave this matter to me. Let's deal with Lu Jiyun first. As for Jiang Tianan, I don't need to do anything. Jiang Yi will definitely deprive him of his rights. George continued. As for David, he is no longer a threat, so let him come out. As for Liang Yi and the other members of the Liang family, I think they will also be brought out. However, Liang Yi must not come out, or else we will send him to death. He is still powerful and ruthless, and he will cause us a lot of trouble. Xiaoling Yu nodded. Liang Yi arranged a killer to deal with you last time, using a bomb. This man came from a military and has no bottom line in doing things. We must be on guard. How about this? I will keep an eye on him. If he shows up, I will kill him. George nodded. and then told him about his situation after going abroad again. Xia Lingyun gasped after hearing this. The Southern military actually sent troops for George. That's awesome. Brother-in-law, you are such a genius. You can think of all these things like 055 and the 6th-generation aircraft. You are worthy of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the South. Was full of admiration for George. It would be great if I could get the protection of the military. While the two were chatting, Olivia, Jiang Yuyu, Shi Xiaoqi, and others were cooking in the kitchen. George had returned from a disaster, and they all wanted to cook a delicious meal for him. They actually don't know that George is eating and drinking well in the industrial park, like a big boss. Jiang Yu was also very worried about your disappearance this time. The two chatted for a while, and Xia Lingyun glanced at the kitchen again and said with a smile, I heard that in order to help you, she agreed to marry Lu Zhiyun. George glanced at the kitchen in surprise and could vaguely see Jiang Yuyu's graceful back. Actually, since you are so capable, it's no big deal to marry another one. Jiang Yuyu is a rare goddess, smart and considerate. You will regret it if you miss her. Xia Lingyun saw George staring at Jiang Yuyu and played with his cigar indifferently. George looked at Xia Lingyun in surprise. Brother, aren't you Xia's brother? How can you say such a thing? Aha, we're all family. I miss you too. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Nonsense. A woman like Sister Yuyu is beautiful, intelligent, considerate, and empathetic. Which man doesn't like her? Well, my sister hasn't married you yet, but you're already fickle and philandering. Xia Lingyun changed his indifferent attitude and looked fierce, as if he wanted to seek justice for his sister. Grass! George's eyes widened. You don't play by the rules. In the hospital, Lu Zhiyun was half lying on the bed with a gloomy face. His left hand was in a plaster cast hanging in front of his chest. Jiang Tiannan and Ella stood beside the bed, and no one spoke. As soon as they arrived, they saw Lu Zhiyun with a bruised face and nose. They heard that Xia Lingyun had beaten him. Now Lu Zhiyun was furious. At this juncture, they naturally did not dare to speak casually, for fear of angering Lu Zhiyun again. Of course, they still shuddered at Xia Lingyun's madness, because they did not expect that Xia Lingyun would dare to hit Lu Zhiyun, and even more so, be so ruthless. George, Xia Lingyun, they must die. Half an hour later, Lu Zhiyun finally spoke, his voice full of murderous intent. Originally, I just came to the South to have fun, but who knew I would meet so many desperate people fighting me? Fine, I will continue to fight, and no one will have an easy time. Seeing that Lu Zhiyun finally spoke, Jiang Tiannan asked cautiously, Mr. Lu, George? I don't know what happened. I heard there was a war over there, and a mysterious force rescued George. Lu Zhiyun is already called the industrial park. Of course he was scolded, and he had to compensate for all the losses of the industrial park. This is a huge sum of money. A conservative estimate is several hundred million. Lu Zhiyun was so angry that he was about to die. How so? Jiang Tiannan and Ella looked at each other, both very unwilling. They guessed that it was a mercenary or a killer who saved George. But Lu Zhiyun didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to ask. Of course, they believed that Lu Zhiyun would find out the truth in the end. Mr. Lu, George must know that it was us who did this. He will definitely seek revenge when he comes back. Jiang Tiannan reminded again. Him? I told him clearly that I wanted to kill him. What dared he do? Lu Zhiyun snorted disdainfully, looking superior. Chapter 404. Some people are the monsters above your head. Jiang Tiannan was secretly depressed. George might not dare to attack Lu Zhiyun, but he dared to attack him, Jiang Tiannan, especially with Xia Lingyun's support. He had no choice but to suggest, Mr. Lu, we have also torn our faces with George. He will definitely cause trouble. Why don't we? When he said the last sentence, there was a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Lu Zhiyun sneered. Damn it, he made me lose hundreds of millions, and he still wants to live? Don't think you're safe with bodyguards around. I have a way to kill him. Okay, I'm tired. You go back first. After a few days of rest, I'll find a way to kill George. After hearing this, Jiang Tiannan and Ella had no choice but to leave. When they took the car back, neither of them spoke a word. Their faces looked extremely ugly, and they were in a very uncomfortable mood. Especially Ella. She knew even more clearly that every time she dealt with George, as long as George escaped the disaster, she would launch a crazy counterattack afterwards. Think about the former Yi family, the later Liang family, Liang Haoran, Liang Yi, and so on. A terrifying counterattack. After surviving a disaster this time, they must have encountered a lot of troubles. George, this bastard, how come he is so lucky? Ella finally spoke, with anger in her eyes and hatred in her teeth. Jiang Tianan had no choice but to comfort Ella, but Ella was still furious and took it out on Jiang Tianan, scolding him harshly. George is not dead, so it's our turn to die next. You know. I know him too well. Tianan, I think we are doomed. What should I do? Ella kept cursing and then burst into tears of fear. Jiang Tianan felt heartbroken, hating himself for being useless and unable to protect his wife. He comforted her, "Don't worry, it's okay. With Master Lu here, what else can George do? How can I be at ease? I've told you many times that he will definitely take revenge." So what if it's Master Lu? He will take revenge on Master Lu because Master Lu wants his life. Next is you, and of course me. Ella kept crying in Jiang Tianan's arms. Jiang Tianan wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how to start because he had witnessed what happened in the Liang family. George appeared at the mobile phone launch conference this time. He himself had a bad feeling. Dingling. At this time, a phone call came in. Jiang Tianan's heart skipped a beat and sweat broke out on his palms, like a frightened bird. "Boss Jiang, this is bad. Since the launch of our mobile phone, sales have gone from a few hundred to a few dozen, but now they are starting to stop. Understand. Just wait a few more days, and things will get better slowly." Jiang Tianan forced himself to remain calm and comfort her, but in reality, he was extremely panicked. The two returned to the villa with mixed feelings. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw the servants standing on both sides. Jiang Yi and Luo Jie were sitting on the sofa, and their two brothers Jiang Yunzhong and Jiang Honyuan had also come and stood behind the sofa. "Dad, Mom." Jiang Tianan and Ella both greeted each other and noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Jiang, he didn't say anything either. He was looking at his phone and waved his hand for the two to sit down. Genie mobile phones are fooling consumers. They changed the shell and think it is a new generation of mobile phones. Moreover, it is 1,000 yuan more expensive than the previous generation. Fuck, I can't even download an app, and I can't install many games. Is this phone only good for taking photos and listening to music? Isn't this a phone for the elderly? Also, the picture is so blurry when I watch TV and movies. What a rubbish phone. Jiang, he looked at the mobile phone forum and set out the comments. Jiang Tianan and Ella's hearts skipped a beat, and they knew why Jiang Yi came. Jiang, he was still looking at his phone, frowning more and more. 10 minutes later, he looked up and said, "The situation of Genie mobile phones is not optimistic. The phones released during the day have stopped selling. Occasionally, there are only a few pre-orders. If it's like this online, the physical stores probably won't be much better." He looked at Jiang Tianan. "I've seen the sales of Tianwei mobile phones. It's proven that the mobile phone market has changed. Mobile phones are no longer just mobile phones, but multifunctional entertainment tools. Genie Mobile's positioning is vague, and it pursues high-end and quality. This is a mistake in decision-making. A true high-end flagship phone is no longer about the shell and appearance, but about performance. We took the wrong road." His voice was filled with regret and self-blame. After all, he had also supported Jiang Tianan when he chose this path. But it turned out that he also made a wrong decision. If their Genie mobile phones don't change, the mobile phone industry will eliminate them. "Damn me." Jiang Tianan lowered his head, looking very lost. "Don't blame you. Dad was wrong at first too." Jiang, he shook his head. Jiang Tianan raised his head and wanted to say something, but Jiang, he continued. "During this period of time, you and Ella should travel abroad and relax. Dajiang Industry will be managed by your two brothers." What? Jiang Tianan thought his father didn't blame him, but his rights were taken back directly. "Dad, I admit that my decision-making did violate the market, but I can make up for it. As long as we improve the performance of the mobile phone, our market share will come back sooner or later," Jiang Tianan said anxiously. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Tianan calmly, suppressed his unhappiness, and said calmly, "You have a good talent for business, but you just like to fight with others. And fighting within the rules is fine, but I am most afraid of fighting outside the rules. I am giving you a holiday now. Actually, I am saving you." He seemed to know something and was hinting at Jiang Tianan. After all, if Jiang Tianan continued to indulge himself, it would definitely be very dangerous. It's too late for Genie Mobile to develop its performance. Jiang Yi continued, "Don't be fooled by the fact that Tianwei's mobile phones are selling well, but they started planning for it a long time ago. They set up a research institute to specialize in chips, motherboards, memory, etc. These are not achieved in a day or two. The only thing Genie Mobile can do now is to find a way to integrate into these industrial chains and seize its own market. However, the mobile phone industry chain has been integrated with Tianwei Mobile. If you want to get parts from the industry chain, you still have to look at George S. Mood. Since the market regards us as a senior citizen phone, then we will focus on the senior citizen phone market. Although the profit in this market is also very low and it is not in line with the mainstream, it is the only way to survive." He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then said meaningfully, "Tianan, I know you don't accept George, but you have to admit that you are a genius. But some people are monsters above you. You can't refuse to accept it." Jiang Tianan clenched his fists after hearing this and wanted to refute, but he couldn't find an excuse. Moreover, he looked at Luo Jie, who loved him the most, and found that his mother did not speak for him either. "Tianan, last time you lost money in real estate, your family helped you a lot in order to repay the bank loan. Later, you continued to develop infrastructure projects in the south and advance the project funds. These were all funded by the Jiang Group. I heard that it will be difficult to collect these debts. Whether it's real estate or the mobile phone market, you've lost miserably. You have to face reality." Starting from Chapter 405, Clean Up the Traders in Tianjin Group, Jiang Yi's words were filled with disappointment and anger. Originally, he was very optimistic about Jiang Tianan and gave Jiang Tianan a large sum of money for him to squander, which was also a test for Jiang Tianan. Who knew that Jiang Tianan messed up? Moreover, he heard that Jiang Tianan had angered George. If he, Jiang Yi, did not do something, not only Jiang Tianan would be in danger, but even the Jiang family would be in danger. Damn it, Jiang Tianan originally wanted to argue with reason. But when the issue of advance payment for infrastructure projects was exposed, he knew it would be difficult to retain him. It was a pity that he had grabbed a lot of infrastructure projects and thought he was going to make a fortune. He was proud in front of George, but now he is finally suffering. He no longer has any real power and can only be a rich second generation who lives a life of idleness and waiting to die. He and Ella looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They now know that George's revenge has come. And it is a crazy revenge, which directly deprives them of their rights and even removes their qualifications to become the heirs of the Jiang family. Okay, let's go back. Jiang Yi stood up and left with Jiang Yunzhong and the others. When they reached the door, he frowned and reminded them, "Don't get too close to young Master Lu. Do you hear me?" The voice was not as calm as before, but contained more anger and command. Jiang Tianan didn't dare to speak. He had lost too much and was a defeated general. He was not qualified to say anything and could only respond in silence. As soon as Jiang Yi and the others left, Ella couldn't help crying and yelled at Jiang Tianan, "Tianan, what did you promise me when I married you? You said you would avenge me and kill George for me. Look at you now. You're no longer as glorious as you were before. George has played you to death. You will no longer have any dignity. Your brothers will give you orders and trample you to death at any time. You will only be a dog of the Jiang family, a useless dog. You are such a loser. When I was dating you, you were so much bigger than George that you could kill him at any time. Now George has grown up and is flying higher and higher, while you're standing still and can only look up to him. Jiang Tianan, don't force me to divorce you." When Jiang Tianan heard this, he felt like the sky was falling, and he hugged Ella tightly. "Ella, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Give me another chance. I will definitely win. I will definitely win." "How can you win?" Ella was held in Jiang Tianan's arms. She did not struggle. She had already married Jiang Tianan. How could she get divorced? She just hated Jiang Tianan for not living up to his expectations. Look, George has really started to take revenge. I just didn't expect that the first one to take revenge would be us. Ella cried even harder. Jiang Yunzhong also informed George about Jiang Tianan's situation, letting George know that Jiang Tianan was no longer a threat. Moreover, Jiang Yunzhong also said many good things about the Jiang family. He was deeply afraid that George would vent his anger on the Jiang family. Finally, Jiang Yunzhong sent George a video. It was the video of Ella and Jiang Tianan hugging each other and crying after Jiang left. It was obvious that there was an insider left by Jiang Yunzhong in Jiang Tiannan's villa. The purpose of Jiang Yunzhong posting this video was actually to please George. George knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Tianan had already withdrawn from the qualification of Jiang family heir, and the only ones left in the Jiang family were Jiang Yunzhong and Jiang Hongyuan competing, and Jiang Yunzhong had a greater chance of winning. Once Jiang Yunzhong seizes the real power of the Jiang family, he will avenge his mother, settle accounts one by one, and take revenge on his stepmother Luo Jie, his brother, and even Jiang Tianan. At that time, Ella's biggest supporter was gone. Now that Jiang Tiannan's problem has been solved, the only one left is Lu Jiyun. His side is much simpler. Of course, before that, George has to clean up the traitors in Tianqin Group. The Tianqi real estate money laundering incident, the Yiji seasoning factory scandal, the Tianhai Hot Pot City fire, and so on were all caused by collusion between insiders and outsiders, with the purpose of creating public pressure and controlling the Tianqin Group. In the past 2 days, George also talked with Olivia and others, and learned that Tianqi Real Estate's general manager Li Yun and vice president Wang Sudan were planning to list the group. If nothing unexpected happens, these two are the traitors. Of course, they have built a team in Tianqi Real Estate and have a lot of connections. In addition, Tianqi Real Estate is one of the 3 major businesses of Tianqin Group, so they are sure that Olivia and Johnson dare not touch them. Notify all the senior executives of Tianqin Group to hold a meeting in the conference room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. George called Wang Wei, and Wang Wei also sent emails and text messages to everyone. At the same time, Xiao Lingyun also received the news and sneered. My brother-in-law has started to take action. The head of Tianqin Group has returned. How can those monsters still jump around? On the other hand, the already panic-stricken Tianqin Group also began to see some turbulence. The chairman is back and wants to hold a meeting. I guess it's about the recent turmoil in the group. Last time, General Manager Li Yun and Vice President Wang openly challenged each other. I think they will be punished. Oh no, I'm in Tianqi Real Estate Group. Will we be affected? That shouldn't be the case. There's so many people in our group. The chairman can't just do it all. Regardless of whether they have something to hide or are honest and upright, they're all calling each other and chatting. You must know that since the establishment of Tianqin Group, it has rarely taken internal actions. This is the first time, and it will undoubtedly cause a huge earthquake. At this time, Li Yun was also calling Wang Sultan. Sure enough, Director Yi wants to make trouble for us. Damn it, Mr. Liu said it was a sure thing last time. Why is Director Yi back? I don't know what's going on, but now that Director Yi is back, things are bound to be very troublesome. Wang Sudan's face was solemn. I just called Master Liu, and he told us not to panic, and he will continue to support us. At this time, we can only trust him. As Li Yun spoke, he made phone calls to various departments, preparing to bring the entire Tianqi Real Estate Group to the negotiations. The next morning, a large number of luxury cars drove to the Tianqin Group headquarters. Senior executives and persons in charge got out of the cars and went straight to the meeting room. Moreover, Tianqin Group has many subsidiaries, and these senior executives seem to be forming cliques. Those from Canada walk together, those from real estate walk together, those from the entertainment group walk together, and so on. Soon, George's car arrived and took Olivia, Johnson, Uncle Chun, and Chi Dan into the group. Director República del Yemen, Presidencia, Presidente. Greet everyone you meet on the street. George nodded slightly without saying a word. His aura was extremely powerful. When passing by the senior leaders, everyone swallowed their saliva and felt oppressed by this aura. Once, when George was away, all kinds of voices were floating around in the group, and the situation was precarious. But after George came back, the entire group suddenly became united, and any dissenting voices disappeared. All this is not only because George is the founder of Tianqin Group, but also because of the many legends about him. Chapter 406. This is Fight Them to the Death. When George walked toward the elevator, he saw that there were people gathered in front of several elevators. George glanced around, landed on one of the elevators, and walked over. Make way, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang go up first. George coming behind them. It was not until Johnson coughed a few times that these people turned around and were so scared that they dared not move. Li Yun and Wang Sultan were about to enter the elevator. They noticed something was wrong behind them and looked over with dissatisfaction. When they were about to scold a few words, They immediately saw George with a stern face. This made them, who were already feeling guilty, feel terrified in an instant. Ye? Mere ye. A full second later, Li Yun and Wang Sultan reacted and scolded the people behind them. Mr. Yi is here, and you don't even know how to give way. Do you know how to be polite? After saying that, the two of them stepped aside, one on the left and one on the right, and made a gesture of invitation to George. Mr. Yi, you go first. George did not enter the elevator immediately, but looked at the two of them indifferently. The calm gaze was filled with coldness, which subconsciously made Li Yun and the other man lower their heads slightly, with a hint of fear and frustration flashing in their eyes. Everything has a first-come, first-served order. You go first. At this time, George spoke lightly. No. Mr. Yi is the leader of the group. You should go first. Li Yun immediately flattered him. Haha, I hope you can always keep these words in mind, George said meaningfully, and took Olivia and the others into the elevator. Li Yun and Wang Sultan escorted them humbly. After the elevator left, their eyes became cold and their teeth were grinding. What a brag. A young man just relying on good luck. Mr. Liu, we will have to deal with him sooner or later. Not long after, when they arrived at the conference room, they found that it was very quiet and the atmosphere was depressing. The leaders of various departments came, wearing suits and sitting there upright. Moreover, Yili Zhu also came. She glanced at Li Yun and seemed very angry. After all, it was she who introduced Li Yun to Tianxin Group. Li Yun quickly smiled and sat down with Wang Sultan in his seat. After everyone arrived, no one spoke in the meeting room. Everyone was waiting for George to speak, and everyone could guess that Mr. Yi must be going to do something by calling everyone together so seriously. This atmosphere also made Li Yun and Wang Sultan very uncomfortable, and they wished that Mr. Yi would speak immediately. However, George just didn't say anything, which continued to put them under psychological pressure. Recently, a lot of things have happened in our group, which have brought about negative impacts. 10 minutes later, George took a sip of tea and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. The scandal of Yi Ji Seasoning Factory, the fire of Tianhai Hot Pot City, the money laundering of Tianqi Real Estate. These things must be investigated one by one. When he said this, his eyes were also looking at Li Yun and Wang Sultan. He knew that Lu Jiyun was the backer of these two people, so they were fearless. It's a pity that they didn't know that Lu Jiyun would soon be in danger. These three things can actually be treated as one thing. Let's talk about the money laundering of Tianqi Real Estate first. What is the reason behind this, and why are those accounts related to black money? George was still looking at Li Yun and Wang Sultan. Director Yi, we have investigated this matter thoroughly. It was Wang Hai from the finance department who made the mistake. He did not find out the source of the other party's funds, and he missed a few procedures because he submitted the application late. Li Yun didn't dare to look at George, and said with his head slightly lowered. George narrowed his eyes and looked at Johnson. Johnson immediately said, We have found that many of the accounts of Tianqi Real Estate Group are indeed very messy. It seems that this kind of forgetting to declare and missing procedures is not the first time. My personal suggestion is to thoroughly investigate all the capital flows of Tianqi Real Estate. Even a penny must be checked. My preliminary estimate is that someone took advantage of this loophole to enrich himself. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a buzz of discussion in the conference room, because what Johnson meant was that someone was corrupt. Li Yun and Wang Sultan's expressions also changed slightly. They had never expected that the money laundering issue would actually cause George to be suspicious of Tianqi Real Estate's finances. Boss Li, this must be Wang Hai's fault. As leaders, we failed to supervise properly, so we should also bear the responsibility. I personally mind firing Wang Hai and asking him to compensate the company for the losses. Wang Sudan quickly stood up and said, As for checking the accounts, since Wang Hai is the head of the finance department, if he has tampered with the accounts, it will be very difficult to check. Besides, we who work in engineering have to deal with officials in every aspect. For example, we have to eat with officials, give gifts, etc. Some of them are paid out of our own pockets, and they are not reported. As soon as these words fell, the top executives of Apocalypse Real Estate also spoke up. Yes, starting with the 100 billion project, these accounts have become difficult to calculate. I guess only Wang Hai knows this. He's the one in charge of the group's finances. In my opinion, we should listen to the opinions of the commercial investigation team on this matter. George looked at the busy conference room and asked calmly, Where's Wang Hai? Is he here? He went abroad to visit relatives. Wang Sultan lowered his head and said. George sneered immediately. If he guessed correctly, Li Yun and his men had put all the blame on Wang Hai. Wang Hai would not be able to come back. Moreover, the entire group had been bribed by Li Yun and his men, and they all pointed their spearheads at Wang Hai in order to get away. Without Wang Hai here, it's hard to check the account, George said with a half-smile. Li Yun nodded. Yes, we can only wait for Wang Hai to come back, or wait for the results of the business investigation team. Just because I said it's difficult to check doesn't mean I won't check it, nor does it mean it's impossible to check it. George looked at Li Yun coldly, and then said to Olivia, Boss Xia, go out and find 200 professional accountants. If 200 are not enough, then 500. Check all the accounts of Tianchi Real Estate from its establishment to the present. Even the direction of a penny must be checked. What? Li Yun's eyes widened, and he almost slammed the table in anger. We're going to fight them to the death. He just thought that George had let it go and could only wait for the results of the business investigation team, who knew that George was determined to investigate further. And if we investigate further, it will not just be a matter of money laundering. All the high-level officials, big and small, will also be in trouble, embezzling public funds, etc. Director Yi, this is no small matter. The group currently has 36 projects under construction, 12 of which are waiting for funding from the parent company, and 9 are waiting for follow-up project funds. If we start checking the financial accounts now, all projects will be suspended. By then, late delivery will be a minor issue. The biggest concern is the negative impact of unfinished construction. Mr. Yi, please think twice. Wang Sultan said immediately. Other senior executives also gave their advice. Because real estate is a highly profitable industry, they all get a lot of benefits from it. Previously, the real estate industry was developing rapidly, and the parent company only looked at the performance and not the process, so it gave them the opportunity to exploit loopholes. Chapter 407. Negotiations have reached the most critical moment. All the construction projects are interrupted, delivered late, and left unfinished. How big of an impact can that have? Can 1 billion make up for it? If not, can 10 billion make up for it? My Tianjin group can still afford this loss. On the contrary, if those who commit crimes and collude with foreign enemies are not eliminated, it will bring greater losses to the group in the future. George tapped the table lightly with his fingers, staring directly at Li Yun and Wang Sultan, forcing them into a dead end. Li Yun and Wang Sultan appeared calm on the surface, but cold sweat had already broken out on their backs, and they did not dare to look George in the eye. They deeply felt George's iron-blooded strength. They finally understood that for a young man in his early 20s to become the richest man in the South was not just based on luck. Of course, if they hadn't had Lu Jiyun's support, they would definitely not dare to go against George. Moreover, Lu Jiyun had warned them that George would not come back and would die abroad, so they dared to do this. Now, they would be lying if they said they had no regrets. They also knew that once George started checking the accounts, the secret accounts of their entire group would be uncovered, and all of their cronies in various departments of the group would also be dug out. Director Yi, doing this will cause panic among the people in the group. If this gets out, the Tianjin group, which is already under the spotlight, will be in even greater trouble. If Mr. Yi insists on doing what he wants, I won't be able to make the decision. If the employees in the group want to resign, I will definitely not be able to stop them. Li Yun and Wang Sultan spoke up one after another, trying to stop George from continuing to check the accounts. And although it seemed like he was trying to persuade him, he was actually threatening George with 2 conditions. First, the negative impact on the group, and second, the resignation of the employees. What a big deal. George knew that Li Yun and the others were forcing him to bow his head. At this time, as the highest-ranking leader of the group, he certainly couldn't bow his head. Whoever wants to resign, I, George, will immediately agree. In +1 compensation, I promise not to owe you a penny. It's really funny. Our group has the best welfare in the South, and the year-end bonus is the highest. Some people resigned, just to help those who really want to do things and want to develop in my group. When the people from Tianchi Real Estate Group heard this, they all panicked. People from other subsidiaries were secretly laughing. Their group's welfare was indeed the best in the province. Li Yun and his men wanted to threaten Director Yi with resignation. They were courting their own death. Li Yun's face changed slightly, and he looked at Wang Sultan secretly. Wang Sultan hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you are joking. So many people resigned at once. Let's not talk about the impact on the group. What will they do for their livelihood after they leave? Many of them have parents and children to take care of. Mr. Yi, you can't be irresponsible. If this gets out, it will be bad for your reputation. I think the best way is to wait for Wang Hai to come back and not make a big fuss. George immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Sultan. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, it's just a suggestion from my subordinates. Wang Sultan quickly lowered his head. What you said are just small matters. If N+1 is not enough, then his salary and bonus will be paid as usual until the accounts are checked. After the accounts are checked, if it is confirmed that he is innocent, his salary for that month will be doubled. But if it is found that he has done something dishonest, embezzled public funds, etc., then he will go to jail. George stared at everyone in the Apocalypse Real Estate Group. The group is currently growing bigger and bigger, developing rapidly, but some bugs have begun to appear. Therefore, today's meeting is not only to dig out the internal traitors, but also to warn the senior leaders of all subsidiaries that anyone who dares to engage in corruption will end up dead. Li Yun and Wang Sultan shuddered in their hearts, and their regret became even stronger. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have used the money laundering incident to put pressure on George. Now, George has taken advantage of the money laundering incident to investigate the Apocalypse Real Estate Group. You have to know that before this incident happened, the entire real estate group was managed by the two of them. They were omnipotent and could do whatever they wanted. And now, they were forced into a desperate situation again. Li Yun slammed the table suddenly. Since Director Yi doesn't trust us, then we will resign. Everyone in the entire group will resign. Wang Sultan also knew that soft tactics would not work, so he had to use force. That's right, no one should be left behind. After saying that, he looked at the senior management of Tianchi Real Estate Group. These senior executives also spoke one by one. The parent company has no trust in us. They're just ruthless. We should not keep such a company. I'm quitting my job too, and I don't want a penny. Let's go now. I have nothing to worry about. I've been wanting to take a vacation for a long time. Everyone was banging their heads on the table and looked really angry. Yi Lizhu, Johnson, and others suddenly looked grim. They could see that Li Yun and others were forcing the emperor to abdicate. The negotiation had finally reached the most critical moment. You have to know that after everyone resigns, various real estate projects will be interrupted, and the contracts negotiated with the authorities will also be shelved. And if Li Yun and his team do something before leaving, it will cause huge trouble to the newly appointed general manager. If you want to completely control the entire group, it will take at least a year. At that time, the negative impact on Tianjin Group will be even greater. George also understood this truth and smiled at the angry crowd and asked, "What do you mean?" "What we mean is that the parent company doesn't believe in us and doubts us, which is disrespectful to us," Li Yun said indignantly. Tianchi Real Estate is the largest real estate group in the South. Many of our dozens of real estate projects are ranked among the top 10 in the South. These are the results of our hard work. However, in Mr. Ye's eyes, we are just a bunch of useless people who can be fired at any time. Isn't this just destroying the bridge after crossing it? Director Yi, let me say something unpleasant. Real estate is one of the three major businesses of Tianjin Group, and it supports many useless subsidiaries and so on. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. So, we cannot accept the idea of destroying the heroes who have made great contributions after crossing the river. For the last sentence, he raised his voice even louder, as if he was questioning George. The people of Tianchi Real Estate Group were also bewitched. They were overwhelmed with emotion and spoke excitedly. It seemed that the success of Tianjin Group today was due to the efforts of all of them, but George betrayed and abandoned them. When Olivia and Johnson heard these words, they were so angry that their teeth were itching. It is undeniable that Li Yun and Wang Sultan have indeed made contributions and have achieved great results in real estate development, allowing George to have no worries. However, Tianchi Real Estate Group is what it is today, all due to George's decision. Li Yun and his team are just following the path planned by George. For example, the land on Lieta Avenue was taken away by George. The other plots of land were sold well because George was the first to buy them. It can be said that without George's guiding light, Tianchi Real Estate will be nothing more than the next Dajiang Industrial. Chapter 408, but it's okay. You washed it for me. Moreover, Olivia knew Li Yun's background. If it weren't for Yi Lizhu's recommendation, Li Yun would not be qualified to come to Tianqi Real Estate and would still be a small manager in Baijin mining. Wang Sudan was Johnson's college classmate. She was valued by Johnson and held a high position after graduation, with generous salary and power. If it were not for Johnson, her highest achievement would be to be his secretary. George gave them such a big platform and allowed them to perform freely, but they colluded with foreign enemies to deal with George. They're the real ones who destroy bridges after crossing them. Olivia was getting angrier and angrier, and she wanted to speak, but George stopped her with his hand and smiled at Li Yun and Wang Sultan. What do you think? Li Yun and Wang Sultan could hear that the arrogant George began to come down and seemed to have compromised. Next, it's time for both parties to negotiate and discuss terms. The two men looked at each other, discussing something with their eyes, and finally, it was Wang Sultan who spoke. Mr. Yi, the responsibility for the money laundering case lies with Wang Hai. Of course, I also admit that it was my fault, and I am willing to accept the punishment from the group. Wang Sudan took a step back at first. It's just that the company is growing stronger day by day. It's the hard work of our team. I hope Mr. Yi will not act on his own, listen more to the voices of his subordinates, and work together to improve the group and wash away the negative influence from outside. So that's it. She glanced at Li Yun and said seriously, "We hope the group will go public." As soon as these words were spoken, a lot of whispers were heard throughout the conference room. Many people's faces turned pale, as they had never expected that Li Yun and Wang Sultan would dare to force Mr. Yi to abdicate and take the group public. You know, Mr. Yi has stated many times in the meeting that he does not support the group's listing. Of course, everyone also knows why Li Yun and the others are so confident, because the real estate business is one of the three major cash cows of Tianqi Group after all. Coupled with the external public pressure from Tianqi Group, George does not have many options left. When the group goes public, each of us will be a shareholder. Li Yun interrupted at this time and said, "Our group has such huge profits. If we go public, our assets will soar tenfold or even 100-fold. Everyone here will be a billionaire. Although the group gives us a lot of year-end bonuses at the end of the year, how can it compare to billionaires?" This is what we want to say. Mr. Yi should listen to the voices of his employees. Instead of investing the money he earns in unknown areas for his own selfish reasons, such as Tianyin Short Video and Tianwei Technology. These companies don't make much money at all. We have worked so hard to build a business that you cannot treat as a toy. Just because you like to invest in projects like Tianwei Technology, we cannot follow you everywhere. Boss Yi, don't be too greedy. You alone have 50% of the group's shares, and the rest belong to CEO Li and CEO Xia. But what about us? Are our demands too high? We just want the group to go public, and everyone to get a little bit of shares. Li Yun became more and more excited as he spoke, filled with righteous indignation, as if he hated the injustice of the world. Speaking of going public, Wang Sultan and other senior leaders also spoke up, continuing to put pressure on George and playing the victim again. They witnessed Tianqi Real Estate making so much money that they had already lost themselves and regarded Tianqi Real Estate as their own. Of course, their words are also misleading the top management of other subsidiaries. With Tianqi Group's profitability, they will definitely be financially independent once they go public. So who wouldn't be tempted? Everybody is eager to make a move. At present, Tianqi Group insists on not going public, and investing the money earned in scientific research and charity is simply wasting it, just like taking their money and squandering it everywhere. Mr. Yi, you've been high and mighty for too long. It's time to come down and listen to our voices. Wang Sultan continued to speak, his voice much colder. The listing condition is our final bottom line. Otherwise, we will break up. I hope Mr. Yi will consider it carefully. The meeting room was quiet. Some people are excited about the listing, while others are angry at Li Yun and his group's outrage. George says next will affect all of them. You guys, are you trying to force the emperor to abdicate? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, George spoke slowly. I'm not forcing the emperor to abdicate. I'm just stating a fact. Li Yun said excitedly. Besides, it's not just us who want this. Many big shots also want this. We work in real estate and deal with big shots from all walks of life, so we know what they want. I can tell Mr. Yi that the money laundering conspiracy of Tianqi Real Estate Group is caused by someone, including Yeji Seasoning Factory and Tianhai Catering. There are outsiders behind this. This is external pressure. If Director Yi doesn't agree, these mysterious bosses behind the scenes will continue to target Tianqi Group. By then, Tianxin Group will be doomed to decline. Mr. Yi, this is my last reminder. These words are even more impolite and can be regarded as a threat. Anyway, both parties have already torn their faces apart and put the talks on the table. Since it is a negotiation, both soft and hard tactics will be used. What? Sure enough, the group's top executives felt the pressure again. Originally, Tianxin Group was caught up in a public opinion storm, which was already a lot of pressure. Now, there are many mysterious capital tycoons secretly targeting it. I wonder if Tianxin Group can withstand it. You mean the recent storm in Tianxin Group is related to you? George's expression became more serious. Seeing that the negotiations had come to this point, Li Yun and Wang Sultan no longer concealed the truth. Yes, it has something to do with us. We deliberately spread rumors about money laundering and reported certain evidence, which led to a storm of public opinion. Of course, we are just following orders. The people behind the scenes are some real big guys, and this is just the beginning. There will be even crazier things to come. The public pressure that Tianxin Group is currently under is already precarious, and there is no way to clean it up. What if something even crazier happens? Mr. Yi, think twice. They have already sensed the softening in George's tone, and maybe he will actually agree. At this time, George leaned back in the big chair and said lazily, "Yes, it is indeed difficult to wash away the storm of public opinion. If there are more scandals or something, the business of Tianxin Group will come to a halt. But fortunately, you washed it for me. Washed it for you." Li Yun and Wang Sultan were stunned and didn't understand what George meant. George clapped his hands, and the projection screen at the front of the conference room rose up, revealing the people inside. I saw a few people holding cameras and filming the meeting that just took place. "Bossy, what are you doing? This is an internal meeting. Why are you secretly filming it?" Li Yun's face changed drastically. Wang Sultan subconsciously took out his mobile phone to check and saw that the meeting was being broadcast live on the official website of Tianxin Group. Because it was a crucial meeting, no one of them looked at their phones just now, but now they finally realized something was wrong. Chapter 409 is just like the saying goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. There are a lot of comments under the official website. "Fuck, the subordinate is forcing me to abdicate. Who gave him the courage?" It was so emotional that I almost cried. But then I thought, wasn't this group founded by George? They were just employees. How did they become the founders? Oh shit. I supported them at the beginning, but who knew the plot would turn around, and they actually discredited their own group and even oppressed George. It turns out that whether it was money laundering or the fire at the hot pot restaurant, they were all responsible. How cruel. If the fire killed someone, they would definitely be held legally responsible. The videos on the official website are allowed to be downloaded and reprinted, and they have been spread on major websites and short videos. Moreover, popular stars and singers of Tianjin Entertainment were also reposting the article. They already had a large number of fans, and this repost immediately became known to everyone. When Li Yun and others looked at the comments online, their eyes suddenly turned red, and they were shaking with anger. Wang Sultan was so angry that he started to curse and slammed the table, shouting in anger, "George, you actually posted this internal meeting on the internet. Do you know the rules?" In her excitement, she even considered herself the owner of Tianxin Group. Li Yun and other senior executives were not only angry, but also began to feel terrified, as if a bucket of cold water was poured from the top of their heads to their feet, and then they stared at George. They finally understood. The purpose of this meeting is not only to catch the traitor, but also to wash away the negative impact of Tianxin Group. These negative impacts were caused by their collusion with external forces, but now it is up to them to clean up. It is just as the saying goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Haha, this was all rehearsed in advance. Don't believe it. Mr. Yi, look at how we performed. Li Yun's eyes rolled, and he immediately showed a flattering smile. Try to make this meeting a farce. Do you think it's still possible to clean up now? George ignored him and said coldly, "I saw more curses coming out on the internet. Fuck, you think we are fools? Where's the momentum of the slamming of the table just now? No matter how well you act, who dares to slam the table at the boss?" That's right. It also exposed so many dark secrets of the capital market. It turns out that if a company becomes big and does not go public, it will be targeted by capital. I think their intention is to force the group to go public so that they can become billionaires. But George disagrees and uses the extra money for scientific research and charity. That's right. And then these bastards just couldn't accept it. They are so greedy that they want to swallow an elephant. If Li Yun and his team had not threatened with being big capitalists, perhaps netizens would still believe them. But after what they just said in a very clear and concise manner about the capital market, the unspoken rules of the domestic market, and so on, how could netizens still believe them now? At this time, George saw that Li Yun and the others did not speak, and slowly said, "The accounts of Tianchi Real Estate Group must be checked, and all accounts must be checked clearly. I don't care who you invite to dinner or how many gifts you give when you are working. In short, the money within Tianchi Group must not flow into personal pockets. If you stand up now, I can give you one chance. You will be given back what you took, and your position will be demoted by 5 levels. I will pretend nothing happened. If I find out, I'm sorry, but you will be put in jail." Plop. Many people were so scared that they sat down on the ground. Of course, not all of them. Some people who were once not favored by the leaders now smiled. They have been suppressed for a long time, and the reckoning has finally begun. "Mr. Yi, I surrender myself. I reported that it was Li Yun who started it first. He started transferring money when the Tianhong real estate project was underway. When I found out, he gave me a copy. I also reported it. Manager Ning was also involved, and I only took a small amount, about 5 million. One by one, the senior executives got up from the ground and rushed to report. George waved his finger and asked Johnson's secretary to write it down. Of course, these still had to be reconciled in the end. If it was found that there was still concealment, the consequences would be even more serious. "George, you have the guts, just wait." George fiercely and said, "I already knew that you would destroy the bridge after crossing the river and kill the meritorious officials, but you won't be so arrogant for long." After saying that, he left with Wang Sultan. At this time, no one dared to follow them, especially some senior executives who had embezzled less funds. If they were found out, they would only be demoted by 5 levels. This consequence was acceptable. If Li Yin followed them, he would definitely have to eat jail food. Of course, George had his own considerations for not taking down everyone at once. Firstly, most of the senior executives were bewitched by Li Yun and Wang Sultan. Secondly, Tianchi Real Estate Group cannot lose so many people at once. Otherwise, it will be difficult to carry out its work. "Mr. Liu, I was kicked out, and things are a bit troublesome. You have to help me." When Li Yun walked out of the meeting room, he called Lu Jiyun even more arrogantly, clearly pretending to be George. Okay, you'll solve it for us, right? Haha, there's still people who wanted to go to jail. They don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Haha, Li Yun, am here to say that if I walk out of here today, I will come back to play in 2 days. Let's see who can catch me." Li Yun deliberately shouted into the phone, then kicked the door open and left in a swagger. George did not stop them and asked the bodyguards to throw their belongings into the street. He laughed coldly. "Do you think Lu Jiyun can protect them? Haha, the next one is Lu Jiyun." After more than half a day, the news dissemination network within Tianjin Group entered several hot search headlines. Many people support George's actions. "It seems that we have wronged George again. He is always wronged and always clears up at the end. I owe him an apology. You'll get used to it. A tall tree attracts the wind. He's not the richest man, so the big capitalists won't keep an eye on him. Next time, don't make a decision too early. Wait and see what happens." There is no doubt that George has rectified bureaucracy within the group, prevented corruption, and won the support of the masses. At the same time, Lu Jiyun in the hospital also saw the news, and his face looked extremely ugly. Jiang Tianan and Ella sat opposite him. Now, they had power but no authority, and they didn't want to give up, so they had no choice but to follow Lu Jiyun. The turmoil of Tianjin Group was solved by George just like that. Damn, this guy is so cunning. He used my people to whitewash his reputation. Lu Jiyun cursed with gritted teeth. Jiang Tianan sighed and said worriedly, "Mr. Lu, George has retaliated against me, and the people you arranged in Tianjin Group have also been dug out. I'm afraid that George will deal with you next. I'm waiting for him. I want to see how he can do anything to me." Lu Jiyun was not afraid at all, and even glanced at the bodyguard around him. After the last incident when Xia Lingyun came to kill him, the Lu family transferred a lot of bodyguard from the capital. This time, Xia Lingyun would definitely not be able to get close to him. Chapter 410, A Show of Strength, and I Lu Yinyun. At this time, George began to reorganize the Apocalypse Real Estate Group. 80% of the former senior executives were demoted, while many suppressed employees were promoted. In this way, The real estate group's business can continue. Afterwards, George reorganized the entire Tianjin group and sternly warned all subsidiaries that this was an exception, and if it happens again, they will be severely punished. And let the department leaders of each subsidiary company keep an eye on Liyun and watch the consequences for them. They can't escape. This is also a warning to others. Then the daily meetings began again. Currently, Tianwei Technology's mobile phone sales have skyrocketed. The group has been completely revitalized. In addition, it has obtained the 5G patent, started to cooperate with domestic communication equipment, and even started to go abroad. Of course, in addition to the mobile phone business, Tianwei Technology is also incubating other supporting industrial chains, involving multiple fields such as smartphones, laptops, tablets, wearable devices, etc., as well as smart home appliances, and even new energy vehicles in the future. In general, Tianwei Technology is on the right track. Therefore, George's focus is currently in the Tianyin group, mainly on short videos and several entertainment apps. Mr. Yi, in the short video field, several new companies have emerged in China. One of them is cooperating with Tong Group. It has great potential and poses a great threat to us. Another is an independent company that has risen rapidly with huge funds. It is called a short video. They are also entering the entertainment information app field. They're taking the same route as us and are even one step faster than us. Wang Wei said at this time. George frowned slightly. He was able to start with Tianyin short videos and then use the entertainment information app to grab traffic because he learned from his previous life. Now there are people who are taking the same path as him. It's really strange. Of course, short videos are still in their initial stages, focusing on entertainment, competition, and information. We have not yet reached the era of short videos for all. What's the other party's name? Who is the boss behind the scenes? George asked. Wang Wei said, the other party is called Dongshu Group, with a registered capital of 10 billion. We haven't found out who the boss is yet, but we have found out that this group has strong financial resources and is backed by many large groups. It can be considered a semi-state-owned enterprise. George's face was cold. He suddenly had a hunch that the Dongshu Group was targeting the Tianjin Group. In addition to focusing on short videos, Dongshu Group also has investments in other fields, covering a wide range. They are from the north and are currently investing their business in the south to enter the market and strive for more returns. Wang Wei continued. And I found out that the first thing Dongshu Group did when it came to the south was to acquire Liang's Feiyu Group, the predecessor of which was the Brilliant Group. George sneered after hearing this. Interesting, Dongshu Group. This name makes people feel uncomfortable. Keep a close eye on them. Then the senior executives from each department took turns to express their opinions, and finally the meeting adjourned. When leaving, George also called Wang Wei and Huang Xiaobing. Have you dealt with the things I told you last time? Everything is ready. Once these emails are sent out, no one can find out where they came from. Sometimes they are from the ugly country, sometimes from Lijiapo, sometimes from Iceland, and even from Rwanda in Africa. Huang Xiaobing said with a smile. Well, send the email. George nodded coldly, and the action against Liu Zhiyun officially began. After coming out of Tianjin Group, George, Olivia, Johnson, and others had dinner at a nearby restaurant. Brother Chun, we can't let Li Yun and Wang Sultan get away. These two traitors were so arrogant just now. Damn it, the Tianjin Group that we worked so hard to create has become theirs in their mouths. Johnson said indignantly, Don't worry, the finance department will investigate it quickly, within 3 days. George smiled and said, Besides, I've already asked people to restrict them from leaving the country and keep an eye on their whereabouts. They're used as a warning to some of the restless guys in our group to do their job well and not have any unreasonable expectations. After hearing what George said, Olivia and Johnson were relieved. Afterwards, they didn't talk about work, but talked about daily life. They said that Johnson and Shi Xiaoqi both wanted to have a child, and Shi Mengqi also agreed. Johnson also asked when George and Olivia would get married. George had no choice but to look at Olivia. He could do it any time. It all depended on Olivia's opinion. Olivia responded with a smile and said that she would talk about it next year, as she had other things to do now. The Yi family has gone bankrupt, so they're no longer a concern. The same goes for the Liang family. However, Lucas, Maria, and Liang Yong should not be underestimated. Who knows what big moves they will make next? Let's keep an eye on them first. Olivia could also sense that Lucas and Liang Yong seemed to be hiding some cards. At this time, a large number of luxury cars drove up and parked at the entrance of the hotel. There were so many of them that the entire street was filled with them. Then, burly men in suits came over and surrounded the hotel in a few minutes. Those who were still eating were so scared that they left one after another. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a grand ceremony. So arrogant, like a gangster. Johnson frowned slightly. Olivia also laughed and said, "Besides, he looks like a rich gangster." They continued to eat and drink, looking like they didn't care. Another 5 minutes later, more than 100 bodyguards surrounded the hotel, and then a woman wearing a black dress with luxurious jewelry around her neck and hands walked in. The bodyguards on the way bowed their heads to her and said, "Miss." George and a few others were the only ones left in the high-end dining room, and they were also looking at this woman. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall and was wearing high heels. She had a good figure, plump in the front and curvy in the back. She was not wearing any underwear, and her body swayed as she walked. She had an oval face and wore bright red lipstick and long, narrow eyeshadow, which gave people a sense of heroism. "You are George." She stopped in front of George's table and looked at him coldly. "Yes, what can I do for you?" George took a sip of water. Bang! The woman slapped the table with both hands, her face showing a hint of coldness. "I'm warning you. Don't mess with my brother, otherwise I'll make you pay for it." At the same time, Lu Ruihao and Chi Dan came over and wanted to attack the woman because she had become a threat to George's safety. "Get out of here. How dare two little bodyguards get close to me?" The woman yelled arrogantly and snapped her fingers behind her. "Get lost." More than 100 bodyguards behind him shouted in unison, with full energy and a strong aura, deliberately oppressing George. "Childish." George asked Lu Ruihao and the other man to step back and looked at the woman sarcastically. He understood that this woman wanted to intimidate him, but in his opinion, this is childish. "Oh, is your brother?" George asked. "Lu Jiyun." The woman in the black dress spoke coldly. "And I'm from Beijing. My name is Lu Yinyan." "George, I know you. You're just a nouveau riche from the south. You better be sensible and don't cause trouble." When she said the word Beijing Circle, she emphasized it very much, reminding George that no matter who you are in the south, compared to the Beijing Circle, you are nothing, and you are not even in the same class. Chapter 411. More people than others, Xia Lingyun and George joined forces. There's also a man named Xia Lingyun who injured my brother. I came to the south today to teach him a lesson. Don't think that he can do whatever he wants just because he has old Xia behind him. Johnson with a cold and scanning gaze, thinking that Johnson was Xia Lingyun. George finally understood that Lu Jiyun was severely beaten. The Lu family was angry, and his sister came to the south in person and brought many bodyguards. This feels like a dragon crossing the river. "You know your brother almost killed me?" George played with the spoon and smiled nonchalantly. "So what? My brother is a famous figure in Beijing. If he wants to kill you, it means you have done something very excessive. It is normal for him to deal with you, with his status." The woman looked at George as if it was a matter of course. "I don't care if you want revenge or not, but I remind you not to mess around." After saying that, she picked up the knife and fork on the table and stabbed hard. "I have seen many people like you all over the country, but no one can beat the Lu family." You can tell at a glance that this woman has a hot temper and is domineering. She looks like she's about to use a knife after just a few words. "Then I can also tell you that your brother is dead." George said lightly, "I'm saying this to your face and warning you in front of you. Believe it or not, you're looking for death." The woman leaned forward and put her hands on the table, as if she wanted to swallow George. At this time, there were a lot of car brake sounds outside. It turned out that Chi Dan started to call people. After these luxury cars stopped, a dense group of bodyguards rushed over. They had a strong aura and competed with the people brought by Lu Yinyan. Looking from other roads, this road is dark and full of people, and the situation is tense like a gang fight. This is also George's prestige as a local boss. Lu Yinyan turned her head and her face changed slightly. She didn't expect that George had as many bodyguards as she did, and they looked so arrogant that they were ready to fight her. Damn it, he doesn't know whether to live or die. "Ms. Lu, get out." George didn't expect Chi Dan to call so many people. He now feels like he can't win, but he can't lose face either. This made him feel a little childish. Of course, since everyone is here, he doesn't mind dampening Lu Yinyun's enthusiasm. "Ms. Lu, get out." Chidan also shouted, and the bodyguards outside followed suit with great momentum. Just now, Lu Yinyun asked the bodyguards to shout together, hoping to use his aura to suppress George's fear and cowardice. Now Chidan also retaliated and used his aura to oppress Lu Yinyun. He is different from George. George is a businessman and is not interested in fighting and killing unless someone forces him to do so. But Chidan was a thug and had killed many people. He knew that it was better to lose the fight than the battle. Moreover, he would never allow anyone to ride on George's head unless they stepped on his corpse. Oh, it's so lively. As the host, we have to entertain the visitors from Beijing properly. At this time, a smile was heard, and then a young man in a light blue suit walked in, biting a cigar. It was Xiao Lingyun. Such a lively scene. The South meets the Beijing Circle. Of course he would come. Ms. Liu, I am Xiao Lingyun, the one who broke your brother's hand. Xiao Lingyun, holding a cigar, came over even more domineeringly than George. What can I teach you? It's you. Lu Yinyun's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she bit her silver teeth with a click and said angrily, from childhood to adulthood, no one dares to hit my brother. No one in Yinjing, you are so brave. It's available now, and it will be available in the future. Xiao Lingyun said with a smile, not afraid of Lu Yinyun at all. Then he looked outside the door and said, come on, come on. Others are coming from Yinjing. We are from the south, so we should at least greet the young ladies in the Beijing Circle. Say it with me. Welcome, Miss Liu. More cars drove in outside, and a large number of bodyguards jumped out. They were all brought by Xiao Lingyun. They were shouting at the entrance of the hotel. Welcome, Miss Liu. Moreover, Chidan also ordered the bodyguards of Tianchan Group to shout along. Then, hundreds of people shouted together, and the sound shocked the entire street. More than people, Xiao Lingyun and George teamed up was several times more than the number brought by the big lady of the Beijing Circle, and they crushed them with domineering power. This is definitely a case of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Okay, just wait. I'll take care of you sooner or later. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Yinyun stopped trying to show off. Of course, she didn't expect that even though she brought so many bodyguards, they were still outnumbered by the other side. The other party was humiliating her unscrupulously, as if slapping her face contemptuously. Don't be so proud, you two. Let's go. Lu Yinyun looked deeply at Xiao Lingyun and George, then left in her high heels. Her warning this time was obviously a little overcalculated, which led to his escape like a stray dog. Beep, beep, beep. One bodyguard after another escorted Lu Yinyun into the car, and then left in a grand manner. After Xiao Lingyun watched the car disappear completely, he sat down next to George. I didn't expect that the Lu family also sent someone here. Damn it, I wanted to kill Lu Zhiyun, but now I'm in trouble. It's okay. Someone will deal with Lu Zhiyun for us, George said nonchalantly. I guess he won't live more than 3 days. Xiao Lingyun stared after hearing this. In the south, no one dared to touch Lu Zhiyun except him. And now the Lu family has sent people to protect Lu Zhiyun. There are so many people that it would be difficult even for him. So, where does George get his confidence from? This Lu Yinyun is not easy to get along with. George said again lightly. Yes, a woman with such a bad temper must have done a lot of bad things. She is a cruel and ruthless person. Xiao Lingyun nodded. I guess she won't stop next time. She will definitely deal with us. Then he looked at Chidan and the others and said, in the coming days, we need to do a good job of security. If we don't have enough people, we in the Xia family have them. Don't worry. The people on my side are all fierce generals. George glanced at Chidan, then stared at Lu Ruihao. With these two people around, given the gun-banning environment in the country, ordinary people couldn't get close to him. Okay, be careful. Xiao Lingyun seemed to have a lot of things to do, so he left after chatting for a few words. After leaving the hotel, he also asked someone to deal with the things here. After all, it would be quite troublesome once the news got out of the internet. After dinner, George went home with Olivia and the others, waiting for news. At the same time, in a villa in the ugly country, a man wearing glasses received an email. He turned on the computer, looked at it carefully, and his expression kept changing. The email only stated that the infrastructure of the industrial park came from a domestic heavy industry group. The boss behind the industrial park is the son-in-law of a senior boss in the financial circle. There is another big guy who is also a heavyweight in the circle. Moreover, the email is very detailed and reveals many complicated relationships. The man with glasses looked at it carefully, and his expression became more and more serious because he knew that their secrets had been exposed. At this time, a phone call came in. The man picked up the phone and heard the other party say, "Something happened. Our identities have been exposed. Did you get the email too?" Received. The other party has found out everything about us. Once this matter is exposed, not only the shareholders will be in trouble, but many behind-the-scenes bosses will also be implicated. Chapter 412. Use young Master Lu to exchange for the safety of the entire group. I know the seriousness of the matter, but who is investigating us? Why did they send me an email without reporting it? I feel like they are threatening us. I've asked someone to check, but the IP addresses are very confusing. They include Rwanda, China, Lijiapo, etc. The other party is a very powerful hacker. What I am curious about now is his intention. What is his purpose in sending us an email at this critical moment? Some time ago, our business had a problem. It was a big fuss. Finally, the regular army was dispatched and took away a man named George. I suspect he has something to do with this. You mean it was George who sent us the email? I guess it's not him. Maybe it's the boss behind George. Of course, it can't be ruled out. I checked. George is the richest man in the South. He was deceived by Mr. Liu to come to the industrial park. There's a personal grudge between them. You mean George wanted to take revenge on Mr. Liu, so he sent us an email to force us to hand over Mr. Liu. That's right. The two chatted for a while and then fell silent. After all, Mr. Liu was not only a shareholder of the company, but also had a prominent background. Ask others what they think. Afterwards, they called other bigwigs one after another. Whoever knows the secret must die. We have to find out who it is no matter what. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if he catches us. Even if we find out that George did it, what can we do? He is in China and has a high social status, so it's hard to touch him. Even if the assassination is successful, the inside story of our industrial park will be exposed immediately. George must have made preparations for both situations. What's more, it's just speculation at the moment, and the man behind the scenes may not be George. Since it was young Master Liu who caused the trouble, let him solve it. Let's ask him to leave the country. I agree with this proposal. Using young Master Liu to ensure the safety of the entire group is still acceptable. The big guys behind the scenes who are hiding in various places held a secret meeting and finally reached an agreement. Although Lu Jiyun has a strong background, at this time, everyone is trying to save their own lives. So Lu Jiyun has to be sacrificed. Half an hour later, in a domestic hospital, Lu Jiyun and Lu Yinyan were chatting. "Jiyun, your parents are very worried about you now and want you to return to Yinjing immediately." Lu Yinyan looked at Lu Jiyun with heartache. "I won't go back. I won't go back unless I kill those two bastards. Besides, I have to save my face. If I suffer such a loss in the South and then run away, how will others see me?" Lu Jiyun shook his head stubbornly. "Look at you. Can't you wait until your injury heals?" Lu Yinyan said dissatisfiedly. "Besides, they let your sister handle it. You don't trust your sister, right? It's because I trust you that I won't leave. You've played me to death. How can I play anymore?" Lu Jiyun curled his lips, and at this moment, a phone rang. He looked at the number and frowned slightly, as if he did not expect that the big boss behind the scenes would call him. He said to Lu Yinyan, "Sister, I got a call from someone overseas. You should go back to the hotel and have a rest first." Lu Yinyan had no choice but to give a few instructions and leave with his bodyguards. As soon as she left, Lu Jiyun answered the phone. The other party said that the last incident was a big deal and he had to go abroad to pay back the money he owed to the warlords and other industrial park owners. After all, many of their people died in the fight against the regular army and mercenaries. Lu Jiyun also agreed to pay back the money, but he was injured and didn't want to go abroad for the time being. But the other party also said that the bosses of other industrial parks wanted to meet him and ask what was going on. So Lu Jiyun finally had to agree. Early the next morning, Lu Jiyun left by plane and of course notified Lu Yinyan. Lu Yinyan was still very worried. She was not worried about her brother's safety, but she was worried that her brother was injured and had to run around. In fact, she also knew about Lu Jiyun's business overseas. In addition, the Lu family was such a huge company that ordinary people didn't dare to touch Lu Jiyun, not to mention that many bigwigs had some relationship with the Lu family. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning when Lu Jiyun arrived in Taigua. He went to the hotel to rest. Just as he entered the hotel door, two men wearing baseball caps and masks came quickly, pulled out pistols from their bags, and fired 8 shots at Lu Jiyun. Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguards didn't react. Lu Jiyun's pupils were wide open. When the other party just pulled out the gun, he felt terrified and a chill ran through his heart. The next thing was that the body swayed uncontrollably as if it had been hit by electricity. I was completely unaware of any severe pain, but I had lost control of my body and fell down powerlessly. "Ah, master!" Faintly, he heard screams and shouts all around him, and then his eyes closed forever. Before his death, his life memories passed by like a passing show and finally stopped on a face. It's George. Not long after, the two killers who fired the shots were caught by the bodyguards. The police also arrived quickly and took control of the scene. Lu Jiyun was rushed to a nearby hospital. Of course, the man was dead before he even arrived, having been shot 8 times at close range, especially the one to the heart, which immediately destroyed his life force. The police also quickly issued a notice that the killer had mistakenly identified the wrong person, and the real cause was a gang fight. The news caused quite a stir in the local area, but not many people in the country knew about it. At the Yinjing Lu family side, a phone call came in, and then the whole family was in a panic. Lu Yinyun in the south was just about to take a nap when the phone from home rang. She was so startled that her phone dropped to the ground. "Jiyun!" Lu Yinyun yelled, tears dripping uncontrollably, and ordered the bodyguard to buy the fastest plane ticket. She wanted to go to Taigua to take a look, hoping that all this was just a rumor. At the same time, the big guys behind the scenes, hiding in various places, received an email. There are only 2 words above: "Thank you." This means that they guessed correctly. The other party just wanted Lu Jiyun's life, and now the other party will not expose their identities and other information. Of course, these big guys behind the scenes were unwilling to be caught, so they asked the group's technical department to investigate and find out the other party's origins. But in the end, the matter was left unresolved. At this time, Li Yun and Wang Sultan were resting in the hotel. They had already prepared to leave the country, but they found that they were restricted from leaving the country. Now, they can only wait for Mr. Lu's help. They're not worried about this. They were half lying on the bed, watching the hotel's Hong Kong and Taiwan TV channels, when a piece of news caught their attention. A Chinese man was attacked in Thailand. The police finally found out that the killer had mistaken the victim and killed him by mistake. The victim's name was Lu Jiyun from Yinjing, China. After seeing this news, Li Yun and Wang Sultan felt dizzy and then gasped for breath, as if they were suffocating. Now that Master Lu is dead, they have lost their backer. They scrolled through the news on their phones in fear. The more they read, the more horrified and panicked they became. "It's over. It's really Mr. Lu. We must leave the country immediately, even if we have to sneak out." Both of them were like frightened birds. Their faces were pale, and they were trembling. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and they were so scared that they fell to the ground, as if they had encountered a ghost story. Now, they're not only afraid of being captured, but also afraid of ending up like Mr. Lu and being killed for no apparent reason. Chapter 413. Although George is a suspect, he does not have the ability. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking sound became louder and louder. Someone forced the door open, and a group of police rushed in and grabbed the 2 people on the ground. "Li Yun, Wang Sultan, please come with us." When the 2 of them were arrested, they had no strength left in their bodies, as if they were a puddle of mud, and the police had to drag them away. Not long after, the 2 men's corruption was exposed. One embezzled 235 million yuan, and the other embezzled more than 180 million yuan. Both were sentenced to death. After this piece of news was passed back to Tianjin Group, it was like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, killing one to warn the 100, making all the senior executives tremble with fear and feel insecure. From then on, they could only do their jobs conscientiously and dare not have any more illusions. On the Lu family side in Yanjing, the situation is still as dire as ever. Lu Yinyin also brought back Lu Jiyun's body from Thailand. The whole family took one last look at him, and the body was sent for cremation. After returning that night, the old man of the Lu family was furious and mobilized the entire family to investigate the cause of Lu Jiyun's death, etc. This matter is not only related to Lu Jiyun, but also to the identity and status of the entire Lu family. Although the news Lu Yinyin brought back said that there was a fight between 2 gangs in Taigua, the murderer recognized the wrong person and killed Lu Jiyun by mistake. But in fact, Lu Yinyin didn't believe this reply. At present, the murderer has been dealt with abroad. Investigate, make sure to investigate thoroughly and make the murderer pay with his life. The old man of the Liu family lost his son and was so sad that he couldn't sleep last night. They also found out a lot of things, including people who had contact with Liu Jiyun in the past year or two, people he had collaborated with, and people he had grudges against, including the industrial park invested by Liu Jiyun. One of the bigwigs behind the scenes was also called in and constantly questioned. The big boss behind the scenes also talked about what happened to George not long ago, but he was determined not to know about Liu Jiyun's accidental killing. In the end, there was no choice but for the Liu family to let him go. Grandpa, the Luo family in the northwest, and the Gao family in the South China Sea have all had conflicts with Jiyun, but none of them have the ability to kill Jiyun. As for suspects, I think Xiaoling Yun and George from the South are the most likely. Liu Yinyun told the story of Liu Jiyun being beaten by Xiaoling Yun. The top leaders of the Liu family were silent. They had known about this for a long time, but Xiaoling Yun was also from a prominent family. His grandfather was old Xia, so they didn't dare to touch Xiaoling Yun casually. Liu Yinyun continued, "In my opinion, it must be George and Xiaoling Yun, especially this George. The conflict between him and Jiyun seems to have started recently, but the conflict is very deep. I heard that Jiang Yuyu likes George, so Jiyun has always hated George. Also, George went to Mianbei Industrial Park. He was supposed to be unable to come back, but he somehow managed to invite some regular troops and came back safe and sound. And George was also taken there by Jiyun. George will inevitably kill Jiyun for revenge." When Liu Feiyu heard this, his face darkened. "I've heard of this George. He is the richest man in the South, but his background is also very strong. He is the grandson-in-law of old Xia. The Jiang family also values him very much. So, before there is evidence, you can't touch him casually. Besides, Jiyun died abroad. Does George have anyone abroad? So, although George is a suspect, he doesn't have the ability to kill." Everyone in the Liu family nodded after hearing this. The richest man in the South, even if he has the support of the Xia family, is not bold enough to kill Liu Jiyun. "Dad, George once told me that he would kill Liu Jiyun. I am 100% sure." Liu Yinyun was anxious. He was just saying that in anger. Liu Feiyu shook his head and looked at Liu Yinyun deeply. "Yinyun, I know you want to avenge your brother, but you have to have evidence for everything. You can't say that just because you hate someone, that person is the murderer." Liu Yinyun was silent out of anger. After all, she really had no evidence. Of course, what she actually knew was that the Liu family did not want to lose face with the Xia family and the Jiang family. So unless there was absolute evidence, the Liu family would not dare to take action. She knew that the matter would eventually come to nothing. The two murderers who were dealt with were just scapegoats. "Xiaoling Yun, George, don't think you can get away with it. I will avenge my brother." Liu Yinyun knew that she could only rely on herself. In the villa at this time, Jiang Tianan and Ella also received the news of Liu Jiyun's death. They sat on the sofa all night, both silent and feeling cold all over. Sure enough, George's revenge came, and none of the three of them could escape. George, how did he become so scary? He also has power overseas, and he used a killer to kill Liu Jiyun, and no one could find out it was him. Ella sat with her knees hugged, feeling angry, unwilling, and of course scared. You know, after Jiang Tianan was deprived of his inheritance rights in the Jiang family, Liu Jiyun was their only backer. Now, they don't even have a backer. Unfortunately, no one thought it was George, not even the Liu family. Jiang Tianan shook his head unwillingly. Just now, Liu Yinyun's sister called and said that although the Liu family is very angry, they don't plan to cause trouble for George and Xiaoling Yun because there is no evidence. I guess this is normal. Many of Liu Jiyun's businesses are shady. This alone has made him many enemies. George is just one of them. Now, although Liu Yinyun firmly believes that the murderers are Xiaoling Yun and George, she alone cannot mobilize the power of the entire Liu family. Ella, Liu Yinyun is our only supporter now. Ella beside him with a helpless look. At most she will use us. She won't be our backer at all. Ella didn't have high expectations, and suddenly said in a faint voice, "Tianan, tell me, is it right or wrong for me to continue to seek revenge on George?" Her self-confidence was obviously shaken, just like Maria once was, who was hit hard by George's enormous ability. Jiang Tianan immediately shook his head. "Continue, of course we have to continue. We can't give up halfway, and we can't bow to George. In fact, he also knew that although Ella seemed timid on the surface, she still wanted revenge in her heart and was just venting now. As long as he dared to persuade Ella to give up, Ella would lose her temper the next moment, punch and kick him, and even demand a divorce. Jiang Tiannan had seen Ella say those cruel words in her sleep more than once. She hated George so much that she was willing to die together with him. Master Lucas is here. At this time, the housekeeper ran over in a hurry. Jiang Tiannan frowned and said indifferently, "Let him in." Chapter 414. Lucas is different now. He's flying. Before the servant could open the door, the gate of the villa was pushed open, and then a dozen bodyguards came in, surrounding two people, who were Lucas and Lu Ruyan. Lucas was seen wearing a burgundy suit, carrying a Patek Philippe, and chewing a cigar, looking like a successful man. Lu Ruyan wore a purple evening gown, covered in jewels, like a noble lady, especially the imperial green necklace around her neck, which added to her noble temperament. The bodyguard around all have a strong aura and are tall and strong. Not only are they numerous, but their quality is also very good. Such a grand occasion, plus the high-spirited look of the two people, surprised Jiang Tiannan and Ella, and they looked incredulous. They knew that Lucas followed Maria to Yinjing to join Liang Yong. I thought I wasn't doing very well there, but it turned out to be so different from what I imagined. Sure, Xiaoxiu. Jiang Tiannan walked over with a smile. Xiaosu. Ella also ran over happily. However, as soon as the two of them approached, they were immediately stopped by Lucas' bodyguards. Such an attitude made them a little confused. "Lucas, what's going on? I'm your brother-in-law." Jiang Tiannan was immediately dissatisfied when he saw Lucas smoking a cigar with a condescending look on his face and not scolding the bodyguard. "Jiang Tiannan, is this the name Xiaoxiu that you can call?" Lucas put his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist and spoke lightly. "Xiaosu, what do you mean?" Ella and Jiang Tiannan were shocked again, their faces full of disbelief. Lucas ignored them and sat down on the sofa with Lu Ruyan, as if they were the masters of this house, and said indifferently, "You should call me Mr. Yi." "What?" Such an attitude completely angered Jiang Tiannan. You know, when Lucas used Jiang Tiannan to deal with George, he fawned over him and called him brother-in-law first and brother-in-law later. But now he has turned against him? "Jiang Tiannan, you are just a second-generation rich man who lives a life of idleness and waiting to die. You have no money and no power. Do you still have the qualifications to call yourself my brother-in-law?" Lucas said calmly, "Go ahead, ask your servant to make some good Da Hong Pao tea, and you, pour the tea for me yourself." "What did you say?" Jiang Tiannan was furious. Lucas looked at him with disdain and said, "Jiang Tiannan, do you still think you are the young master of the Jiang family? You're just a lost dog now. By the way, your backer Lu Jiyun, that rubbish, is also dead." Waste. Jiang Tiannan and Ella gasped. Before, did Lucas dare to say these words? What happened to him today? Ella thought about it and decided to find out the situation first. So she shouted to the servant, "Go make some Da Hong Pao." The servant immediately prepared Da Hong Po, soaked it, and placed it on the table. Ella looked at Jiang Tiannan again and motioned for him to serve tea to Lucas. "Fuck me, I'm his brother-in-law." Jiang Tiannan was so angry that his nose was crooked. If he remembered correctly, it was Lucas who served him tea before. Oh no, being taken down by George. He became so miserable. "Just go when I tell you to. Why are you complaining?" Ella vaguely guessed something and kicked Jiang Tiannan. Jiang Tiannan had no choice but to do as he was told. He held the tea in his frustrated hands and handed it to Lucas, even bending over slightly. Lucas took the teacup, took a sip, and nodded with satisfaction. "Give my fiancée a toast too." Jiang Tiannan gritted his teeth and handed Lu Ruyan a cup with a frustrated look. Lucas looked at Jiang Tiannan's humble appearance and seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He said with satisfaction, "Remember, call me Mr. Yi from now on, understand? Now that your backer is gone, I could be your backer, but I don't want you to use family ties or the excuse that I once took care of me to take advantage of me. Just do whatever I tell you to do, and for everything else, I'll be the boss and you'll be my subordinates. I mean, do you understand?" Jiang Tiannan lowered his head slightly with a gloomy face. He now understood that Lucas seemed to have made a name for himself, so he was showing off in front of him. Maybe I've been fawning on them for too long, so now I am venting my resentment. Of course, Jiang Tian didn't expect Lucas to be such a villain, such a bastard. It's a pity that he has helped Lucas unconditionally many times before. Mr. Yi, we understand. Ella pulled Jiang Tian in and said politely. In fact, her mood was the same as Jiang Tiannan's, even colder and sadder than Jiang Tiannan's. But now she wants to figure out what is going on. For Lu Jiyun's death, George is the biggest suspect at the moment, but he did everything perfectly, so no one has caught him with any evidence. Originally, the plan to deal with George was perfect, but something went wrong. We are still investigating what went wrong. By the way, you may not know that the reason why Lu Jiyun targeted George was because I conspired with him. Lucas, next word surprised Jiang Tianan and Ella. The money laundering case of Tianshan Group, the fire at the hot pot restaurant, etc., including the car accident of Lin Dong and his wife and the accident of Chi Dan, were all related to Lucas. They thought it was all Lu Jiyun's idea. This means that Lucas had been hiding in the dark and watching everything, and only surfaced after Lu Jiyun's death when he had no choice. Considering Lu Jiyun's identity, how could he possibly stoop to conspire with Lucas on an equal footing, unless Lucas also holds a trump card that cannot be underestimated? I know you are surprised, but I can tell you that I am no longer the same person I was before. Lucas dusted off his suit sleeves and said lightly, on the way to deal with George, the Yi family, the Liang family, including Lu Jiyun and you Jiang Tianan, have all taken action. I have been behind the scenes. Now it's time for me to stand alone and fight George head on. I know you are very curious about where I got the confidence from. Let me put it this way. I have currently created a group called Dongshu Group. Jiang Tianan and Ella gasped when they heard this. They had also heard of Dongshu Group, a semi-state-owned enterprise that had just come to the south to develop, but it was very aggressive and had acquired many companies with huge funds, including the Liang family's Feiyu Group. In addition, it has a foothold in many industries, including catering, clothing, real estate, high technology, the internet, etc. It could be said that it is wealthy and powerful. Some time ago, there was a sensation in the Southern business circle, and every entrepreneur was curious about the person behind the Dongshu Group. Who knew? It was actually Lucas. If this is true, then Lucas is different now than before. He is truly flying. Xiaosu, no, Mr. Yi, what's going on? Ella was full of curiosity. She knew that Lucas had joined Liang Yong, but Liang Yong shouldn't have the ability to do that. Otherwise, the Liang family would not have declined. Obviously, it was Liang Yong who built a bridge for Lucas to get in touch with the more powerful boss in Yinjing. It's just that in the upper circles, interests are everything. Lucas doesn't have enough bargaining chips, so why should the big guys take care of him? Chapter 415. Among these two brothers, Lucas is better. It's a long story, so I won't go into details. Lucas did not explain. Anyway, I came back this time to deal with George, and I also brought my mother and uncle's intentions. In addition, my second uncle is also coming out in the next few days. Then he blew out a puff of cigar smoke. The confrontation with George is about to begin. The day after tomorrow, there will be a meeting of Southern business giants, and George will definitely be there. After saying that, stand up and leave. Mr. Yi walks slowly. Ella hurriedly saw him out the door and even pulled Jiang Tianan along. Jiang Tianan was reluctant, but he didn't dare to go against his wife's wishes, so he had to follow her. As soon as Lucas left, Jiang Tianan cursed. You ungrateful bastard. You stepped on us as soon as you got up. If you have the guts, go and show off in front of George. Fuck him, you coward. It's because you are useless. If you had some ability, you would be standing tall today. Don't blame the world if you don't have any ability. Ella scolded coldly. Jiang Tianan was so frustrated that he said with a dark face, Ella, I don't care, but you are his sister. Look at his attitude towards you. When he was a child, you took good care of him. Ella couldn't help feeling a little sad. Lucas's attitude towards her just now was as if he was treating a stranger, like a dog trying to curry favor with him. Lucas, in her impression, who always hides behind his sister. Let me give my elder sister a call. Ella took out her cell phone and made a call. When Angela answered, she was also surprised because she didn't know Lucas was back. He's with Lu Ruyan? So he must have come back a long time ago. But why didn't he look for me or Dad? It's totally wrong for Xiaoxiu to do this. Angela was very unhappy. Sister, what happened to Lucas? How come he owns Dongshu Group after he went to Yinjing? This group has been very popular recently and has made large investments in various cities in the south. Ella, let's put it this way. Someone is helping us. They've allocated some money and power to me and Lucas so that we can develop in the South. I don't really know who the other party is, but I know it's a huge tycoon. Sister, why are they helping you? Also, Lucas is in charge of Dongshu Group, and you don't seem to know anything about it. Didn't you say that this money and power belong to you and Lucas? I don't know why they help us, because it was my uncle who set us up, and my mom is still with them. As for Lucas, he wants to take over all the power. Sister, no matter what, you have to talk to Xiaoshu about this. Ella hung up the phone. She felt very jealous. Why did those tycoons support Lucas and Angela, but she, Ella, had nothing? I guess those chables are the mysterious forces that helped Uncle Howard get out of prison. Ella also guessed something, but became even more jealous. If she has the support of these powerful people, she will be able to kill George without any worries. Oh my God. No wonder Lucas is so arrogant and turned his back on me. Jiang Tianin gasped after hearing this. Compared with the wealthy and powerful families in Yanjing, their Jiang family was just like the local rich people in a small place. He finally figured it out. Lucas was now very successful and outstanding, and he, Jiang Tianan, had to bow his head and fawn on him, trying to please Lucas like a dog. On the other side, Angela looked very unhappy after hanging up the phone. Angela, what happened? David looked over. Xiao Su is back, but he didn't come to see us. Instead, he went to see Lu Ruyan. Dad, do you think he's going too far? Angela snorted coldly and said, and Ella said that Xiaoshu is very arrogant now. He forced Ella to call him Mr. Yi and insulted Jiang Tianan. He looks like a villain who has succeeded. David frowned when he heard this. That's impossible. Xiaoshu is not that kind of person. Dad, he is that kind of person. I've seen through him a long time ago. Angela said dissatisfiedly. Actually, compared to George, Lucas's character is even worse. He used to be well-behaved and honest in front of us, but that was because we needed to support him and deal with George. David shook his head and smiled, thinking that Angela was holding a grudge too much. Angela, I know that you and Xiaoshu both worked in Yi Group, so there was friction, but you can't deny someone just because of your own thoughts and experiences. Indeed, in terms of ability, Lucas is not as good as George, but in terms of character, he is definitely better than George. Although, because George's mother is Xiao Yuer, I feel sorry for George, and your mother feels sorry for George too. However, George once watched Ella die without saving her, and then ran over Yuki with his car, and the Yi and Liang families went bankrupt. These alone are enough to show George's character. They are two brothers, but Lucas is better. Angela was too lazy to argue after hearing this. The whole family was deceived by Lucas's cleverness and kindness, and they are still kept in the dark. At this time, David's phone rang. It was from Liang Jijun from the Liang family. David, look at what your son Lucas has done. He acquired Feiyu Group and also bought our Liang family's old house. Now he wants to kick us all out. He's a complete liar. After finishing speaking, he described the whole process with tears and snot. It turns out that Lucas had returned a long time ago. He found the Liang family and acquired Feiyu Group and the Yi family's former business, including the Liang family's old house, at a low price. The people of the Liang family thought that they were relatives, and although it was an acquisition, it was actually to provide them with financial support, and they would be the ones to manage it when the time came. So they all agreed immediately. Who knew that after signing the contract, Lucas immediately turned against them, kicked them out of the group, and even kicked them out of the Liang family. Now, the remaining members of the Liang family are homeless. Although they received a sum of money, it is not enough for everyone to buy a house in the provincial capital where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. So after much thought, I finally asked David for help. After all, David is Lucas's father. How was that possible? David thought it was a joke at first. Although this group of Liang family members split up the family property in order to protect themselves and scolded, beat, and abused Lucas and Maria many times. In the end, the Liang family helped Lucas and Maria a lot. Let me help you find Lucas. David thought that he owed someone a favor after all, so he decided to go and ask about the situation. Dad, look, I told you Lucas is a mean guy. Angela doesn't think the situation is good and feels that Lucas won't give face to anyone, including David. David suddenly felt mixed emotions. George, he has been staying at the Xia family these days, accompanying old Xia, Olivia, and others. Naturally, he also knew about Lu Jiyun's affairs, and the email he asked Wang Wei to send, and the big guys behind the scenes. All this information came from his previous life. Because in the later period of his previous life, Lu Bo was arrested, and all the bosses behind him were exposed, and the newspapers reported it. So George knew everything. At present, these big bosses behind the scenes are relatively safe, but if they don't restrain themselves, they will be arrested in a year at most. Of course, this has nothing to do with George. Chapter 416. Lucas is back and ready to show his skills. In the Xia family, Xia Mingfeng and his wife have long regarded George as their own son. They are very kind to George and have repeatedly asked the chef to cook George's favorite meals. Olivia's mother even cooked for her. Then I bought clothes, shoes, etc. for George. Moreover, George's birthday was also celebrated at the Xia family this year. Xia Mingfeng and his friends knew that George had never celebrated his birthday since he was a child, and the only time he celebrated it was with Olivia. So for this birthday, they took the initiative to personally decorate the scene carefully. Besides, Mr. Xia became more and more satisfied with George. He often played chess with George and even secretly gave him chess pieces just to make George happy. George knew about it, but didn't reveal it. He just laughed and cried inwardly. Xiaoya, get used to staying at home. When he had time, Mr. Xia also asked George. Habit, my parents, my brother, and Mr. Xia are all very kind to me. George laughed. Then get married sooner. As a man, you should start a family and build a career. Now that you have established your career, it's time to get married. Besides, you are not young anymore. You are already 25, old Xia said with a smile. George said, not even 24 yet. When I was your age, I already had 3 children, so 24 is not young anymore. Old Xia seemed to be very anxious because he knew that several people were eyeing George. Old Jiang was one of them, and there were also Old Chun, Old Zhou, and so on. It was said that Old Hai from the military department also praised George nonstop. He was most afraid that he also wanted to marry his granddaughter to George, and that would be the end of it. So it's better to strike first. He still hasn't figured out why he fell in love with George. George said, Mr. Xia, I personally have no objection, but Xia said she wants to wait until she gets her master's degree before getting married. How can you do this, kid? Get married as soon as possible. I'll talk to her later. Old Xia frowned, looking very dissatisfied. How about this? You guys prepare the wedding things first. The new house, the car, the clothes, and so on. All of these will take a lot of time. And you can get married after everything is ready. George. He felt like he was in a hurry to be reborn. Of course, he didn't want to upset the old man. So he agreed immediately. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xia was still anxious and asked him and Olivia to prepare in the afternoon. After dinner, George had to leave Xia's house with Olivia. After Olivia learned what Mr. Xia meant, she couldn't stop laughing. Why did it feel like she was marrying George, not George marrying her? Just take a look. Olivia treated this trip as a date. The two arrived at the mall and were strolling around casually. At this time, a large number of bodyguards in black rushed over and were guarding the shops on this floor in a serious and vigilant manner. George looked at this posture and frowned slightly, thinking that Lu Yinyun was here again. Chi Dan, Uncle Chun, and Lu Ruihao also looked around vigilantly. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing expensive fur and sequin high heels came up in the elevator. Not only did she have a good figure, but she was also very pretty, coupled with all the luxury goods on her body. She gave people the feeling that she was only to be admired from afar and not to be desecrated. And there is also an illusion that this beautiful woman is the eldest brother's woman. Lu Ruyan. Olivia took one look and gasped. George was also very surprised. When did Lu Ruyan become so grand? After Lu Ruyan arrived at the shopping mall floor, she ordered the bodyguards to pack up all the luxury goods on that floor and take them away. She didn't even frown when she swiped the card. According to conservative estimates, these luxury goods cost more than 30 million. When Lu Ruyan was leaving, she suddenly saw George and Olivia, and she walked over with a smile. Her temperament is very different now, and coupled with her natural beauty, she looks like a rich girl, especially the confidence in her eyes, which is not fake at all. George, Olivia, long time no see. When Lu Ruyan came to George, she greeted him with her red lips moving slightly, and looked George up and down, as calmly as if she was an ordinary friend. Haven't seen you for a long time, George said lightly. You are still so outstanding. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, what a pity. The position of the richest man in the South may have to be replaced. George, you have to be careful. She didn't seem to dare to say too much, for fear that Lucas would know and become jealous. so she just walked away in her high heels. But after taking a few steps, she turned around and looked at George. Thank you so much for that. Otherwise, I would be a secretary or a salesperson in a shopping mall now. So I will always remember your kindness and will repay you when I have the chance in the future. After saying that, he left with a gust of fragrant wind. George narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her back and understood what Lu Ruyin meant. If he hadn't accelerated the pace of Ruyin Lu and Lucas getting together, Ruyin Lu would definitely not have reached her current height. Later, in order to deal with the Yi family, George informed Lu Ruyin about Lily's drug abuse. Finally, Lucas reported Lily and removed Lily from the position of president of Yi Group. From then on, Lucas took the position of president of Yi Group. Therefore, the relationship between George and Lu Ruyin is both enemy and friend, and they both have their own purposes. Of course, this is only for now. When conflicts of interest arise in the future, they will be enemies. How did she become like this? Olivia frowned. Lucas, take off. Lu Ruyin has been holding his thighs and is also rising with the tide. Lucas has actually found out some things. Moreover, after Lucas came back, he was going to make a big move in the South and seize the position of the richest man in the South. This afternoon, there was a meeting of the rich in the South at the Angel Hotel in the provincial capital, hosted by Lucas. The Jiang family was invited, as was the Xia family, and, of course, me. Olivia gasped after hearing this, not understanding how Lucas could turn things around when the Liang family was already on the decline. If I'm not mistaken, Lucas's boss behind the scenes is the group of people who got Liang Howard acquitted. George said deeply. If it weren't for these people watching in the dark, I would have dealt with Lucas and Maria long ago. But now, they are beginning to show the tip of the iceberg. In fact, although he found out some things, many things are still shrouded in mystery. For example, why did the other party help Lucas and provide him with a large amount of money? What kind of power did Liang Yong curry favor with in Yanjing? If this power was very close to Liang Yong, why didn't this power intervene after the Liang family got into trouble? There are too many things that I don't understand. The two of them strolled around for a while, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they went to the Angel Hotel to attend the banquet. When we arrived, we saw luxury cars lined up in front of the hotel, and leading tycoons from various industries in the South had already arrived. There are building materials industry, catering industry, clothing industry, coal mining and rare earth industry, automobile industry, and so on. George is here. After entering the luxurious hall, many people also greeted George. As the richest man in the South, they had to be polite and respectful, and even fawn on him. Chapter 417. David, I can't find any reason to comfort myself. Brother-in-law, George. Xiaoling Yun and Xia Mingfeng walked over from the other side of the hall, and Xiaoling Yun looked at George knowingly. In fact, George and Xiaoling Yun kept each other informed on many things. For example, they both kept checking on Lucas and Maria's affairs. As for Lu Yinyun and Liang Yi, Xiaoling Yun was responsible for keeping an eye on their every move and telling George at all times. Of course, Xiaoling Yun was also surprised about Lu Zhiyun's death abroad, because everything happened as George said, but he didn't know what the process was. Lucas has called us all here. I guess he's going to have a showdown and confront you head on. I heard that he aspires to be the richest man in the South. Xiaoling Yun smiled as he approached George. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. George also smiled and said, with the power behind Lucas, it's not easy to become the richest man in the South. To spend money. Xiaoling Yun shrugged. Throwing money will disrupt the market, which has a bad impact. He wants to make a name for himself in various industries, and then copy your success to seize the title of the richest man in the South. This Dongshu group is coming with great momentum. At this time, Xia Mingfeng saw a few acquaintances and immediately walked over, leaving George and Xiaoling Yun walking casually. Because Xiaoling Yun is the #1 young master in the South, no one dares not to give him face. So the rich second-generation present are also very polite to George, who is next to Xiaoling Yun. During this process, George also met Ella and Jiang Tianan. They were in a miserable situation because they could not participate in the core business of the Jiang family. So the celebrities in the South did not give them any face, and most of them ignored them. At this time, Lucas, wearing a burgundy suit, walked into the scene while chatting with several handsome men. Xiaoling Yun looked at Lucas and felt unhappy no matter how he looked at him. He cursed. You look like a dog. You used to be Jiang Tianan's follower, but now you are so powerful. You are trash. Then he continued. The people next to him are all well known. They're in charge of power resources, mineral resources, and medical resources. They are the top leaders of state-owned enterprises. George kept staring at Lucas. He could see teacher, who, Huang Zhongwan, and others were there, chatting and laughing with Lucas. This makes him feel very interesting. Once upon a time, Lucas followed Jiang Tianan and the Liang family to do business in the south, and he had also met teacher Hu and others. But at that time, he was just a follower. But now it seems that the two sides are not only on an equal footing, but Mr. Hu and his colleagues even have a certain degree of respect for each other. Lucas is a man who really has some abilities. Whenever he is at his wit's end, he can always find some support. This may be Lucas' advantage. At this time, the gate of Angel Hotel, Liang Jijun, along with everyone from the Liang family, also arrived following David. Liang Jijun also knew about the banquet that Lucas had invited Southern celebrities to hold. What made him angry was that their Liang family was one of the 4 largest families in the provincial capital, and Lucas, as a relative, did not invite them. Of course, Liang Jijun also knew that Lucas did this because he was angry with them for the division of the Liang family, but they had done their best. They helped the Yi family so much that the Liang family was almost bankrupt. Don't worry, this may be a misunderstanding. David comforted Liang Jijun. Even though he never liked the Liang family, he knew that their Yi family owed the Liang family a favor. Dear guests, I'm sorry, the hotel is booked today. No one is allowed to enter without an invitation. Just as everyone was about to enter, the security guard outside the gate stopped them. We are from the Liang family. Why don't we allow it? Liang Jijun was already full of complaints, and when he saw the security guard try and stop him, he almost lost his temper. I'm sorry, there is no Liang family among the guests invited tonight. If there is any misunderstanding, I hope you can call the person in charge of the event. Seeing that David and his friends were well-dressed and wearing all branded clothes, the security guards didn't dare to push them too hard. Why call? If I can make a call, why am I here? That's really too much. Lucas and his family were staying at Liang's house a while ago. When did we stop them? Now that they've cheated us out of our money, they're turning their backs on us, right? Our Liang family has assets of more than 200 billion, and we have lost more than 100 billion for the Yi family. Does he still have a conscience? The gossips and rumors of the Liang family were all very angry and shouted curses. Wait a moment. At this time, Angela came out and said to the security guard, "Go and inform them that Chairman Lucas's father is here, and he will come out to greet him personally." The security guard looked at David and the others, and one of them ran in. David and the others were waiting with gloomy faces. Actually, David was a little unhappy. After all, he was Lucas's father, so why didn't he get any treatment at all? He just got out of jail for Lucas. 5 minutes later, the security guard ran out and looked at David and the others and said, "I'm sorry, I told the person in charge, but the host of the dinner said that his father is not in the south, but in Yinjing." These words were conveyed by Mr. Lucas himself. What? David was so angry that he almost flew off his head. This bastard doesn't even recognize his father. This is too much. Lucas, get out of here. Are you rich now? You don't even care about David. Don't forget, we are all your benefactors. You are ungrateful, and you are destroying the bridge after crossing it. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Liang Jijun and his friends were so angry that they shouted excitedly into the hall. David didn't say a word. His face was dark, and he kept telling himself that it was a misunderstanding. There was no way Lucas didn't even recognize him. I'll call him. Angela couldn't help it anymore and called Lucas. She had Lucas' phone number, but she didn't expect that Lucas didn't seem to want them to come. Even after the security guard went to notify them, Lucas seemed to be indifferent. She didn't care, but she felt aggrieved for David as well, so she couldn't help but call him. This time, Lucas answered the phone and agreed to let David and the others in. Angela thought Lucas would say a few more words, but nothing happened. Then she stared at the door of the hall, but Lucas didn't come out to greet her for several minutes. David was also looking at the door. Logically, Lucas should have known that he was coming and would have come out to greet him in person. As a result, they were all disappointed. David originally thought it was a misunderstanding and kept comforting himself, but now he really couldn't find any reason to comfort himself. Come in. He felt dizzy for a moment and was a little unsteady on his feet. After taking a deep breath, he led everyone in. It was very lively inside, with many celebrities from the south. Many people saw them and recognized Liang Jijun because the Liang family used to be a very powerful family in the provincial capital. Lucas, are you afraid to see us? Are you guilty or afraid? You little bastard. Lucas in the crowd. His temper flared up, and he rushed over. Of course, he was stopped by the bodyguards. Lucas was holding a glass of wine and chatting with several senior executives. When he heard the voice, he looked over and said, "Hey, isn't this my cousin Liang Jijun?" Chapter 418. They all made the wrong choice. Lucas, you liar. You can hide on the first day, but you can't hide on the 15th day. Return Feiyu group to me. Liang Jijun pointed at Lucas and cursed. Lucas emotionally. Lucas, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You bought our Feiyu group at a low price, and then turned her back on us after we sold it. Back then, how did our Liang family treat you? Do you dare to pat your chest and swear to your conscience? Now that you have become successful, we don't expect you to help us, but don't lie to us. We are relatives. Hearing these insults, Lucas changed from his usual well-behaved and honest appearance to a face full of disdain. Hide? You are a bunch of rubbish. Why should I hide? There's a contract signed in black and white. You sold Tianyi Group to me. How did I cheat you? Blame it on you being too greedy. You want the money in the group. You are really a bunch of idiots. In my opinion, you guys are here to try to build relationships with me and get benefits because you see that I'm rich. I'm telling you, forget it. These words are very unpleasant to hear and completely tear apart the dignity between relatives. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the hall. Of course, no one dared to stand up and speak for the Liang family, because everyone could see that Lucas was different now. He seemed to have a very high status, and many official leaders gave him face. Once you reach this level, there's really no need to be polite. All the language arts and social conventions are put aside, and you can do whatever you want. Son of a bitch. Liang Jijun and others were so angry that they wanted to rush over and fight with Lucas, but they were stopped by the bodyguards. The scene suddenly became very lively. Teacher, Hu, and other big guys looked on indifferently. Because it was Lucas's family affair, they didn't intervene. George and Xiaolingyun were also watching and found it very funny. Had repeatedly helped Lucas and Maria, ended up like this. They really deserved it. David also looked at the excited Liang Jijun and others, and then at the calm Lucas. His mood was not only complicated, but also very uncomfortable. It was as if he didn't know Lucas, because he found that Lucas also saw him, but did not say hello, nor did he come over to greet him, as if he was looking at an ordinary friend. You know, when Ella complained yesterday, he always thought it was a misunderstanding. Lucas is definitely not that kind of person. Later, Liang Jijun and others also filed a complaint, coupled with the farce that just happened at the hotel gate. All this shows that this is not a misunderstanding, but Lucas really doesn't recognize them anymore. Xiao Su, you should be grateful. David couldn't help it and shouted. The Liang family has helped you many times. I don't ask you to repay them. I just hope you can return their things to them. They are already miserable. Just be a father. Please. Lucas expectantly, hoping to awaken his son's conscience. Unexpectedly, Lucas still didn't look at David. He was drinking and even chatting with Lu Ruyan. Totally arrogant. Xiao Su, Dad is talking to you. Angela couldn't bear it anymore and shouted excitedly. Lucas finally looked over and said coldly, Angela, do you think you can call me Xiaoxiu? This is the first time. I don't care about your rudeness. Next time, don't blame me for being rude. Remember, call me Mr. Yi. Angela suddenly felt dizzy, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Although she had a bad relationship with Lucas, she didn't expect Lucas to be so disrespectful to her. I am Lucas's elder sister. Dad, don't worry about the Liang family's affairs. Lucas looked at David again and finally gave him some face. He still remembered that David went to jail for him. Don't blame me for being cruel. Ever since my second uncle went to jail, they have been clamoring to divide the family property. They drove me and Mom away and beat and scolded Mom nonstop. Now I'm taking away everything from them. This is their retribution. David gritted his teeth and reminded, but they are relatives after all, and your uncle will not agree to you doing this. Relatives, are they worthy? Lucas spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. As for Liang Yong, I guess he also has opinions about Liang Jijun and the others. Of course, Liang Yong can't do such a thing as killing everyone, so I will do it. But should I give Liang Yong face? What? David's eyes widened. Angela, Ella, and the others also gasped. Lucas can be where he is today because Liang Yong is the biggest backer behind him. Lucas actually calls Liang Yong by his name, and doesn't even take Liang Yong seriously. It's simply outrageous to the extreme. Lucas, how did you become like this? Angela pointed at Lucas tremblingly. I've always been like this. Do you think I'm the kind of obedient Lucas who does whatever you say? What a joke. If you're not still somewhat useful, are you worthy of being my sister? I'm telling you, you've been yelling at me since we were little, and I've put up with you for a long time, you bitch. Lucas said with disdain on his face, treating his once beloved sister like trash. We love you so much, yet you can say such rude words. Angela was as excited as Liang Jijun and the others. She grabbed the chopsticks and other things on the table and threw them over. Ella was sitting on the other side, witnessing this scene, and she felt extremely distressed. Angela, don't give me that. Do you think you're a good people? You want to be nice to me? You just want an obedient dog. George is right here. He is a living example. Wasn't he nice to you before? But what happened in the end? Who treated him as a brother? So, I know all the dirty thoughts in your mind. Lucas crossed his legs and said sarcastically. Angela was so angry that she didn't know what to say, and her tears couldn't stop falling. The same thing happened to Ella on the other side. They were all very sad, and they thought of Lucas when he was a child, how well-behaved and obedient he was. Lucas, they even made things difficult for and bullied George many times. Even after George severed ties with the Yi family, they still stood firmly on Lucas' side and targeted George many times. Who knew that after they gave everything, Lucas would no longer recognize them as sisters? Very ironic, and even more funny. At this moment, Angela, in pain, looked at everyone in the hall and finally found George. She thought of the time when she and her sisters teamed up to bully George when they were little. On a cold night, George was driven to the garden. The door was closed, and George was not allowed to enter the house. And every time Lucas wronged George, they believed him and drove George to the wine cellar. According to Yuki, the walls of the wine cellar were engraved with words like sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and so on. However, even so, George still continued to please them, cook for them, protect Yuki from being bullied at school, worship Ella, and so on. Such a good brother was driven away by them. On the contrary, they have always been doting on an ungrateful younger brother, a brother who uses their sisters as tools and throws them away when they are of no use. They all made the wrong choice. My heart feels like it's being stabbed by thousands of knives. Chapter 419. Come back and declare war on George. Thinking of this, Angela said very uncomfortably, Lucas, you deceived all of us. You sowed discord and pretended to be pitiful to let us help you deal with George. You concealed so much. Lucas sneered and laughed loudly. Don't blame it all on me. Don't you have any selfish thoughts? After George came back, didn't you dislike him? Don't pretend. Angela, you are afraid that George will share Dad's property. You reject him from the bottom of your heart. And Yuki, Ella, they have always looked down on George, thinking that George is a country bumpkin and they feel dirty to be with George. Oh, and you have never called George brother in front of outsiders. You're not clean yourself, and you blame me? Angela's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Although Lucas took advantage of them and then destroyed their bridges, what he said was not wrong. At this time, David was also frightened by Lucas's terrifying attitude. He even almost wanted to lose his temper and scold Lucas, but he finally held back because he had lost his father's authority a long time ago. Now, if he dared to scold and order Lucas, Lucas might not even recognize him. Xiao Su, if your mother knew that you don't even recognize your sister, she would be very angry. David's tone was not harsh, but rather pleading. Lucas put a grape into his mouth and said with a smile, Mom, even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. Although, she still treats Angela and the others as children. She has no right to order me around. Dad, this is how rich families are. No matter if they are brothers or sisters. There are only interests between them, no feelings. So, it's not just me. Even Angela and the others are the same. Do you really think they have no selfish motives? You come from a wealthy family. You should know better than me. By the way, isn't it the same for you and your Uncle Yi Yaoxiang? Lucas' words left David unable to refute. Didn't he also have a big fight with Yi Yaoxiang for Yi Zhendong's inheritance? Lucas continued, Of course, I don't have any grudge against them. If they are obedient, I will not disown them. But they should not forget their identities and continue to boss me around as before, asking me to obey them in everything. This is not okay. Just be my dog, and I will give them food. Besides, they are strong enough to refuse, but with their current wealth, they have no choice but to turn to me. After saying that, he looked at Liang Jijun and the others and said, as for Feiyu Group, you sold it to me, and you still want to take it back? You are a bunch of idiots. If you don't agree, go ahead and sue me. Little beast. Liang Jijun and the others are regretting it so much now. When Maria brought Lucas to them for help, they should have been driven out long ago, especially when they thought about how the Liang family fought with George and were badly hurt, and in the end, Lucas got the upper hand. They wanted to die. Angela shouted at this time. Lucas, I remember when we went to Yanjing, you promised Mom that you and I would jointly manage Dongshu Group. Now you want to take sole power. Lucas's face turned cold after hearing this. He seemed not to want too many people to know these secrets. Angela, I'll talk to you about these things in detail later. I remind you, don't talk nonsense, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Hearing Lucas's cold and merciless threat, Angela felt as if she was drenched in rain, one moment dreamy and the next cold. She even had the illusion that if she dared to go against Lucas's wishes, Lucas would kill her without even frowning. So scary. Is this her brother Lucas? She even felt that Lucas was more heartless and cold-blooded than George, because although George was the most likely suspect in the incident where Yuki was hit by a car, she still didn't believe that it was George who did it. Although George was very cruel to the Yi family, he probably didn't want to kill them. Lucas afterwards. She just stood there biting her lip. On the other hand, Ella was angry and frightened. She also sensed the coldness in Lucas' words and how he turned against her sisters. She thought about how Lucas pretended to be her savior, which caused her to care about Lucas since she was a child, and she felt guilty. I also thought of the time when Lucas was taking the college entrance examination. I promised him that as long as Lucas got good grades, I would take a photo with his classmates. Sister Ella, you are so beautiful. I am so proud to have a big star sister like you. Sister Ella, I want to hear you sing. Sister Ella, I made you some chrysanthemum and monk fruit tea. It can moisten your throat. Childhood memories flooded into Ella's mind. Lucas at that time was well-behaved, cute, considerate, and honest. However, all the dreams were shattered, and now Lucas' true face is revealed, with his fangs bared. Everyone in the hall was watching the show. Although they thought Lucas was indeed arrogant and overbearing, they thought it was natural when they thought that Lucas was the owner of Dongshu Group and no longer needed to rely on his family. George from Tianjin Group. One is the richest man in the South, and the other is a big shot from Yanjing. Both of them are not easy to mess with. However, compared to Lucas's arrogance and dominance, George seems to be much better. At this time, George admired David and the others' painful masks. George was not surprised by this scene, because it was similar to the previous life. So after Yuki became a vegetable, George didn't want to deal with anyone except Ella, because even if George didn't take action, Lucas would. Lucas is the kind of person who will turn his back on people once he gets into power. He didn't sell out Angela and the others and kill them, which means he still has some bottom line. Of course, this is only the case for now, and it may not be the case in the future. So, David and the others deserved it. The facts are telling them what kind of mess their child and brother, whom they have spoiled since childhood, are in now. How's the scene, my brother George? At this time, Lucas turned his eyes to George, knowing that George was the biggest protagonist today. Very good. The Yi family went from bankruptcy, split, to internal strife. This is the price they have to pay. George raised a red wine glass in his hand and smiled. David and Maria are getting divorced. This is a split. The sisters are questioning each other and arguing. This is internal fighting. Now even the youngest brother has started a fight. This internal fighting is getting more and more intense. Bang! Lucas changed his smile and smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground, showing his domineering, strong, and fierce attitude. George, don't be too proud. I came here today to declare war on you. I want to become the richest man in the South. I will attack your business, company, group, etc. from all angles. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. I have made a short video called A, and I'm going to take away your short video market. This is my first battle to get off to a good start. Oh, and I have also made an entertainment app. I hope you don't copy my idea. Lucas' attitude towards David and the others has changed today, and this is even more so towards George. He no longer needs to be afraid of anyone or give face to anyone. He is already the best in the South. It was like he was holding a knife and fighting George head-on. Chapter 420. Lucas, even more cruel than George. George narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Lucas had the support of many financial giants. After Lucas' a short video was released, it received a good response. Moreover, Lucas released an entertainment app before George, thereby grabbing traffic. George also planned to make this move, but Lucas was faster than him. This shows that Lucas has recruited a large number of talents and has already sensed the market trends. Once George releases an entertainment app, he will also be accused of plagiarism. Lucas will launch attacks in the real estate field, Kandoaduo, the entertainment industry, and even the mobile phone market to compete with George. I'm waiting for you. Now that Lucas has declared war, George will certainly not retreat. Ha ha! Lucas laughed loudly. Some time ago, he was terrified when he saw George. Especially after Lu Jian reminded him of the class George belonged to, he even felt that he would never be able to catch up with George in his lifetime. However, this time when he went to Yinjing, he witnessed even more terrifying circles. When he looked at George again, he felt that it was just that. I'll tell you, he wanted to say a few more words in a domineering manner, but at this moment, Lu Ruyan beside him answered the phone, and her face changed drastically. George smiled coldly, as if he had guessed something. Something seems to have happened at your fiancé's home. You should go and deal with it immediately. If you are late, your father-in-law might have his fingers chopped off. George, what the hell did you do? Lucas's face changed slightly, and he cursed angrily. What does it have to do with me? Your father-in-law is a gambler who is obsessed with gambling. Did I force him to sit at the gambling table? George shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, he was on the high seas, gambling with hundreds of millions of chips. Who made you a rich son-in-law? Hundreds of millions are just numbers. High seas. Lucas' pupils narrowed. In fact, he had known that Lu Ruyan's father Lu Tai was a gambler, but he didn't expect him to play so big and gamble on the high seas. It's hard for Lucas to stretch his hands and feet into that kind of place. Lucas, my dad is in trouble. He owes some gambling debts. The other party said that if he doesn't pay back the money, he will chop off his fingers. Please help me. Lu Ruyan also hung up the phone at this time, feeling very disappointed with her father. It's okay, I'll take you there right away. Lucas immediately took her hand and left. Anyway, his goal today was to declare war on George, and now it has been accomplished, so there is no need to stay any longer. Of course, before leaving, he stared at George fiercely, thinking that George was the one behind this and was giving him a warning. Everyone in the audience was whispering. I thought there would be a more intense confrontation between the two sides, but who knew Lucas would leave? It's intriguing. George, the richest man in the South. His story could be written into a book. Lucas's background is in the Beijing circle. Although his personal ability is not as good as George's, he has a strong backer. He is partly owned by a state-owned enterprise. Two young men, two business leaders, they're going head-to-head, and it's unclear who will win or lose in the end. Celebrities and wealthy people in the South can all sense that a capital war will break out in the future, and it will be a fight between you and me. Brother-in-law, you did this? Smiled at George at this time. George shook his head. No, it's just that I kept an eye on them, and then I found out that Lu Tai went to the high seas to gamble like this. Lucas doesn't recognize his relatives, and he doesn't even care about his father. I didn't expect him to be so nice to his girlfriend. This is his weakness. In the future, we can use this weakness to our advantage. Xiaoling Yun is not a good person. Since they are mortal enemies, he will seize the enemy's weakness and attack. George said calmly, Brother, don't underestimate him. Everyone thinks Lucas is being overbearing today, but he has actually considered gathering all the celebrities from the South for a dinner party, and then making a strong appearance to shock the Southern business community. This way, his subsequent business will be much smoother, and he can directly reach the top and compete with Tianqin Group at Yinfeng. Xiaoling Yun thought about it carefully and took a deep breath. I thought Lucas was a villain who had succeeded, but I didn't expect him to think so deeply. I don't worry about him personally, but I worry about the power behind him. However, we have to deal with it. George said again lightly. At this time, David's family were in a daze, with empty eyes, and they just sat there motionless. They thought that after Lucas became successful, they would also be able to benefit from it. But Lucas's attitude just now has made it clear that it has nothing to do with them. If they act like Lucas dogs and listen to him well, they can have some soup to drink. Otherwise, they are nothing. Dad, that's ironic. Angela picked up the wine on the table and took a drink. He is even more cruel than George. This time, David couldn't refute it. You know, yesterday he said that between the two brothers, Lucas is the better one. Now, he was slapped hard by reality more than a dozen times. Especially when Lu Ruyan's father Lu Tai got into trouble. Lucas dropped everything and rushed to help. But when he thought about how he was treated, it was simply heartbreaking. Dad, the jail time you took for Xiaoxiu is now for the dog. The most heartbreaking thing is that Angela even laughed at me a few times. Angela, stop talking. Dad is upset. David lit a cigarette and smoked. Forget it. Forget it. After all, he is my own child. I can only do this if I'm not filial. Anyway, it is my responsibility as a father to go to jail for him. I have a clear conscience, and that is enough. After he finished speaking, his phone rang. He looked at the number and found that it was Liang Yong calling. He hesitated for a moment whether to answer it or not, because he had very little contact with Liang Yong. In his impression, the man was majestic and cold, and always gave David a feeling that he was difficult to get along with. Of course, David finally accepted it. David, you're out of prison now, are you okay? Liang Yong's low voice came. Brother-in-law. David greeted him and then asked, by the way, what's going on with Lucas? How come he is suddenly in charge of the huge Dongshi group? And is he managing it together with Angela? He seems to not recognize his sister now. What does Maria think? He was full of suspicion. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few minutes, and Liang Yong said calmly, this matter is very complicated. With your current status, it is better not to know too much. Since Lucas has taken over Dongshi group, let him handle it. Don't worry, he won't do anything to Angela and the others. Maria is fine now. She is recuperating in Yanjing. David could tell that Liang Yong's tone was a little helpless, as if he couldn't control Lucas. This surprised him. He guessed that although Liang Yong was the one who arranged for Lucas to hold on to a powerful figure in Yanjing, Liang Yong actually had no say in the matter. But he was curious about why Lucas was favored by the upper class. I called you this time because I have something to trouble you with. Please help me find George and talk to him about Liang. Liang Yong then said, Yi family, you are the only one who has some say at the moment. George might give you some face. Chapter 421, but I won't agree to your request. David frowned at first, then suddenly thought of something. Brother-in-law, are you talking about Liang Yi's release from prison? Yes, the formalities here have been completed, and I could be released from prison at any time, but I have to be on guard against the Liang Howrans incident. George will definitely deal with Liang Yi, and it's outside the rules. Liang Yong said seriously. As his uncle, I know George's character very well. He doesn't mind fighting him within the rules, but once it goes beyond the rules, he will also play this trick. Liang Yi's assassination of George last time was beyond the rules, so George will never allow him to be released from prison. Otherwise, he will die. David heard this. He got goosebumps all over his body. Of course, he also heard the frustration and helplessness in Liang Yong's tone, because in the South, Liang Yong could do nothing about George. Brother-in-law, even if I come forward, George may not give me face. David swallowed and said, I know, I'll just try my best. And I've also prepared some measures. Liang Yong also seemed to be smoking, and the sound of exhalation could be heard. If everything fails in the end, Liang, you will not come out. So, you can understand that these are all tests. Okay, I'll try my best. David hung up the phone. He thought about how much Liang Yi had contributed to the Yi family, and decided to give it a try. Then he looked at George, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. Stop! You can't get close to Mr. Yi. Chi-Dan recognized David and stopped him when David came closer. David smiled bitterly. His youngest son, Lucas, didn't want to see him, and the same went for his other son. He was such a failure as a father. Please tell George that I want to talk to him. David sighed and said, if he wants to know about Xiao Yuer, I can't tell him. He knew that they had talked enough with each other, and there was nothing more to talk about except Xiao Yuer. George should be very curious about Xiao Yuer. This was also the only bargaining chip for David to knock on George's door. David deeply, then walked towards George and whispered something in his ear. George frowned slightly, nodded to Chi-Dan, then got up and left, waiting in a room in the hotel. David followed, got on the elevator, and arrived at this room. I saw that this was the presidential room. The environment was very good, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows allowed me to see most of the scenery of the provincial capital. George was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs, with a servant making tea for him. Sit down. George pointed to the seat in front of him. David gave a helpless, bitter smile and sat down. George looked at him carefully and found that David had aged a lot. There was helplessness and sighs towards life in his eyes. He no longer had the majesty of the former chairman. The most important thing George found was that after David came here, he seemed a little cautious, as if he was afraid to see him. Of course, David was also looking at George. Although they hadn't seen each other for a while, George always gave him a sense of amazement every time they met. Once the richest man in Yuhai City, and now the richest man in the South, George's temperament has been improving, dignified and majestic. This also reminded David of George's childhood, when he was thin, timid, and like a not very smart kid. David also thought of Lucas when he was a child, who was smart, well-behaved, and considerate. He looked like a child with a promising future. When the two sides compared themselves, the outcome was hard to accept. Especially when I think about when they were little, Lucas wronged George many times and David whipped George with a belt over and over again, but George never yelled or screamed. He just gritted his teeth and endured it stubbornly. In fact, at that time, David should have discovered that this child had endurance that was completely different from his peers. Moreover, he also thought of what Yuki had said to him. Although their family seemed to treat George as a family member, in fact, no one loved George, including David. David was still unconvinced, so Yuki asked him if he knew George's birthday, what he liked to eat, and how George was doing academically. David was unaware of all this, and only then did he realize one fact. He didn't actually love George. The two looked at each other. The atmosphere was very quiet and even more depressing. Out of prison. 10 minutes later, George finally spoke. Lucas still cares about you. At least he got you out of jail. David heard this. He felt that George was mocking him. After all, what happened in the hall just now, do you still care? It's unfilial. After all, you are the child that I have spoiled since I was young, so you should be filial to your father. George picked up a cup of tea and drank it with his head slightly lowered. George, I know you want to laugh at me. Go ahead and laugh. I'm numb and I don't care. Yes, I admit I felt very upset just now. I didn't expect Lucas to become like this. But at least he still calls me father and hasn't forgotten me. That's enough. Most children will be like this when they grow up and become fully grown. David seemed unable to bear George's sarcasm and defended himself with a redneck. George looked at him with a smile, as if he could see through David's guilty conscience and his stubborn words. If there's a fire at the Yi family, everything will be burned, including the people. When the firefighters search the fire scene, they will probably only see a mouth, which even fire can't burn. George laughed sarcastically. David blushed, knowing that George was mocking him for being stubborn. He was embarrassed and ashamed. But you're still lucky, at least Lucas calls you dad. Angela and the others are miserable. Even their sister doesn't recognize them. They're treated like dogs. George continued to drink his tea. David couldn't keep his word now. Lucas's attitude towards Angela and the others was worse than towards himself. Everyone could see it. He knew without asking how upset and painful Angela and the others were feeling at the moment. If there were still some unresolved issues at home, they would probably have fled abroad one by one to avoid being exhausted. George, there is something I want to ask you for help. David didn't want to continue talking to George about the Yi family, so he calmed down and spoke in a pleading tone. George immediately looked at David deeply and sneered. Sure, David, you shamelessly come to beg me again. Isn't your son Lucas successful? Why don't you go and beg him? David opened his mouth, unable to speak, feeling even more embarrassed and ashamed. George continued, but this is not the first time you have begged me. Last time, when the Yi group was about to go bankrupt, you also brought Angela and the others to beg me. Let me think about it. It's actually quite a lot. After a pause, he added, but I won't agree to your request. David's pupils condensed, and a fire of evil rose in his heart. I haven't even asked yet, and you don't agree to me. Did you never intend to agree to anything from me from the beginning? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Yes, I begged you several times, but every time, you refused. You never agreed to help me. Chapter 422. The second question is about Xiao Yuer. George, I admit that I didn't fulfill my fatherly responsibilities when you were a child, and I stood on the side of other children many times. But things have passed. The Yi family has gone bankrupt, and the family has been broken up. Is it necessary for you to hold a grudge like this? After all, Maria is not your mother, but I am your father. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he was venting all the frustration and grievance he had experienced today. Presumptuous. Suddenly, George slammed the table. Unparalleled majesty surged out, shocking David like an invisible aura. David suddenly came to his senses and realized that he was out of control. "David, are you putting on airs in front of me?" George said coldly. "You lost your father's face in front of Lucas, so you want to get it back in front of me? Are you old and confused? Do you still think that when you were a child, I had to bear everything and I was your punching bag? Do you see the situation clearly? Do you really think you're my dad?" These few words frightened David so much that he felt cold all over and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, he was very depressed just now and subconsciously vented in front of George, but was scolded by George and woke up. Even Lucas doesn't take him seriously, let alone George. David didn't dare to argue with Lucas head on, but was it a wise decision to argue with George? He is indeed getting senile. Neither of these two sons took him seriously. "Yes, I'm sorry." David lowered his head, calmed down, and suddenly looked very old again. "If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude. Also, if I hear the term father and son again, I'll tear your mouth apart." George threatened coldly. David smiled bitterly and kept his head down. "You really deserve it. You still can't see the reality. You are such a failure in your life." George continued. "I know what you want to ask me for help with. This is impossible. Don't even think about it." David immediately looked up and looked at George in disbelief because he didn't say what it was. Of course, his eyes were full of pleading. "Liang, he wants to be released from prison, and he hopes I can show mercy, right?" George saw through David's heart at a glance. "Isn't my life a life? He had someone assassinate me, and you want to get out after serving a few months in jail? Haha, you're dreaming. If you want to get out, you have to pay with your life." "George," David wanted to say something, but George glared at him and he finally stopped talking. If he doesn't believe it, he can give it a try. Even if he has the support of a big boss, I guarantee that he will not be able to leave the South, so prison is his best destination. George continued in a strong manner, and if I'm not mistaken, the boss behind Lucas doesn't take Liang Yong and Liang Yi seriously. Helping Liang Yi escape punishment is already the biggest limit, so when Liang Yi wants to get out of prison, Lucas is also indifferent. Liang Yi once showed his kindness to Lucas, but Lucas has long turned his back on him. David immediately thought of Liang Yong's helpless tone when he called just now. Then I thought of Lucas killing all the remaining members of the Liang family. All this seems to prove that the big guys behind the scenes gave face to Lucas, Maria, or even Angela, not Liang Yong. "How much do you know about the boss behind Lucas?" George suddenly asked. David shook his head. "I have no idea what happened to them in Yinjing. It's really pitiful. As a father, you act like an outsider. You know, you used all your wealth to support your son. Now, after all your efforts, you are abandoned by your son." George suddenly sneered. David felt as if he was pricked by a needle. It would be a lie to say that he had no regrets. However, he had no choice now and could only continue to be stubborn. "Okay, I've already responded to Liang Yi's question. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. This is why I agreed to meet you." George asked the servant to make David a cup of tea and asked, "First question, did you kill Lily's boyfriend, Xia Haonan?" Lily once found out that Xia Haonan was murdered, and she seemed to have a suspect, but George learned from Lily's tone that the suspect was David. Given David's situation at the time, it was indeed very likely that he would do these things. After all, his most doted-on youngest daughter had actually been instigated to take drugs, learn bad things, etc. David heard this. He frowned and looked at George, gritting his teeth. "Indeed, I really want to kill that bastard. My daughter is so well-behaved. It was Xia Haonan who caused her die. He deserves to die." David was very emotional when he cursed. After a full minute, he shook his head and said, "But I didn't kill him." "Oh." George raised his eyebrows and looked at David carefully, and found that David did not look like he was lying. Besides, David has nothing now. He has no money, no power, and even his wife and children don't recognize him. There's really no need for him to lie. So it's either David, Maria, or Angela. Of course, there is another possibility. It's Lucas. However, George still cannot guess Lucas' motive. After all, killing Xia Haonan will not do Lucas any good. He can't possibly vent his anger on Xia Haonan just because he cares about Lily, unless his beloved one is being bullied. That's right, Lu Ruyan. George's eyes flashed, and he finally guessed Lucas' motive. As far as he knew, during the period when Lily was in charge of the Yi group, she was in high spirits and even brought Xie Haonan back to live in the Yi family. And Xie Haonan seemed to have flirted with Lu Ruyan. Considering how much Lucas loves Lu Ruyan, he will definitely not let Xie Haonan have an easy time. So after Lily was reported for drug use, Lucas started to take action. The second question is about my mother, Xiao Yuer. Tell me what you know. George continued to ask. Xiao Yuer is his mother, but he has no impression of her at all and doesn't even know what she looks like. Xiao Yuer. David heard this name. His face looked dazed, as if he had returned to his youth. She is very kind and beautiful, just like an angel. George, you have seen Xiaoying, right? Xiaoying looks very much like her. George narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. No wonder David was still keeping a girlfriend at his age. This turned out to be the reason. I love her very much. She's the woman I love most in my life. We were classmates in college. When we were in college, she was the campus belle, and there were many people pursuing her. I still remember that my biggest competitor was Wei Quansheng, but in the end, I held Xiao Yuer's hand, and we had sex. Later, something happened and Xiao Yuer had no choice but to leave me, so I had to marry Maria. Later, your sisters were born. Until one day, I was on a business trip abroad and met her by chance. She was more beautiful than before. We seemed to have endless things to say to each other, but in the end, we said nothing. We just hugged each other tightly, hating the injustice of fate to us. After that time, we had sex again. When I wanted to find Xiao Yuer the next day, she had disappeared. Chapter 4:23. His mother is the most perfect. David spoke slowly and talked about the good things that happened when they were in school. At this moment, he didn't look so old, but full of youth and liveliness. Perhaps this is also the happiest moment in his life. George listened quietly and secretly looked down on David's cowardice. Since she is the woman you like, why don't you protect her and separate from Xiao Yuer? Although George didn't know the reason for their breakup, he guessed it must have been because of David, and Xiao Yuer broke up in order to help David. Combined with some of the information George knew, I had a clearer idea of the whole thing. David and Xiao Yuer were in a relationship, but something happened along the way that forced them to separate, and David had no choice but to marry Maria. Later they met abroad and had sex. In fact, David didn't know that Xiao Yuer became pregnant because of that time, and the child was George. Afterwards, because Yi Jindong wanted to add a male to the Yi family and use this as a condition to help the Liang family, Maria agreed. She became pregnant smoothly and then went to Chou country to take care of the baby. No one knew if it was retribution or something else, but the fetus was not saved. At that time, Maria also saw Xiao Yuer, and she threatened David and forced Xiao Yuer to hand over the child. George was taken back to the Yi family, then thrown away. After growing up in an orphanage, he was taken back to the Yi family again. This is the general outline. Thinking of this, George took a deep breath. The grudges and grievances of the previous generation were too complicated, and the next generation has to bear everything. Of course, he still sympathized with Xiao Yuer, because his real mother had always been a victim, a kind woman who put love first. In addition, George also heard her name. It was Wei Quansheng, the man who competed with David for Xiao Yuer. I didn't expect that Xiao Yuer and Wei Quansheng mentioned by Lin Huashan actually had this kind of relationship with David. However, what surprised George was that when he went to check on these two people, he could not find any clues or traces, as if someone had deliberately erased all traces. Even now, there is no clue. Later, didn't you ever think of looking for Xiao Yuer? George asked. David shook his head, holding his head in pain, and inserted his fingers into his hair. You are not a man. George cursed sarcastically. Just abandoning her in a foreign country like that, ignoring her and not caring about her. She had a child at the time. David said painfully, I was already married, had a family, and had Angela and her family. How could I go find her? That's because you are afraid of death, cowardly, and even selfish. Xiao Yuer, falling in love with you, is the biggest mistake in her life. George said coldly. Let me guess again. Later, Grandpa took out the family property to help the Liang family. The Liang family began to prosper and surpass the original class. You were even more powerless at that time, and you dared not to look for Xiao Yuer. You have gone from being the master of the family to a son-in-law of the Liang family. Am I right? You are a coward, a wimp, and a waste. David wanted to explain himself, But in the end, he couldn't speak. Yes, he is a coward. He is a waste. He is just a wimp. If he could be as strong and capable as George, the Yi family would be different now. And he could also go to Xiaoyuer in front of Maria. Who is Wei Quansheng and where is he? George continued to ask. I don't know either. David shook his head in despair. Don't ask me anymore. Let the things of the previous generation go. After saying that, he held his head and groaned in pain, not wanting to open these dusty memories. George's face darkened. He had a feeling that Wei Quansheng was also very important. He was related to the emotional entanglement between David, Xiaoyuer, and Maria. But looking at David's current state, I guess there's nothing I can ask him. Then, the two of them fell silent. George has been thinking about Xiaoyuer. He now has an impression of her, gentle, kind, and considerate. This is his real mother, instead of a vicious, strong, and overbearing woman like Maria. Therefore, George is actually quite happy. In his heart, his mother is the most perfect one, which makes him full of fantasies. Is there a photo of her? George thought about it. His tone became much better. David nodded, took out his wallet, and pulled out a photo from the wallet compartment. The photo was a little yellowed, and he had always kept it as a treasure. He was afraid that Maria would see it, so he didn't dare to take it out to look at it easily over the years. George took it and looked at the photo carefully, only to see that it was a photo of David and Xiaoyuer. Xiaoyuer is very tall, about 1.7 meters, with a good figure and delicate facial features. When she smiles, there are 2 dimples on her cheeks. She's the kind of woman you'll fall in love with easily at first sight. She is my mother. George stroked the photo with his thumb, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, she is your mother. David nodded. In the Yi family, you have been struggling to pursue family affection and the taste of your mother. In fact, she is the one, and now you have truly found her. Of course, if Maria hadn't told the truth, I would still be in the dark, and I wouldn't know that you are Yuer's child. George ignored him and continued looking at the photos as if he was there. The woman in the photo once again satisfied George's fantasy about his mother. I'll find her. George put away the photo. David opened his mouth and wanted the photo, but when George looked at him, he finally closed his mouth. Our conversation is over. I'll have my bodyguard take you back. Next, George stood up and walked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. David had no choice but to stand up. He hadn't held out much hope since he came to ask George in the first place. He had a hunch that George would not let Liang Yi out of prison. Therefore, he has done his best and can give an explanation to Liang Yong. George, will you still deal with the Yi family? David left. He looked at the tall figure in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. No, I said when I left the Yi family that the Yi family would go bankrupt, split, and eventually fall into civil strife. Now we have achieved our goal. George said calmly. Except for Lucas and Maria, I will not deal with anyone else, including Ella. Of course, the premise is that they don't mess with me. Hearing this, David felt relieved. Of course, he was still a little worried about Lucas and Ella. But when I thought that they no longer listened to me, there was no point in persuading them. So I finally gave up. Yes, the Yi family is bankrupt, divided, and in turmoil. We no longer pose any threat to you. David left with a staggering step. Everything is over now. Your new targets are Lucas and Maria, right? You will definitely not let them go, for Yi Jindong and Xiaoyuer. The sound lingered in the room, and George was still standing in front of the French window, looking into the distance. He now wishes he could travel around the world to find his missing mother and bring her back to enjoy a good life, because she has suffered a lot all her life. Chapter 424. Just because of George. Wait and see for now. At this time, George also saw the scene on the road below from the floor-to-ceiling window. He saw David leaving in a car with the support of Angela, followed by Ella. At this moment, George also felt that David had aged a lot, as if the earth had buried him up to his neck. Yes, after going through so many ups and downs with the Yi family, it's time to call it quits and never have anything to do with each other again. Of course, George also glanced at Ella, who was walking behind and looked a little out of place. She shouldn't give up. If she doesn't stop, she will end up like Lucas. Angela is not actually David's child. David probably doesn't even know this. George was about to tell this secret, but then he thought better of it, so as to avoid upsetting David again. Just think of it as David leaving Xiaoyuer's photo to George as an exchange. Mom, I will find you. George took out Xiaoyuer's photo again and looked at it over and over again. On the rooftop of a building near the hotel, a bodyguard appeared and patrolled as usual. Liu Ruihao also appeared there, looking through a telescope from time to time, and saw George standing behind the glass window. Send someone to patrol the building over there. It's also a good angle for sniping. Also, please remember to check the elevators at the Angel Hotel to avoid accidents. Liu Ruihao is very professional and is always checking for hidden dangers and dangers for George. On the other side, Liang Yong received a call from David, but the result was almost what he guessed. George, as expected, did not agree. Little bastard. Originally, Lucas went to the south in a high-profile manner, and George couldn't see through Lucas's cards, so he would definitely have some reservations. If Liang is released from prison at this time, George would not dare to act rashly, and could only watch silently. Who knew that this bastard saw through my cards and didn't give me any face at all? Liang Yong cursed grimly. He knew that George saw through him and was very clear that the boss behind Lucas was Lucas S., not Liang Yong's. This means that as long as Liang Yi dares to get out of prison, George will dare to kill Liang Yi. At that time, Lucas S. behind-the-scenes boss will not stand up to help Liang Yong. What made him most frustrated was that he also asked Lucas, but Lucas didn't seem to care much about this and even seemed very impatient. After observing his expression, he immediately didn't dare to talk about it. Coupled with Lucas's attitude towards the Liang family after returning to the south, he had already vaguely guessed what Lucas meant. That is, useless people have no right to speak. It's so frustrating. Everything has been arranged, but whether or not I can be released from prison depends on George's opinion. Liang Yong's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, but the tapping sound was very fast, indicating that he was very anxious. Now that things have come to this, he can only take the risk, because he had also considered two measures to deal with it. First, after Liang Yi was released from prison, he should disappear from George's sight as quickly as possible. Second, assassinate George. These two measures can be implemented at the same time, but the second path is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. He has now figured out George's background. He is considered a big shot at a certain level. If he assassinates George, it will definitely cause an uproar. There will be an earthquake in the south, and the elders will be furious. And Liang Yong is definitely the biggest suspect, and it will be difficult for him to escape. In fact, people who have reached his class and status will understand one thing. No matter whether it is a fierce battle in the business world or a competition in the official career, they're only allowed to fight within the rules. Once they go beyond the rules, it will be very troublesome. Because this is the last way, it means we will all die together. But at the moment, he seems to have no choice. He can't just watch Liang Yi continue to stay in jail. Get ready, then listen to my final orders. Liang Yong took out a phone and made a call before making the final decision. At the same time, in the prison in the provincial capital, Liang Yi also met a man who was once his subordinate. Because his duties were relatively low, he was not greatly affected by this corruption storm and was merely suspended. He seemed to be visiting Liang Yi, but in fact he was also conveying Liang Yong's intentions. Brother has arranged everything, but he is just waiting and watching because of George. Liang Yi listened to the other party's secret reminder and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Recently, although he seemed to be in jail, he was actually very clear about what was happening outside, including the division of the Liang family and the affairs of the Yi family. It can be said that the Yi family has gone bankrupt. George no longer seems to be targeting the Yi family. His only targets are Lucas and Maria, including Liang Yong. As for Liang Yi, he will be fine as long as he stays in the cell. If he dares to break the rules and jump out, George will continue to attack him. At a time like this, maybe it's safer to stay in jail. Liang Yi sighed. Mr. Liang, do you plan to stay here forever? George means that even if you are released after serving your sentence, you can only choose between prison and death. Unless one day in the future, George finds his conscience and forgives his past mistakes, you will never have a chance to get out in your life. So, Mr. Liang Yong wants to take a risk once. The subordinate patiently explained that these were also what Liang Yong had told him. Let me think about it carefully. Liang Yi still didn't agree immediately. Anyway, if George dies, the consequences will be very troublesome and will affect my eldest brother. And I guess, how could George not be on guard? He is not that easy to kill. Mr. Liang, all you have to do now is wait for the information. Everything will be arranged. The subordinate looked around and then left. Liang Yi sat alone, his face gloomy and full of hostility. The next day, George returned to the company and held a meeting. The theme of this conference is Tianyin short video. Dongshu Group has cooperated with Tongue Group to divert traffic to a video. Currently, the number of video users is slowly increasing. They have also diverted a video users to an entertainment app called Entertainment Headlines. The download volume of this app is very high, competing with old-fashioned entertainment apps like Shouhu and Baidu. From the surface, Dongshu Group is developing very fast in new media. Zhang Xiaolan said as she looked at the latest survey data. Originally, she was in charge of battery new energy, but the progress in this area is slow, so she transferred her position and came to Tianyin short video. Everyone listened quietly to Zhang Xiaolan's report and could sense some pressure coming from Dongshu Group. Xiaolingyun also came and listened nearby. He said to George, Dongshu Group is very wealthy. If they just move a little, the business community in the South will be shaken. George laughed and said, moreover, they have recruited a lot of talents. In some aspects, their approaches are very similar to ours. They are even imitating and learning from us, and they're planning to surpass us. Although Lucas is not good at other things, he is good at copying homework. Just because of that idiot Lucas? Xiaolingyun is not optimistic about Lucas. Chapter 425. Unfortunately, time will prove everything. George played with the pen in his hand and said calmly, that idiot is really not good at business, but he has his strengths, which is to take advantage of the situation. He used to be the Yi family, then the Liang family, and now he is the big boss behind the scenes. Of course, he also knows how to manage some talents. That's right, as a superior, you don't need to be good at everything. As long as you can manage people, that's enough. Xiaolingyun's pupils widened. For what you said, he is more difficult to deal with in the Liang family and Jiang Tianan. From a certain perspective, it is true. At present, his boss behind the scenes has not surfaced yet, which puts us under a bit of pressure. In the future, when the two sides come into conflict, it will probably be even more troublesome. George nodded slightly. These big guys behind the scenes are from a certain circle. I guess they are from second-tier families. Liang Howren's case has already shown how powerful they are. There is no such thing as fairness when it comes to them. With them around, ordinary people can't even think of crossing the class barrier for 3 generations. But why are they so high and mighty? It's okay for 1 generation, but for generations. In fact, when he said this, he was still a little unconvinced. He has reached his current height thanks to the knowledge he gained from his previous life and the hard work he put into this life. Moreover, breaking through to a new level is currently harder than ascending to heaven. And some people are born at his level, or even a level higher than him. Xiaolingyun nodded. Yes, those bastards under the emperor's feet. Forget it. Let's eat one bite at a time. Now the focus is on Tianyin short video. George continued. I have watched the video of Dongshu Group A. They have strong financial resources, but they have taken the wrong path. They actually plan to focus on entertainment apps and short video apps as a supplement. The future market will tell them what is the mainstream. Next, I will also release an entertaining news app called Today's Headlines. This app has just been released, and it focuses on attracting traffic. Tianyin short video and Manhwa have poured some resources into it, but not too much. We need to rely on Today's Headlines to break the deadlock and attract traffic for ourselves. It's mainly based on online time. The longer the customer stays in the app, the more rewards they can get. In the future, downloads and traffic will no longer be the only thing. Daily activity will be the most important. After all, in the current internet era, people download all kinds of apps, but the key is to retain customers among thousands of apps. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Zhang Xiaolan expressed her own opinion. Mr. Yi, our Today's Headlines came out later than Dongshu Group's entertainment headlines, so we will definitely be accused of plagiarism. Moreover, Dongshu Group's entertainment headlines has already implemented a reward mechanism. What we are doing is the path they have taken. George shook his head and smiled after hearing this. Lucas, this is nothing but copying me, using capital to exchange for traffic and customers. He also picked up the things I left behind. Of course, he has also improved a lot. At least he knows how to use this promotion method. Then, he looked at everyone and said, they released the related app earlier than us, and their general promotion route is similar to ours, so we want to be different. You can express your opinions. Mr. Yi, I personally think that we should acquire more entertainment apps, integrate them, and direct traffic to Today's Headlines. Mr. Yi, we can only increase our investment. Our Tianyin short video has a high number of daily active users, so we can pour more resources into today's headlines. We are more familiar with the routine of Conduo Duo, which is to attract new users to download the app and increase more rewards. Everyone has expressed their opinion. Of course, these opinions are not very helpful. They're all the same old routine. Okay, let me make a few serious points here. First, Tianyin short videos will always be the main focus, and the resources allocated to today's headlines cannot exceed 30%. Second, use big data algorithms to push news and create personalized recommendations. Remember, big data is the core. We need to record customer habits and then replace customers' active searches with recommendations. When customers enter the app, they will be unconsciously attracted to watch and stay online for more time. Third, we encourage self-media authors to create articles, videos, etc., and reward good works, so that the better entertainment news can be left behind through the process of sifting through the sand. Fourth, the rewards for Gene Retweet do not come from attracting new customers, but from the length of time you spend online. The longer you are online, the more rewards you get. The above 4 points are the biggest differences between us and Dongshu Group's entertainment headlines. As time goes by, the gap will gradually emerge. George looked at everyone and said, the leaders of various departments suddenly realized and secretly admired him. Every time the group encountered a situation of stagnation, it was Director Yi who led them to fight their way out. Mr. Ye's talent for business is probably ranked #1 in the world, not to mention in China. Afterwards, George gave another explanation and the meeting ended. After a few days, Tianyin Group began to launch the Today's Headlines app, which caused quite a stir once it was released. You should know that Dongshu Group has already launched entertainment headlines, and Tianyin Group followed closely. Many people are accusing Tianyin Group of plagiarism. Tianyin Group is already the only company that dominates the short video market. Who would have thought that they would also enter the entertainment app market? They must have followed the trend after seeing Dongshu Group's announcement. I thought Tianyin Group was a unicorn company, but it turns out it's mostly plagiarism. They arrived too late. The first person to go down to the river might catch crabs, but the second person might not. They might just catch small shrimps. Who cares? We're all just watching the news. What's the difference? You don't understand this, right? An app requires the hard work of many developers from development to release and promotion, while the latter only need to imitate and make it. This is unfair to the first batch of developers and personnel. That's not the case. Maybe the two apps are different. George didn't pay too much attention to the various rumors on the internet. After all, these are things he has to face. There are also many internet trolls trying to stir up trouble. They should be the people hired by Lucas. Unfortunately, time will tell. Then, George started talking to Xiaolingyun. George, I found out that a man named Chun Xiaomin went to see Liang Yi, and the two had a secret conversation. I guess Liang is planning to be released from prison. Xiaolingyun said seriously, what do you think about this matter? George was not surprised and sneered. It seems that they didn't take what I said to David to heart. How can a person make a mistake without paying any price? Give Liang Yi a final warning. If he is still stubborn, then kill him. In fact, if it wasn't the last step, George wouldn't like to kill people, such as Yiming, Liang Haoran, and so on. He waved to Uncle Chun behind him and said, Uncle Chun, have you found the person I arranged for you? Master, we found him. His name is Lu Lei. He is in the advanced stage of lung cancer. He has elderly and children at home, so he agreed to cooperate with us. As long as Liang Yi dares to get out of prison, he will launch an attack on Liang Yi. After the attack is completed, we will give him 5 million. George asked, can you trust me? Chapter 426. Life and death don't matter. Freedom is more valuable. When a man is about to die, he can be absolutely relied upon. Uncle Chun patted his chest and said confidently, he also wanted to leave a way out for his family after his death, and we have helped him fulfill his wish. Well, you must do what you promised. 5 million, not a penny less. Remember that, George sternly warned. Also Qin Xiaomin, who met Liang Yi, check his background. Xiaolingyun smiled and said, I have already checked it out. Liang Yi's former subordinate. Qin Xiaomin is also Qin Sanchan's man. Qin Sanchan has also had contact with Liang Yi. It is said that he is quite capable. Moreover, Qin Sanchan has some connection with you. He is also a subordinate of Wu Yuanliang. George heard this. He remembered that Wu Yuanliang who I brought down when I first came to the provincial capital. Wu Yuanliang is actually a distant relative of the Liang family. When George came to the provincial capital to attend university, Maria asked Wu Yuanliang's son to protect Lucas in school in order to protect Lucas, and then a conflict came into play with George. In the end, when the two sides clashed, George relied on his memories of his previous life to defeat Wu Yuanliang, and finally committed suicide by shooting himself. Master, there's one more thing. Lu Ruihao discovered that someone is secretly plotting around you and seems to be planning an assassination. Uncle Chen added, but Lu Ruihao saw through them all. For example, the sniper points in the building opposite were all found by Lu Ruihao. Lu Ruihao came from the military and has protected important figures before. He is more experienced than us in this area. George's face turned cold after hearing this. It seems that Liang Yong is going to fight to the death. Isn't he afraid that he will be beheaded after playing the rules? Keep watching them. Currently, Liang Yong is in Yanjing, relying on remote control to make arrangements, so George can't do anything to him. After all, George's hands are in the south and can't reach Yanjing. This is also what gives George a headache. As the day of Liang Yi's release from prison draws closer, a whirlpool is brewing in certain places in the provincial capital. For example, Mr. Hu, Huang Zhongwan, and others, they had actually heard the news a long time ago, and were also shocked by Liang Yi's mysterious backstage. Liang Yong, who is in Yanjing, has been making close arrangements, and now has come to the most critical moment. However, the feedback from the South is that it is difficult to deal with George because George's security is very good, with groups of bodyguards who are all highly skilled and experienced, and their defense is ironclad. Even the few buildings near Tianjin Group cannot be accessed even if snipers are deployed. As for poisoning, there's no need to even think about bribing people inside. As time is tight, the only way is to cause a car accident, but the chance of success is not high. After all, George travels in a motorcade, and his car is a bulletproof car. Basically, with someone at George's level, and with the security level raised after receiving some rumors, the difficulty of assassinating him is no different from assassinating the head of state of some small foreign country. Sir, George will leave Tianjin Group tonight and return to his villa. We have made plans, but success is not guaranteed. Once we have arranged everything, we will call Mr. The other party hung up the phone after he finished explaining. Liang Yong sat in his office, thinking and feeling a headache. If he didn't kill George, his brother would not be able to get out. If he killed George, the consequences would be unbearable for him, and there was no guarantee that the assassination would be successful. At this time, in the provincial capital prison, Liang Yi already knew that he would be released from prison today, around 6 in the evening, and he had already realized the tension of the situation. The prisoners around him were all arranged by his eldest brother, who were protecting him in secret and waiting for him to be released from prison. There must be a lot of people protecting him outside, but he also knew that George would not give up. Liang Haoren was a living example. Didn't he die abroad? Fuck, I don't believe it. George can really cover the sky with one hand. If I, Liang Yi, go to jail for life, what's the difference between that and killing me? Life and death are indifferent. Freedom is more valuable. Liang Yi has also been thinking about this issue during this period and finally made a decision. For freedom. Another 15 minutes later, the person in charge came in and said with a smile, Mr. Liang, you have applied for 3 patents in succession, coating materials, graphene decomposition technology, and the latest packaging material film technology. You have made great contributions to the country. After consideration by the higher-ups, you are acquitted. Thanks. Liang Yi nodded politely, followed the person in charge and left, went to the property room, and took away the clothes and belongings he had worn when he came. After changing into the administrative armor, Liang Yi seemed to have returned to the days when he could call the shots. Then he followed the prison guard and left, came to the gate, and pushed it open to go out. A fresh air blew in my face. It was very comfortable. The weather was slightly cool, neither cold nor hot. The taste of freedom is just ahead. Liang Yi straightened his clothes and slowly walked out the door. He saw a large number of luxury cars parked outside, and men in suits were already waiting there. Looking into the distance, there are more than a dozen people standing vigilant to prevent emergencies. Mr. Liang, congratulations on your release from prison. Now, I'll take you on a plane to Yanjing. A thin-looking man wearing glasses came over politely. Everything arranged? Liang, he put his hands behind his back and asked like an old cadre. It's arranged. It will be here in about 4 hours. After saying this, the man with glasses invited Liang Yi to get in the car. Liang Yi and Liang Yong had already discussed it. After being released from prison, it would be more dangerous to go abroad. It is safest to stay in Yinjing. George's hand cannot reach there. The current problem is how to reach Yinjing. Liang Yi wanted to get in the car and leave, but he stopped and looked back at the prison. That was like hell. I'm out. I'll never go back. Liang Yi's eyes became more determined. He not only wanted freedom, he also wanted revenge for his brother and parents. He wanted to join forces with Liang Yong. However, just as he was distracted, a car parked not far away exploded. Mr. Liang, be careful. The man with glasses immediately knocked Liang Yi to the ground. Boom! A BMW X5 was blown over, just a dozen meters away from Liang Yi, with flames shooting into the sky and heat waves hitting his face. Liang Yi lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. The air he breathed into his lungs was hot. He was protected by the men in suits around him. However, Liang Yi was still in shock. If he had not stopped to look at the prison, he would have been killed or crippled by the explosion. What's going on? Liang Yi screamed and shouted. Someone has planted explosives in the car. Mr. Liang, I suggest you leave immediately. The man with glasses also had a serious look on his face and waved to his younger brothers. Another Mercedes drove over. Everyone looked around alertly and protected Liang Yi and got him into the car. The car started immediately and drove away along the road. In the car, Liang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead. His eyes were serious. He intuitively felt that the explosion just now must have been caused by George, and George's madness would definitely not stop. There would be more to come. If he guessed correctly, the explosion of the BMW just now was more like a warning. Otherwise, why only one car exploded? In short, he must go to Yinjing immediately. Chapter 427. Just 2 hours, it was truly thrilling. Several cars protected Liang Yi's car in the middle, and there were not many cars on the road, so it looked very safe. However, the quieter the place, the more threatened Liang Yi felt, and asked the driver, "What road is this?" "Go back to the south road." The driver had just finished replying when a dump truck parked at the intersection started up. Looking through the car window at the driver's seat, I vaguely saw a driver smoking a cigarette, taking a few gulps of Ergo 2, then stepping on the accelerator to the bottom and rushing towards him head-on. Car, be careful." Liang Yi had just finished listening to the driver's words when he saw a dump truck rushing towards him at a very fast speed, like a small mountain. At this time, people on the roadside also saw the dump truck crashing into the Mercedes-Benz, and they were all screaming. Several cars vaguely visible on the road also saw it, and were so scared that they didn't dare to get close. "Quick, get out of the way!" Liang Yi excitedly yelled at the driver, but the dump truck was obviously heading towards him. When he turned left, the dump truck followed him, and the same was true when he turned right. The car leading the way in front had been hit, causing the driver of Liang Yi's car to have to brake. The car behind also crashed into it and trapped Liang Yi's car. At the same time, the dump truck knocked the first car away due to inertia, but its speed also slowed down and it finally got stuck in the middle. However, the car lost its balance and slowly began to roll over, with a lot of rocks and dirt dragged behind it. Grass! Liang Yi watched the car slowly fall down, but his car was stuck and he couldn't run away. "Mr. Liang, get out of the car." At the critical moment, the man with glasses opened the car door and pulled Liang Yi out. Just as the man rushed out of the car door, with a loud bang, the Mercedes-Benz was crushed by the dump truck. Mud and stones seemed to fall from the sky, scaring Liang Yi so much that cold sweat broke out. He didn't even have the strength to run away. In the end, he was helped away from the scene by the man with glasses and several others. "Someone come quickly. What a fierce car accident. I don't know if anyone else is injured. Call the police. Call the police quickly." There were also screams of surprise from passers-by all around. Liang Yi was being pulled by the man with glasses. His face was extremely pale, and his body and mind felt cold, as if a basin of cold water had been poured from his head to his feet. The explosion of the BMW just now was a warning, and the car accident caused by the dump truck now was definitely intended to kill him. Although he escaped, who can guarantee that there will be more to come? "George, we must kill him today." The man with glasses and others were also in a daze and wanted to protect Liang Yi and continue to leave, but Liang Yi was a little hesitant and panicked. Seeing the police car coming, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't leave yet. Let's see what happens first." He guessed that George had already figured out his escape route. and if he continued walking, he would fall into George's plan and trap. Therefore, he cannot be restrained by George and must walk at his own pace. When the police car arrived, they detained the driver of the dump truck, and then a police officer came over to ask Liang, "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" "Need not." Liang, he shook his head. "I want to ask the driver what happened. I will go back with you to record his statement." "Good." The police looked at Liang, carefully and nodded. Liang, was thinking. No matter how extensive George's plan was, he would never have thought that he would suddenly go to the police station. So he followed the police car and arrived at the police station, waited quietly inside, and then called Liang Yong. "George, this bastard really wants to kill you. He is heartless and worse than pigs and dogs. He is so cold-blooded. I.e., stay at the police station and wait and see what happens." Liang Yong was also very angry when he heard the news, because this time is different from the murder of Liang Haoren. It is not happening abroad, but killing the uncle openly in the country. Liang, he still looked frightened and kept drinking mineral water. Soon, the police finished interrogating the murderer and learned the result. It turned out that the murderer was already in the advanced stage of cancer and had a hatred for the world, so he caused the car accident. When he was caught, he was still laughing wildly, without any regret or worry at all. After Liang, he learned about the situation, he asked his elder brother Liang Yong to call the police station. Then he was qualified to meet the murderer. He wanted to ask some questions clearly, and it would be best to find out George's next plan, etc. The murderer was locked in a cell and sneered when he saw Liang Yi. Liang Yi looked at the murderer deeply and found that he was a man in his 40s. He immediately advised, "Don't be afraid. I am here to help you. As long as you confess who instructed you, I will give you 10 million and protect your family." I just looked at your file. You have children and elderly people at home, so you are not a world-hating person at all. Think about it. If you're sentenced, how will they live? I can make the decision to reduce your crime as much as possible and give money to your family. If 10 million is not enough, then 30 million. You just need to tell me who ordered you to do that. He guessed that this man must have been instructed by George. If he could get the man to give George away, George would be in trouble, and he could also take the opportunity to escape from the South. Ha 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 ha. The man looked at Liang Yi and suddenly laughed like crazy. "No one ordered me to do this. I just want to kill people. I just want to kill people." After saying that, he banged his head against the iron railing with great force, making the bones crackle, and his head was broken and bleeding all of a sudden. Liang, he looked at his crazy look and was scared again. He was like a dead man. He just couldn't understand what George gave the man to make him give up 30 million instead of giving George away. In fact, how could he know that the man was about to die? So how could he believe Liang Yi's words? Because the money from George had already arrived, his family was using it, and they were living a better life. And Liang Yi's are just blank checks. As the saying goes, 10 birds in the bush are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. Someone come quickly. The prisoner is about to commit suicide. Doctor, doctor. The policeman in charge of guarding the scene panicked when he saw the murderer banging his head against the wall like a madman, and he called for a large number of people to help. Liang Yi also retreated. His face became even more solemn, and goosebumps appeared all over his body, which was caused by fear. Looking at the time again, 2 hours have passed since he was released from prison. He was assassinated twice in just 2 hours. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, because he came to the police station halfway, George's assassination was temporarily interrupted. But it's only temporary. Once he walks out of the police station, he will be judged by hell. What should I do? Liang, he sat down on a chair in the corridor, took out a cigarette, and smoked it, thinking constantly. The taste of freedom was welcoming him, but along with it were the shackles of death. "Brother, let me go back." After thinking for 15 minutes, Liang, he took out his mobile phone bitterly and called Liang Yong. He understood what George meant. Either go to jail or die. These two options were for Liang Yi to choose. You finally got out. Why do you want to go back? Don't go back. Liang Yong was also very anxious after hearing this. Don't worry. I can handle George's situation. You can come to Yinjing right away, and everything will be fine. I don't believe that you can't get out of such a small place in the South. Chapter 428. The operation is canceled, which is good for us too. Brother, when I walked out, he was already a dead body. Liang, he interrupted Liang Yong. I sent someone to assassinate George. I was the first to break the rules, so George will definitely kill me. I have no choice but to go back. I just sent an email to the disciplinary inspection department announcing some criminal deeds that were not found last time. Someone will come to arrest me soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone because he was afraid that Liang Yong would continue to persuade him, and then he would continue to escape in the hope of getting away with it, and eventually die on the road. I. Liang Yong continued shouting into the phone, but his brother had already hung up. Fuck. Liang Yong was breathing heavily like a wild beast. Since the rise of the Liang family, he had never felt so aggrieved and cowardly. His brother was clearly free, and he only needed to hold on for 3 more hours before he could have a free day. However, he was frightened by George's 2 actions and retreated back into his turtle shell. Damn it. Dinkling. At this time, Liang Yong's cell phone rang. After he picked up the phone, he found that it was the people he had invited. Sir George's car is out. Shall we start the operation? These sounds made Liang Yong feel dazed, and he felt as if he was in a state of confusion. Once he decides to act, George might die, and the murderer who has entangled the Liang family and dragged down his sister will disappear forever. Everyone in the Liang family and the Yi family can live in peace, including his younger brother Liang Yi, and he can also avenge Liang Haoran, his parents. But after George's death, Liang Yong will definitely be in trouble. Countless people will target him openly or secretly, and even assassinate him. Of course, this is what happens if the assassination is successful. But what if the assassination fails? George will definitely go crazy and tear all of them to pieces. With George as current energy, he can do it, and he dares to do it. What to do? For the first time, Liang Yong felt that making a choice was so difficult, especially when he thought about the 2 assassination attempts Liang Yi had suffered right after he was released from prison. He guessed that George had taken control of everything and had set up a tight net in the south. Sir, please reply immediately, or you will miss the best opportunity in 3 minutes. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. 3 minutes may seem fast, but to Liang Yong, it was as long as a century. Action cancel. After 2 minutes, Liang Yong finally made a decision, then hung up the phone. His face turned red, and he looked very uncomfortable. Seeing the murderer right in front of him, Liang Yong didn't dare to kill him. How aggrieved and helpless he felt. He smoked one cigarette after another, and soon the ashtray was full, and the office was filled with smoke. In the end, he could only comfort himself like this. It would be very dangerous for Liang Yi to come out now. He could avoid many troubles, and it would be safe in the cell. He would find a chance to come out in a year or 2. On the other side, at an intersection south of Tianjin Group, a man with a scar on his face was sitting in a Porsche and smoking. Boss, what's the situation? Chun Xiaoman next to him asked nervously. The man exhaled a puff of smoke and said indifferently, "The operation is canceled." What? We prepared so much, but it's suddenly canceled. What is the sir thinking? Chun Xiaoman was very anxious because the reward for this operation was 100 million yuan. Everyone who participated in the operation would get a lot of money and could even retire. And when the operation was canceled, they were actually compensated, but it was only 30 million. The richest man, George, is not so easy to kill, and time is so tight. The man said calmly, "We ruled out many assassination methods and finally chose the car accident method, but the success rate of this method is actually not high. Once it fails, we will be in trouble. Call." He exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, "The operation has been canceled. This is good for us. I can finally have a good night's sleep. Tell my brothers that tonight's expenses will be on my account." All right. Chun Xiaoman nodded helplessly. He didn't have the man's mindset. He just thought that there was a lot of money to be made, and he could retire after just one deal. He didn't consider the consequences of failure. Go home. After the man completely relaxed, he looked very happy. Recently, he has been studying the operation, secretly observing George's living habits, daily routines, etc., and trying all kinds of ways to assassinate him. Overall, this was a very risky mission, and now that the operation was canceled, he could completely relax and have a good sleep. The car drove all the way to the suburbs and arrived at a villa area. The man thought of his children and happily pushed the door open. But the moment he entered, he froze. I saw his wife and children sitting on the sofa, chatting with a young man, and this young man was George. Boom, boom, boom. The man's heartbeat was speeding up wildly, and his pupils were dilating. Logically speaking, George had just gone out in the driver's car, and he saw it clearly. So how come he suddenly came to his home? Not good. George must have spotted him. Subconsciously, he wanted to rush into the bedroom on the second floor, pull out the gun from under the bed and fight. Sanshan, you're back. Your friends have been waiting for you all night. Chun Sanshan's wife suddenly shouted and looked over with a smile. His wife always thought that Chun Sanshan was in the building materials business and had no idea that he was a big boss in the underworld. When George came, he was very polite to her and the children and even brought gifts. Everyone thought George was Chun Sanshan's friend. Dad, look, this transformer is a limited edition. I like it very much. Uncle Yi gave it to me. Chun Sanshan's son also ran over, holding an exquisite transformer. Thank you, Uncle. Chun Sanshan rubbed his son's head. Thank you. Uncle Yi has been chatting with me just now, asking me how my studies are going, and he also said that he would take me out to play when he is free. Well, be good. Go to the second floor to play, bring your mom, dad, and Uncle Yi to discuss some business. Chun Sanshan gave some instructions, and then after his wife and children went upstairs, he also sat down on the sofa. There were only two of them in the whole living room. But Chun Sanshan felt that there must be an enemy hiding in the dark, and George could not have come to his house alone. Of course, he was also curious about George's purpose. Obviously, George must know something, otherwise he wouldn't be here. So is George looking for revenge or something? Chun Sanshan, Wu Yunliang's former subordinate. You hid from the anti-gangster campaign back then. You took over the business left by Wu Yuanliang, recruited his subordinates, and resumed your old business. George crossed his legs, placed his palms on his knees, and clapped his hands rhythmically. However, you are much more cautious than Wu Yuanliang. You have always been very low-key. Your wife, son, and even neighbors don't know that you are a gangster. This is quite rare. Chun Sanshan appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was actually beating wildly. Sure enough, George knew him very well. Do you smoke? Chun Sanshan took out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to George. No, thank you. George is still smiling. Chun Sanshan nodded, put the cigarette in his mouth, took out a lighter, and tried to light it, but it wouldn't light up no matter what. What was usually a very simple action is extremely difficult at this moment. Sitting opposite the man, he felt a lot of pressure. Chapter 429. The person who hired me was Yuki's younger brother Lucas. I have a lighter. George took out a lighter from his suit pocket and pushed it across the table. Thanks. Chun Sanshan took it and finally lit the cigarette, but the fingers holding the cigarette were shaking slightly. The young man opposite is the richest man in the South, a man who could be drowned alive with money. Even his former boss, Wu Yuanliang, was killed by this man. Moreover, he was also well aware of the affairs of the Yi family and the Liang family, especially the Liang family, which was once one of the wealthy families in the provincial capital, but was brought to decline and its family was broken up. It can be said that when this man ascended to the position of the richest man in the South, he was stepping on countless corpses. When did you know me? After taking a puff of cigarette, Chun Sanshan calmed down a little. He didn't ask George why he came. That was unnecessary. A week ago, George said calmly. Chun Sanshan took a few puffs of his cigarette, and soon the cigarette was finished. He lit another one and asked, My wife, the children are unaware of this. George, I hope you can spare their lives. George smiled after hearing this, took out a stack of photos and information, and placed them on the table. Chun Sanshan's heart skipped a beat. He took the photos and information and looked at them. The more he looked, the more nervous he became. All the information was about the people Chun Sanshan had killed and the dirty things he had done, including when he was following Wu Yuanliang and what he did after Wu Yuanliang's death. He didn't know where George got the information, but based on this evidence alone, it was enough to shoot him several times. Then he looked up at George. George just smiled and said, It's a good thing you didn't do anything, otherwise you would be dead now. Chun Sanshan broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, George had already discovered him. How could he succeed in the assassination? No wonder he couldn't sleep well these days and kept feeling his right eye twitching. It turned out that a disaster was coming. Of course, you didn't do anything, so I didn't plan to do anything to you. George continued, But I need someone to do something for me. What's up? Chun Sanshan looked at George nervously. Something dirty. George knew that it was difficult to stay clean after reaching his position. Even if he wanted to, his opponents would not allow him to do so. So sometimes he needed someone who could do the dirty work. Chidan, although Uncle Chun can do it, they still have to protect themselves closely. Not to mention Lu Ruihao. She came from the military, and it is impossible for her to do such things. Okay, I promise. Chun Sanshan didn't think much about it and agreed directly. Just because he dared to kill George, he owed George a life, and George also had a lot of information about him. You are quite good at assassination, which is why I recruited you. Of course, there is someone else besides you. George continued, there are 4 more. They're all very skilled and good at planning assassinations. They have killed many people abroad, including high-ranking officials, local tycoons, etc. They did it secretly, and the international police could not find any evidence. Chun Sanshan knew he could survive, so he told everyone everything he knew. Of course, when we assassinated George, we also investigated a lot, but George had an expert around him, and many loopholes were filled by this expert, resulting in a very low success rate. George nodded. He knew that this was all thanks to Lu Rue Hao. In this regard, even Chi Dan and Uncle Chun are obviously not as good as Lu Rue. Chi Dan is good at fighting and killing, while Uncle Chun lives abroad and is good at firearms. Lu Rue Hao comes from a military background. Not only is he skilled in martial arts, he's also good at protecting others. Chun Sanshan took out his phone and called, inviting those people to come over. We have been exposed. You come over. Don't worry. There's no danger. I guarantee it with my life. After hanging up the phone, Chun Sanshan also explained, these people are all people I met abroad. I have cooperated with them many times. They're also ranked high on the international assassination list. However, they later offended someone and had to hide in China and take some orders. And I, on the surface, am a big boss in the underworld, running some bars, dance halls, and other businesses, but secretly I'm also a member of their team. In fact, when it comes to assassination methods, they are better than me. While waiting, Chun Sanshan continued to introduce. George was still sitting with his legs crossed and suddenly asked, by the way, not long ago, Yuki from the Yi family was hit by a car and turned into a vegetable. The murderer's whereabouts are unknown, and all the evidence has been destroyed. Did you do that too? No, but I know who it is. Chun Sanshan shook his head. The other party is also a big boss in the provincial capital. His name is Guo Jianglong. He also takes some missions on the road. Can you contact him? George's eyes lit up. Chun Sanshan nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. Generally speaking, we are all in the same business. No matter what the other party or we do, people in the same business will not pay attention or ask about it. This is the industry rule. However, George is my superior. I can help you contact him. At this time, the phone rang. Brother Sanshan, I'm a rare guest. What's the matter? Chun Sanshan immediately handed the phone to George, who smiled and said, It's me, George. What's going on? The dragon crossing the river on the opposite side was obviously surprised. Don't worry. I'm not looking for you to settle a score. I just want to ask you something. George smiled, then glanced at Chun Sanshan, who immediately said to Guo Jianglong, Guo Jianglong, George asked you something. If you know anything, just tell me. Don't hide it. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Chun Sanshan, you betrayed me. You broke the rules of the industry. Guo Jianglong cursed angrily, but he didn't dare to be too arrogant to George. George asked, Yuki, did you kill him? George asked. Guo Jianglong suddenly fell silent. After all, this was no trivial matter. Don't worry, if I wanted to hold you accountable, or wanted revenge, you would definitely not be on the phone now, but dead. George knew what the other party was worried about. I just want to make sure who hired you. George, there are rules in every industry. Please don't make things difficult for me. Guo Jianglong felt relieved after hearing this, but he was still very cautious. So, you're not going to drink the toast, so you can drink the penalty drink? George's tone changed, and his voice became much colder. Guo Jianglong, I have thousands of ways to kill you, but you can't do anything to me. You'd better tell me the truth. I can let you off the hook now, but when I change my mind, that may not be the case. Guo Jianglong was so angry that he cursed inwardly, but when he thought that George called him through Chun Sanshan's phone, he finally felt a little scared, because Chun Sanshan is also a top-notch tough guy, even tougher than him. In addition, George is a giant. If he gets angry and spends a lot of money, there will be countless people on the street who want to kill him. Thinking of this, Guo Jianglong's tone also had a hint of begging for mercy. George, I'm just using the money to get rid of the disaster. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. The person who hired me was Yuki's brother Lucas. Chapter 430. You know the rules of the industry, right? George heard this. His eyes turned cold. In fact, he had already guessed the murderer. Of course, he never thought about revenge for Yuki. This was the retribution Yuki deserved. In the previous life, Yuki was also harmed by Lucas. The wheel of history is still moving forward, and George is not stupid enough to change it. However, even though he knew it, George still admired Lucas' ruthlessness and viciousness. He was the one who killed Xie Haonan and also Yuki. Okay, it's none of your business. George hung up the phone. At this time, the remaining 4 people also arrived. Among them were old men wearing glasses and old shirts, girls about 18 or 19 years old who looked harmless, a tall and thin man, and a fat man with a round face who looked like a pork seller. George, their names are Viper, Lao, Kai, Chuan Bao, and Sha Meng. Chun Sanshan introduced. They are all first-class, capable, and can be absolutely trusted. The old man with glasses was called Poison Snake. The tall and thin man was called Lao Kai. The fat man with a round face was called Chuan Bao, and the girl with an apple face and harmless look was called Sha Meng. From now on, George will be our boss. Chun Sanshan also said to these 4 people. George curiously, as if they were a little surprised as to why George contacted them. George looked at the harmless girl and asked, "How much do you make a year?" "It depends. Sometimes I get few tasks a year, and sometimes I get nothing. On average, my annual salary is probably tens of millions." The girl frowned slightly, but did not hide it. "This is if the 5 of us split the prize money equally. I'll give you 30 million per year, and there will be rewards for completing each task." George said lightly. "Real." The 4 of them looked at each other, and were all a little happy. Who would risk their life to plan an assassination just for money? Otherwise, it would be so bored. It seems that they have taken on many orders and killed many people over the years, but they're also very good at spending money. Moreover, for small orders from abroad, the unit price is high if you're lucky, but only 2 or 3 million if you're unlucky. In this line of work, risk and reward are directly proportional. The more difficult the task, the higher the danger. Now George gives them an annual salary of 30 million, which is nearly 2 million a month. And this is just the basic salary without doing anything. There are even more rewards for completing tasks. Old Chun, with a boss like this, why don't you ask for an introduction? The old man, named Viper, looked at Chun Sanshan with resentment. Chun Sanshan immediately scratched his head. He certainly didn't expect that George would like them. If he had said it earlier, he would not have accepted Liang Yang's assassination mission. The reward for completing the mission was only 100 million yuan, and the risk was so great. Excluding the share of money from his subordinates and companions, it would be good enough for him to get 30 million yuan. And now you can get 30 million without doing anything. Of course, the money is not so easy to take. You know the rules of the industry, right? George looked at them and warned them coldly. "We understand that if something goes wrong, you have to take responsibility." Chun Sanshan and several others nodded. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. The boss spent so much money to support them. If something happened, they would definitely have to bear it themselves. Therefore, they can only improve their abilities and try not to be exposed. Now, your first order, blow up the Liang family's old house for me. Remember, no one can die and no one can be exposed. I want to see this on the news tomorrow morning. George gave a faint instruction and then left. It's just a small matter. Chun Sanshan and the others looked at each other, all looking very confident. Their methods are much more powerful than Guo Jianglong's. Even Guo Jianglong killed a person without being discovered, let alone them. Boom! That night, a violent explosion occurred in the Liang family's old house, and the entire manor was burned in flames. Fortunately, Liang Jijun and his men were driven out, otherwise they would have been either blown to death or burned to death. And now, this ancient manor belongs to Lucas. At this time, George was riding in the car on his way home. Looking outside through the car window, it was late at night and there were fewer people on the road. Plus, autumn had arrived and it wasn't that hot anymore. At this time, George suddenly wanted to go home because home gave him a warm feeling. Dingling. At this time, Olivia called, George picked up the phone, and the two chatted happily. George learned that Olivia had been busy in the company, handling the clothing business. Currently, Deachin Clothing is entering the sporting goods industry, which is also the diversification route that George is considering. You know, sports brands have always been one of the most profitable industries. Since George is in charge of the Tianjin short video business, Olivia will handle this area. I'll be back soon. I'm currently in the Jiefang Road area. What a coincidence. The spicy hot pot in that area is open very late. Please pack some for me. Good. George recalled that when he and Olivia were young, they often ate at roadside stalls in Yuhai City. Malatang and raw pickled vegetables were Olivia's favorites. Mr. Yi, I'll go buy it. The driver stopped by the roadside and smiled. No. George opened the car door and planned to buy it himself. Chidon and Uncle Chun followed quickly. Because motor vehicles are prohibited from entering the night market area, the three of them took a shared bicycle and rode there. George looked at the shared bikes and couldn't help but smile, thinking of the time when he got a large sum of startup funds through shared bikes. That was also when he, Johnson, and Olivia started their business. It's quite nostalgic. Woo woo woo. As the three of them were riding, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind. Chidon stopped the car immediately and protected George. George also stopped riding and looked back, only to see 5 or 6 motorcycles approaching. They were all very cool motorcycles with young men and women sitting on them. And they stopped by George too. Haha, wearing a suit and riding a shared bike, that's rare. One of the girls, about 17 or 18 years old, looked at George with a smile and said that it seemed that they stopped the car for this reason. Chi-Dan saw this and wanted to expel these people, but George stopped them because when he saw the girl, he felt like he saw Lily. Yeah, it's late. I missed the bus. George laughed. Brother, why don't you take the subway? The girl also has a good impression of George because he is quite handsome. George smiled and said, just happen to be nearby to get some midnight snacks. The subway is not on the way. What a coincidence. We are also going to buy supper, brother. We will go there first. If you can catch up, we will treat you. After the girl finished speaking, she started the motorcycle and drove away. It's true, this girl has long legs, wears black stockings, and looks so beautiful and cool when riding a motorcycle. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 motorcycles disappeared from sight. George shook his head helplessly and continued riding forward. Gradually, he arrived at the night market. He saw that it was very lively here and full of the atmosphere of life. George found a roadside stall with many people and ordered spicy hot pot, grilled skewers, and pickled vegetables. At this time, he saw the girl again. Haha, you're really slow. We're almost full. The girl and the others were already eating, and one of the young men smiled at George. Just arrived, riding slowly. George hasn't tried talking to ordinary people for a long time, and it feels quite comfortable. Chapter 431 is not only a warning to Liang Yong, but more like a warning to the young master. Let's buy a car. Secondhand cars aren't expensive these days. The girl also spoke up. After seeing George packing up the midnight snack, she smiled and said, Come on, where are you going? We'll take you back. Yeah, brother, you ride too slowly. The other young men were also very loyal and had a good impression of George, but of course they just wanted to show off their motorcycles. No, I have a car. It's waiting for me outside. George waved his hand and asked Uncle Chun to pay the bill for them. After that, he chatted with the girls for a few words and rode away on his bike. Hey, why are you being so polite? You ride so slowly. What time will you be back? Huh? What? He paid for us. By the time the young man reacted, George and his companions had already ridden far away. This guy is interesting. He wore a suit and rode a share bike. He even paid for us. We offered to give him a ride, but he probably refused because he wanted to save face. Forget it. Eat quickly, and then go to the bar to have fun. They chatted happily, and after eating, they drove away on their motorcycles. After crossing a street, they saw George and his 2 companions again. Haha, you're so slow. You've only just arrived here. I told you we'd give it to you, but you don't want it. Brother, thank you for the midnight snack just now. We are brothers from now on. Where do you want to go in the future? Just tell us, and we'll take you there. The girls caught up with George, they said with a smile. At this time, a large number of luxury cars drove up from the road, 9 in total, scaring the young men so much that they didn't dare to move. Then, he watched as men in suits got out of the luxury cars one by one, then bowed their heads and stood respectfully in front of George. Fuck, they're all Rolls Royces. Rampage? In reality, several boys and girls were stunned. Thank you. Seeing their dumbfounded looks, George felt a little embarrassed, and then left under the protection of Chi-Dan and the others. When George returned home, Olivia had just finished taking a shower and was drying her hair with a towel. When she saw George, she trotted over, put the towel on George's head, and said with a smile, Brother Chun, let's play a game. Guess what we are eating? George still felt a little strange, and then something cold was put into his mouth. He took a bite and said with a smile, It's watermelon. Well, next one. It's a vegetable. It should be Chinese cabbage. You guessed it right again. Next one. It's an apple. And you took a bite. Next one. George felt a small kiss coming towards him, blocking his breath. He really wanted to say, this is his wife's sweet kiss. However, he was already speechless after being kissed. I feel so sweet. Ever since the two confirmed their relationship, they have become sweeter and sweeter and have been more and more attached to each other. 10 minutes later, Olivia reluctantly took off the towel on George's head, her pretty face flushed and her eyes smiled like crescent moons. George held her hand, put the midnight snack on the table, and asked with a smile, "What time is it?" Olivia looked at it and nodded happily. "I'll go get a cup. Do you want beer or white wine?" "White one. Just wait, it will be ready soon." Olivia was busy in the kitchen, preparing the midnight snacks and marinated food and filling the glass with white wine. Just as George was about to start eating, she smiled and said, "There's more food. Wait a little longer." She ran to the room again, and 10 minutes later, she put on beautiful makeup, put on a tight skirt and black stockings, and trotted out. Her little face is slightly tipsy and blushing, which is very attractive, just like a little princess. George couldn't take his eyes off. Xia Xia tonight is not only cute, but also very sexy. Olivia pulled George to sit down, and the two of them ate and chatted, talking about the future development of Tiancheng Group, the threat of Dongxi Group, and also about marriage. He also said that in 2 days, Mr. Xia would take George to Yinjing to attend the birthday party of an old friend. In fact, George didn't really listen. His eyes were on the long legs and black stockings the whole night. The next morning, Lucas had just gotten up when he received shocking news. An explosion occurred in the Liang family's old house, and the ancient house was burned to ashes. "What's going on? Who is so bold as to blow up my house?" The police investigated but could not find any cause, so they had to announce that it was a gas pipeline explosion. A tall, thin, bald old man spoke respectfully to Lucas. "Uncle Wu, what on earth is going on?" Lucas frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. This Uncle Wu was assigned to him by the people above and was responsible for protecting his safety. It was said that he was very skilled and capable. However, Lucas is a little afraid of Uncle Wu because Uncle Wu gives him a very cold and scary feeling. As far as I know, Liang, he was released from prison yesterday, but he encountered an assassination attempt. In the end, Liang he thought about it and returned to prison again. Moreover, Liang Yong also attempted to assassinate George, but after careful consideration, he did not carry out the action. I guess this is George's feedback to Liang Yong, reminding Liang Yong not to mess around and not to play beyond the rules. Uncle Wu's triangular eyes moved slightly as he explained. Lucas' pupils narrowed after hearing this. There is such a thing? Damn, George is so scary that he doesn't even allow assassinations. And Liang Yong wants to kill George. Why did George burn down my house? Damn it. Uncle Wu knew that Lucas had just entered the upper class and didn't understand many things. So he explained, "Young master, for people at their level, assassination is the last resort, which can be described as mutual destruction. Generally speaking, people in Yinjing rarely do this. Unless the gap between the two classes is too big, the big shots are too lazy to waste time and will choose assassination, while people at the same level will not engage in assassination." Of course, George did this not only to warn Liang Yong, but also to warn the young master. Lucas heard this. His face became a little serious. He really had to be on guard against this warning. Otherwise, even if he destroyed George's business empire, his own people would die. So what was the point? Understand, unless you are at your wit's end, don't break the rules. If you want to fight, fight within the rules. That's what you mean, right? Lucas also had no intention of playing outside the rules. After all, he had a better chance of winning now. So there was no need to die together. That's what I mean. Uncle Wu nodded slightly and continued. Today, some words were conveyed from above. There will be a birthday banquet in Yinjing in 2 days, and they want you to attend as a representative. I see. Lucas nodded slightly. Uncle Wu is not only a skilled fighter, but he also knows a lot about the ways of the world and how to behave in society. With someone like this by your side to assist, things can be done more efficiently, but Uncle Wu gives people a feeling of being too gloomy. Liang Yong also knew that the Liang family's old house had been bombed, and he was extremely heartbroken. Of course, he knew it was George who did it. What made him angry was that he didn't even order anyone to assassinate George. He just had this idea. Then, George actually blew up his hometown as a warning. It was too outrageous. This means that not only did his plan to get Liang Yi out of prison fail, but he also lost the manor where he grew up. George, he can easily blow up my hometown, and he can also easily kill me. This is what he meant. Liang Yong paced back and forth in the office. The more he analyzed, the more terrifying he felt about George. At the moment, he didn't dare to do anything for fear of angering George again, so he could only play by the rules. Chapter 432. George will never forget those 3 years. Early in the morning, George arrived at the group for a meeting and listened to the reports from the leaders of various departments. At present, Tianyin Short Video is still the focus, competing with Dongshu Group. Moreover, Dongshu Group has not only entered the internet business, but also entered the southern industrial chain in real estate, clothing, catering, and other businesses. In particular, the real estate business has done very well and is no weaker than Tianyin Group. Dongshu Group's entertainment headlines, they invested a lot of money. It is very popular now, and the download volume is very large. However, our today's headlines also caught up later and ranked second. If they keep up the momentum, they will catch up with them sooner or later. Of course, our today's headlines also consumes a lot of money due to promotion, which should be only slightly less than A entertainment headlines. Their specific data has not yet been clarified. Next, we will continue to follow the 4 points that Mr. Yi mentioned last time. Zhang Xiaolan looked at the leaders of various departments and also looked at George. Just wait a little longer. The winner will be decided soon. George knew that Dongshu Group was very rich and used money to create traffic. Both parties were engaged in a capital war that burned money. In the short term, they were evenly matched, but as time went by, the gap would become obvious. Of course, even if Dongshu Group's entertainment headlines is defeated, it cannot actually affect their foundation because they are too rich. It can only make Lucas feel disgusted. George doesn't care about this. A business war cannot be ended in a day or two, and he has the patience to play it slowly. Mr. Yi, there's one more thing. At the current Olympics in Brazil, they're considering cooperating with our Ardichin Clothing. From athletes to staff, we will provide all clothing, sports shoes, etc. This aspect is still under negotiation. Olivia also looked at George and said, in public, she also called George Mr. Yi. If the contract is successfully negotiated, our sports brand will be known around the world and become the largest sponsor of the Brazilian Olympics. Okay, I'll leave this to you to take care of personally. George smiled and nodded. He knew that since Olivia could say that, it meant that the contract had been almost settled. Moreover, the Xiao family must have stepped in and grabbed this piece of fat meat. Looking at the profits of sports brands, they are not much lower than those of the entertainment industry. It will also be a huge money-printing machine in the future. After the meeting, Olivia called George to leave together because they were going to Yanjing to attend a banquet. Mr. Xia and Olivia's parents, brothers and sisters would also be there. George knew that after Lucas came back, the South was in turmoil, and business tycoons and dignitaries from all walks of life were forced to choose sides. As the largest and most powerful family in the local area, the Xia family naturally would not allow this to happen. So they took George to Yanjing to make connections. Lucas is from Yanjing, so the Xia family will also look for someone from Yanjing. Before we go, we have to stop in Hankow City. There's a business contract to be signed there. Olivia said to George as she left. The two took a plane to Hankow City first. After getting off the plane, Olivia went to the other party's company to sign the contract, while George walked around casually with Chidon and Uncle Chun. Looking at this bustling city, George suddenly remembered something. I remember that in my previous life, a world-shaking event happened in this city. It was the outbreak of an epidemic, and many cities were blocked at that time. Although a vaccine was developed later and herd immunity was achieved, many people will never forget those 3 years. George can't forget it either. If possible, he hopes to do his best to help the victims. Of course, he is not a doctor, and he doesn't know what transmitted the virus, so all he can do is be careful. He walked casually on the street, then sat down in a park, watching the old people in the park practicing Tai Chi, thinking about his previous life. At this moment, George discovered a briefcase on the chair. "Master, I'm coming." George first. He then looked around carefully and saw that no one was there. He guessed that it was left behind. When he opened it, he found cash, mobile phones, and a large amount of documents inside. "Let me see." George took the document, looked at it carefully, and his expression changed slightly. "The only documents I saw were about medicine, epidemics, prevention of infectious diseases, etc. Looking at the last famous person, he is a veteran figure from the previous life, Senior Nanshan. He left it. George immediately looked around, but didn't see anyone suspicious. At this time, Olivia also called and asked about the location, then took a car to the park and walked over after arriving. Brother Chun, what's wrong? I picked up a document here. It must be very important. Then leave it to the police station. Olivia checked the time and knew it was almost time to board the flight. No, this document is very important. I have to return it to the other party in person. I don't feel comfortable leaving it at the police station. George shook his head and continued to look through the documents, but he couldn't understand many of the professional terms. After waiting for an hour, several figures hurriedly ran into the park. There were 2 elderly people and 4 middle-aged people. They walked and talked, looking very anxious. I remember walking around the area after I came out of the hotel because I still had a long time before the meeting. I think it was lost in this area. I went to the breakfast shop, but didn't see it. Now the only thing left is this park. Old Joan. Maybe it's at the nearby police station. Someone picked it up and might hand it in. But I also have 5,000 yuan in cash and a cell phone in my briefcase. The person who found it may not hand it in. Maybe they threw it in the trash can. Let's look for it nearby. George and a few others not far away. One of the old men even saw the briefcase in George's hand. There! The 2 old men were so excited that they ran over quickly. George also saw the 2 people, recognized one of them, and walked over with a smile. Old man, this is the document you left behind. Yes, thank you. The old man Nanshan took it immediately and looked at the document carefully. He didn't care about the cash and mobile phone in the briefcase at all. They're all here. That's great. If they were lost, it would be the end. After it was confirmed, Mr. Nanshan was very happy and kept thanking George. The old man next to him saw that the cash and mobile phone in the briefcase were all there, and that George had been waiting here, and he was very grateful. Moreover, he could see that George was dressed extraordinary and had a noble temperament, so he should not be an ordinary person. Old man, just call me Xiaoya. George has great respect for the old man in Nanshan. Okay, Mr. Wong, do you have any money with you? I usually don't carry much money with me. I want to give some money to thank Xiaoya. The old man from Nanshan turned around and said to Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong glanced at George and felt that George didn't look like someone who was short of money. Then he looked at the middle-aged man behind him. George immediately refused and said with a smile, Senior Nanshan is too polite. I am waiting here not because I want any reward, but because I think this document is really important. Besides, Mr. Nanshan has made a lot of efforts for the domestic medical community, and these are what I should do. Chapter 433. The business empire is huge and must be dismantled one by one. The leader's favorable impression of George increased, and he smiled and asked, Do you know me? Yes, you protected many patients during the last SARS outbreak. George, and he chatted as they walked. It happened that they were all going to catch a plane, so they just walked together. Afterwards, George used SARS to change the subject and put forward some opinions on epidemic prevention, such as blockade, vaccine, herd antibodies, and so on. You mean blockade? That would cause a huge uproar. Lao Wang suddenly interrupted and said that during the conversation just now, he also found that George's conversation, pattern, vision, etc. were very different, and he was very familiar with some things related to epidemic prevention and control. George nodded slightly. It is a huge cost, but protects the public safety. If a highly contagious virus appears in the future and spreads between people, such as in communities and cities, if it is not controlled, more people will be sacrificed. Moreover, vaccines and virus research take time. In such a short period of time, the virus can spread tenfold or even 100-fold. The lockdown can effectively prevent further infection of the virus, keep it within a controllable range, maintain regional stability, and reduce conflicts and violent incidents. He explained patiently, and the more the 2 old men listened, the more it made sense to them. Faced with an unknown and highly contagious virus, if the city is not locked down, the situation will be out of control. Xiao Yi, your opinion is good. Very good. Lao Wang spoke less, but he also showed appreciation. Thinking about how George returned the lost money and waited patiently for the owner, he recognized George's character even more. The 2 sides chatted for half an hour and finally separated because of the plane. When leaving, Lao Wang and the leader still had many questions to ask. For example, Things like virus mutations, coronavirus, etc., have been delayed because of time. George and Olivia got on the plane together. He finally felt relieved. He was not a professional in this field, so he could only tell the experiences of his previous life in a roundabout way to remind the two elderly people. I believe that once something unexpected happens, even if they're not experienced, they will have more contingency measures in mind, which can save more time and save more people. Brother Chun, you are amazing. You actually thought of closing the city. You are familiar with all walks of life. You know, if a city is locked down abroad, it's something you wouldn't even dare to think about. Once the government issues the order, the whole country will be in turmoil. Olivia looked at George with admiration. George smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he was good, it was just that he had experienced it once. After arriving in Yanjing, George and Olivia rested in a hotel. In the evening, Xia Lingyun called, and then came to pick up George and Olivia in person. George and the other got in the car. Xia Lingyun smiled and said, "Today's birthday party was held by an old friend of Grandpa at the Wangfu restaurant. This old man is amazing. Not only is he a member of the elders group, but his family is in Yinjing and is a second-tier family." George's face changed slightly. Second-tier family? You have to know that the Xia family is between the second and third tier and is already unrivaled in the south. As for the second-tier family, its status is definitely higher than that of the Xia family. The most terrifying thing is that it is a second-tier family in Yinjing. After all, the second-tier families in Yinjing are definitely more powerful than the same-level families in other provinces. Then, George thought of Lucas's background, which was said to be from a second-tier family and could be said to be all-powerful. Of course, Mr. Xia just brought George here to get acquainted with him. Whether the other party will give him face or not depends on chance. After the car stopped at Wangfu restaurant, Xia Lingyun took George and Olivia out of the car, but Chi Dan and other bodyguards were not allowed to enter. The people inside are either rich or noble. Xia Lingyun sighed and said that even though he was a little bully in the south, he had to keep a low profile in such occasions. After all, there are a lot of little bullies like him in the restaurant. Some are from the Northwest, some are young men from Beijing, some are young men and women from Shanghai, and so on. When he first came to Yinjing, he was bullied by a little bully from Beijing named Ma Zijuan, and he couldn't even fight back. George also looked at the restaurant in front of him and saw that it was very large, with a total of 5 floors, and it was magnificent. This restaurant has a history of more than 200 years. It is a time-honored brand. In ancient times, it was also used to entertain royal relatives. Xia Lingyun saw George's gaze and immediately explained with a smile. We walked forward, passed through layers of tight bodyguards, and entered the restaurant. We saw that the restaurant hall was very lively and crowded. George took a quick look and didn't know many people, so he had to sit down at one of the tables with Xia Lingyun. Soon, the waiter came with the dishes, and Jiang Yu also came and sat at George's table. She was dressed more formally today, in a cheongsam, high heels, and her hair was tied up. She was so beautiful. Many eyes in the hall looked over here, with burning gazes. Of course, in a place like this, no dignitary would dare to act recklessly. After all, those who can appear here must have a powerful background. Where's Mr. Jiang? George looked at Jiang Yu and smiled. Grandpa has been here for a long time. He is on the 5th floor, drinking and chatting with some old comrades. Jiang Yu put on light makeup tonight, which did not look stunning, but rather elegant and refined. There are 5 floors here, and the identities and backgrounds of people on each floor are different. My dad is on the 4th floor, eating and drinking with many old cadres. The 3rd and 4th floors are all occupied by wealthy businessmen waiting. We are the ones occupying the 1st and 2nd floor halls. While they were chatting, on the other side, Lucas and Jiang Tianan and his wife came down from the 2nd floor. He had just visited some important people and then went downstairs to see George and others sitting in the hall. Brother, why are you here too? Lucas stared at George with an unhappy look on his face. It must be because of Mr. Xia. Look, Xia Lingyun, Olivia is here too. Ella guessed that. In fact, if it weren't for Lucas's connections, she and Jiang Tianan wouldn't have been qualified to come. Especially since she had just followed Lucas to visit some big guys, such as the heads of the Imperial Land Bureau, the Resources Bureau, the Foreign Trade and Commerce Bureau, etc. She was shocked. And according to Lucas, these big guys are only on the 3rd floor. The ones on the 4th floor are even more powerful. A few days ago, this bastard blew up the Liang family. I was so angry. He challenged me to my face. And in terms of business, he was even on par with me. His today's headlines ranked second, which is a big threat to Dongshu Group's entertainment headlines. Lucas came down, he found an empty table and chair and sat down, then asked Ella and Jiang Tianan to sit down too. His business empire is huge and must be dismantled one by one. This is a long process. Don't be anxious, Mr. Yi. Ella comforted her, saying that she was very respectful to Lucas, just like flattering him, and that Lucas was her only supporter at the moment. Lucas's face turned even colder after hearing this. Tianqin Group has money and backers, so it is indeed difficult to take it down. George showed up today, probably to make some connections. Chapter 434. I set up a trap and used her to frame George. Jiang Tianan suddenly said, I heard from a relative of mine that Tianqin Group is currently entering the sports industry and is doing well. It is almost catching up with big brands like Anta. Sporting goods are also a highly profitable industry. According to my relative, Tianqin Group is negotiating a contract with the Brazilian Olympics. Once successful, it will become the largest sponsor of this Olympics, sponsoring all the clothing of athletes, etc., which will greatly enhance the brand effect. How come this guy has so many connections? Lucas finished the wine in his hand and took Jiang Tianan and the other person to George's place. Because this is Yinjing, not the South. Meeting George here will make Lucas more confident. When the two sides met, they were naturally on edge, and the atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Lucas stood on the table next to George with his arms crossed over his chest and said sarcastically, George, why are you here in such a high-end place? Lucas, if you can come, why can't I? George just glanced at Lucas, feeling very surprised, and said while eating, What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of you. I walk upright and sit upright, and I'm not afraid of my own shadow. But you have done so many bad things, and sooner or later you will get your retribution. Lucas is different now. He dares to confront George head-on, and his attitude is very strong. Of course, they seem to be about to fight fiercely, but in a place like this, no one dared to be too ostentatious. They were much more restrained, as they didn't want to offend anyone. George couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Lucas said. Yeah, you turned your back on your own sister. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. Haha, let me tell you something. There is a God above your head. George's words undoubtedly angered Lucas, and he was so angry that his back teeth were grinding. George, your position as the richest man in the South will be lost sooner or later. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will end up in disgrace. Seeing that Lucas had a gloomy face and didn't say anything, Ella immediately joined in. George looked at her with disdain and was too lazy to speak, as if Ella was not of the same level as him. Ella was immediately very angry and even more aggrieved. When Jiang Tianan held great power in the past, she and Jiang Tianan were the main force to deal with George. But what about now? No one even looks at her. Miss Liu is here too. Let's go and have a few drinks with her. Lucas wanted to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but he seemed to see an acquaintance and made an excuse to leave. This guy is much crazier than before. Lucas leave. George nodded calmly. In a short period of time, with the help of external forces, he established a business empire and inserted his hands into many industrial chains in the South. Of course, he has the qualifications to be crazy. After a pause, he continued, Now, his business empire is about to be successfully laid out, and he is ready to confront our Tianqin Group head-on at any time. On the other side, Lu Yinyin had just come in, and Lucas came over to greet her. She was chatting with Lucas. The two of them knew each other because of Lu Jiyun, and since they had a common enemy, they walked together. When Lu Yinyin heard Lucas say that George was there too, she also looked over angrily. Xiaolingyu and George, they actually dared to come to Yinjing. Lu Yinyin was not someone who could be easily talked to. She had always believed that her brother was killed by George and Xiaolingyu. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since you're here, don't go back. Ms. Liu, don't be impulsive. There are several elders coming with them. If George and Xiaolingyu die in Yinjing, it will be a big earthquake. Lucas had considered this problem a long time ago, but after the Liang family's old house was bombed, he knew that assassination would not work. Fuck them. They killed my brother and are still at large. I wish I could tear them into pieces. Lu Yinyin gritted her teeth and said, suddenly seeing an acquaintance, her eyes lit up. That bitch is here too. Her family is close to bankruptcy. She is looking for investment and connections everywhere. And she actually came to a place like this. I suddenly have a good idea. Lucas immediately followed her gaze and saw a woman in her 20s wearing a sky blue suit. However, her outfit was a little out of place here as it had an office vibe to it. The woman was very polite to everyone she met, smiling and introducing herself. Of course, what she did not leave a good impression on people, but instead made people feel disgusted. It was obvious that she did not understand the ways of the world by trying to curry favor with people in such a place. You know her? Lucas asked. Tao Xingro, a wealthy third-tier family, offended some powerful people, suffered oppression, and fell into the ranks of fourth and fifth-tier families. The family is currently in a very miserable state, relying on some old medical equipment factories for survival. In addition, the pillar of the family passed away unexpectedly, and without the support of the elderly, the wealthy family has fallen. Lu Yinyan said casually. Her brother was also a young man in the Beijing circle before, and he often fawned on my brother. Of course, I also slapped her in the face a lot. How about this? I will set up a trap and use her to frame George. After that, he whispered something in Lucas' ear. Lucas was delighted after hearing this. Miss Lu, this is a good idea. I just saw that the walls on the third floor are all hung with antique calligraphy and paintings. The backstage of this Wong Fu restaurant is really powerful. Priceless paintings are hung on the walls like this. Did you mean? Lu Yinyan looked at Lucas. What if these paintings were stolen by George? Lucas smiled and whispered something in Lu Yinyan's ear. So insidious, sister. I fucking love it. The two hit it off immediately. At this time, Tao Xingro was looking for investment everywhere and looking for people to help the family business. If they couldn't get any more funds, their business would go bankrupt. All this was to blame on her younger brother Tao Xingjie, because one time, when he was hanging out in a bar, he accidentally offended a powerful young man. The man had a very scary background, and in a rage, he strongly suppressed their family, and even caused their grandfather to die accidentally. His brother also went to jail because of this, leaving a lot of debt to the family. Ever since that incident, the partners and close friends who used to have a good relationship with them have all distanced themselves from the Tao family. Tao Xingro originally graduated with a degree in archaeology, but now she has to enter the business world in order to save her family business. Tao Xingro, what are you doing here? At this time, Lu Yinyan's voice came from behind. Sister Yinyan. Tao Xingro turned around and quickly bowed her head to greet her. She knew that although Lu Yinyan was beautiful, she was actually cruel and ruthless. You want to attract investment. Lu Yinyan looked Tao Xingro up and down and sneered. You can't pull it this way. Most people just want to sleep with you and don't want to spend money. If you really want to attract investment, you have to go to the second and third floors. Those are the big shots. Of course, look at what you are wearing. This is a banquet, not an office. Why are you wearing an office suit? Go change into a Cheongsam. The Wong Fu restaurant only suits traditional Cheongsams. There are Cheongsams in that room over there. Go change into them. When Tao Xingro heard this, she was a little hesitant. What? Would I harm you? Lu Yinyan's voice turned cold. Chapter 435. If you are not passionate, you are not a young man. I'll go right now. Tao Xingro didn't dare to offend Lu Yinyan and quickly entered the room next to the hall. Lu Yinyan also followed and waited outside the door for a while, then pushed it open and went in. In the room, Tao Xingro had just taken off her office suit and was wearing underwear. She was surprised to see Lu Yinyan coming in. She has a nice figure, probably in a cup. What a vixen. You, stay here obediently. If you dare to mess around, I'll kill you. After Lu Yinyan said this, he took away Tao Xingro's blazer and locked the door from the outside. Sister Yinyan, what are you doing? My clothes, my clothes. Tao Xingro was so scared that she wanted to chase after him subconsciously, but she held back in the end because her clothes were taken away by Lu Yinyan. If she rushed out, she would make a fool of herself. Besides, the people outside were all bigwigs from various departments of Yinjing. She was very scared and could only cry in the room. She felt extremely helpless and hoped that Lu Yinyan would show mercy and let her go. At this time, George was still eating. Olivia left for something. 15 minutes later, a waiter came over and said to George, Sir, the lady just now wants to see you. She is in that room. George frowned, feeling a little weird. However, no one would dare to mess around in a place like this. So he entered the room as the waiter instructed. As soon as he entered, he immediately found that the door was locked. Looking at the room again, a girl in her underwear was crying, and she became even more scared when she saw George. What the hell? George frowned, feeling something was wrong. Who are you, and why did you come in? Tao Xingro put her hands on her chest and kept backing away. Don't mess around, or I'll yell. George stood there, without moving, frowning, and looking at the other person. The other person was quite cute, with a round apple face, fair skin, and a great figure. Of course, George didn't have time to appreciate these things. He was wondering if someone was setting him up. When he heard the sounds of drinking and laughter outside, he gradually understood. It seems that you and I have been set up. George pulled a chair over and wanted to sit down, but when he saw the girl was wearing light clothes, he took off his coat and threw it to her. Put on. At least it won't be so embarrassing when they open the door later. Tao Xingro looked at George in surprise, carefully picked up her coat, put it on, and asked, You just said it was a trap. What's going on? Answer me first. Who let you in? George asked. Lu Yinyun. It's her. George's eyes flashed with coldness. If I'm not mistaken, she wants to slander us for doing something dirty in this occasion. Think about it. You were in your underwear in the room, and I, a man, come in. Something must have happened. Of course, if it were any other place, it would be nothing, but this place is either rich or noble with a lot of wealthy families, and it's the birthday of a big shot. Doing these things in such a place is undoubtedly disrespectful to the host family, ignoring the dignitaries present, lawless, and doing whatever they want. When Tao Xingro heard this, she was so scared that she burst into tears. Of course, she knew that no one here was to be messed with. Well, what should we do? Nothing happened to us. Tao Xingro was extremely panicked. The point is not whether something happened, but the negative impact and disrespect to the host family caused by us being alone in the same room. George said calmly, Boom, boom, boom. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and then the door was opened. A waiter immediately exclaimed, what are you doing here? This is Wangfu Restaurant, not a hotel. You can't have sex here. He deliberately amplified his voice and attracted the attention of many people. Moreover, he blocked the way out and prevented George and Tao Xingro from escaping. Sure enough, some people looked over, and some even walked over to take a look, and then they all had grim expressions. The situation in the room was that George was sitting there, and another woman was in disarray. No, she was not wearing any pants, just a pair of shorts, and she only had a jacket on her upper body, and it was a men's suit. In such a situation, it is inevitable that people will guess something. You have no manners. Whose young master are you? Someone, take this young man away. It's really a big deal. It's Mr. Wang's birthday. Why do you do this in a place where other people are having a birthday party? And the lobby is right next to it. This is too outrageous. Young people nowadays love excitement. This is indeed exciting, but who do they think we are? An elder who seemed to be of high status was scolding. Lucas, Lu Yinyun, and the others also came over and shouted even louder, Hey, isn't this Mr. George from Tianjin Group? He is the richest man in the South. He is all-powerful in the South, but why is he so arrogant in Yanjing? He is booking a room next door in front of the uncles and elders. He doesn't take the uncles and elders seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, the already dissatisfied dignitaries looked even uglier. They have roughly guessed what is going on. This richest man in the South is young, wealthy, and unruly. He does such things in a place where the powerful gather. Perhaps he does it with a playful mindset, or perhaps it's because of the young man's mentality of the world is so big and I am the biggest. If you don't have a strong temper, you're not a young man. One of the middle-aged men snorted coldly. He was the person in charge of public security in a certain district in Yanjing. If the old man knew about this, he would be so angry that he would die. Old man, what I hate most is this kind of young people who have no respect for the law and act erratically. Whoever brought him here, stand up. The people's dissatisfaction is getting more and more intense. This woman is the daughter of the Tao family. Her family's business is going bankrupt, so she's doing some prostitution. Lu Yinyan also spoke at this time. Have you gone astray at such a young age? This is not a hotel, girl. Don't be chaste, oh my. The Tao family is a famous family after all. What a misfortune for them. As expected, there was another round of cursing. Tao Xingro squatted in the corner in fear, holding George's coat and crying. She couldn't explain it all. She just knew that her reputation was ruined, and the Tao family was also ruined. The most terrible thing was that the Tao family offended more powerful people because of this. Moreover, leaving aside other things, she would have a headache just because of the overdue loan from the bank. because the woman who just scolded her was a senior executive of a bank. At this time, George sat on a chair, ignoring the crowd's scolding, and said calmly, "My personal suggestion is to check the surveillance. Such a big restaurant should not have no surveillance at all. Why are you checking surveillance? Do you want to prove your innocence?" Seeing George's unyielding attitude, several high-ranking men became even angrier. They must remember the 4 words Tianchan Group more deeply. If they have the chance, they will definitely investigate this company thoroughly. Of course, even if there is surveillance, it cannot prove that George and Tao Xingro are innocent. After all, the surveillance can see the waiter bringing George in and also see Lu Yinyan bringing Tao Xingro into the room. But there is no surveillance in the room, so there is no proof of what the 2 people did in the room. Chapter 436. There are seats available on the 5th floor waiting for you. It's impossible. Brother Chun is definitely not that kind of person. Someone must be framing him. At this time, Olivia also rushed over after hearing the news and stood on George's side at the first moment. Later, Xia Lingyun, Jiang Yuyu, and others also came. And of course, they all believed George, especially Jiang Yuyu. She is so beautiful, and she came to George on her own initiative. George didn't even agree. How could he bully a woman he didn't know? These are all George's friends. No wonder they spoke up for him. Oh my, at the feet of the emperor, the powerful people can even say black is white. Lucas and Lu Yinyan continued to mislead everyone and sow discord. This instigation undoubtedly once again challenged the authority of everyone. What's the use of you believing? The middle-aged man with a high status at the beginning shouted coldly. Who here would believe it? Forget it. Just kick them out, lest they upset the host. George, right? The South, right? Haha, I remember it. Go away, young man. You will hit a wall sooner or later. The others spoke in a dignified manner. They were in positions like the top leaders and were used to scolding their subordinates in this way. Lucas, Lu Yinyan, and the others were laughing secretly. It was so easy to create a lot of enemies for George. What happened? At this moment, an old voice was heard, and several white-haired old men in tang suits slowly walked down the stairs. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Chun. Seeing these old men, the people who had just been showing off their authority restrained their attitude and showed respect. It's like this, young people don't know much. There was a little misunderstanding. It's okay, it's a small matter. At first, the man didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. After all, today was Mr. Wang's birthday. After Mr. Wang and others walked down the stairs, they took a look at the room and their eyes froze in vain. What happened? Today is my birthday. Shouldn't I know? The old man, named Mr. Wang, frowned. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to say anything. At this time, Lucas hid in the crowd and shouted, quickly recounting what had just happened. When everyone saw that the truth was revealed, they guessed that Mr. Wang would be very angry. They stared at George with complaints and cursed at him. Young man, you've caused a big disaster. Even Mr. Wang is angry. Where are your elders at home? Why don't you call them right away and ask them to come over and apologize? I'm telling you, even if you're the richest man in the country, not to mention you are the richest man in the South, you will be in trouble today. How dare you say you were wronged? Who would believe you? Everyone was pointing fingers, scolding, and criticizing them. Of course, another reason they disliked George was that after George got into trouble, he never apologized or admitted his mistake. He just sat lazily in the room and ignored them. This attitude is too arrogant. I believe him. At this time, Mr. Wang pushed away the people who were talking and walked into the room. What? Everyone in the audience stared with their eyes wide open, and the words they were about to curse were stuck in their mouths. Lucas, Lu Yinyan, also opened his mouth wide and felt a chill on the top of his head. He thought he had heard it wrong. However, what Mr. Wang said next made them feel as if they were ascending into heaven. Xiaoyi, now that you're here, why don't you come up and sit down? I have a seat on the 5th floor waiting for you. You know, for those who can reach the 5th floor, it's no longer a matter of power and money, but a matter of status and reputation. Only those who have made special contributions to the country are qualified to go up. Mr. Wang, why are you here too? George had just met Mr. Wang and was also very surprised. He explained, things are not what everyone imagines. Someone framed me. No matter how stupid I am, I can't do these things in a place like this. Xiaoyi, you don't need to explain. Of course I believe you. Old Wang said with a smile. Although we have only talked once, I believe in you. Besides, Old Hai also mentioned you just now, as well as Old Xia. old Jiang, and other old friends. Especially when they say that everyone wants to marry their granddaughter to you, but you don't want it. So, how could you have a casual relationship with a girl you don't even know? It seemed that he was speaking to George, but in fact, he was speaking to everyone present. Everyone present suddenly changed their expressions, regardless of whether what Mr. Wong said was true or not. Even if it wasn't, the fact that Mr. Wong stood up to support George made the situation different. This means that even if George is really unruly and does sexual things in the room, they can only pretend not to see it. The ways of the world. Anyone who can appear here must be a human being. Okay, let's go upstairs and eat. Mr. Wong looked at everyone again and decided not to make a big deal out of it. So he called George and left together. Tao Xingro was finally relieved to see that the matter was over. Olivia came in, stuffed a pair of pants and clothes in her hands, asked her to put them on, and comforted her. Not long after everyone walked out of the room, Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang, and others also came down from the stairs. After learning about the situation, they were both amused and helpless. What? Doing those things in the room? Damn, why didn't I think of this idea? Come on, let my granddaughter come and do one in the next room. You wish. Xiao Yi is our grandson-in-law. My granddaughter is on her way here. We will do it right here. Haha, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Your granddaughter is still on her way, but mine has already arrived. You, go and take George to the next room. Grandpa will be outside to protect him. Several veteran figures said half jokingly and half enviously. When everyone heard this, they almost couldn't breathe. Originally, they thought that Mr. Wong was joking, but now it seems that every elder is scrambling to send his granddaughter to George's bed. With George, of course, Lucas and Lu Yinyan were the most surprised. Although they all knew that George had some relationship with the elders group, this relationship was deeper than they imagined. Mr. Wong, there's some trouble. Just when George and his companions were about to go upstairs, a man who seemed to be of high status whispered something in Mr. Wong's ear. The painting Spring Morning in Han Palace on the 3rd floor is missing. After hearing this, Mr. Wong frowned. This famous painting is priceless and is displayed here by Wong Fu Restaurant to show off its appearance. Of course, no one would dare to casually display famous paintings in ordinary restaurants, but it was different for Wong Fu Restaurant. The boss had great power, and the people who could come to the restaurant were either rich or noble. So Wong Fu Restaurant was not afraid of the famous paintings being lost, and the dignitaries from all sides did not dare to do such a thing that would lose their status. So the paintings hanging on the wall have been in good condition over the years. Today, on Mr. Wong's birthday, a painting was suddenly lost. Mr. Wong must be responsible for this, and it's hard to explain. As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of Wong Fu Restaurant called him and asked about the painting in person, which made Mr. Wong very embarrassed. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wong asked the man, "Did the surveillance camera capture it?" "There is no surveillance starting from the 3rd floor." The man said bitterly. The 3rd floor is where the big shots chat about things, so it's naturally impossible to put surveillance there. Chapter 437. I think that painting is fake. It's a bit troublesome. Mr. Wong frowned slightly and wanted to suggest searching everyone's personal belongings, but doing so would seem to offend people. Everyone present here is a person of status. No one would be happy if you searched them like this. Just now, a waiter saw someone coming down with a briefcase and then sitting there. I don't know if the painting is inside. The man said in a low voice again, "Go check it out." Old Wong nodded to the man, thought for a moment, and then told him about the lost famous painting. As expected, it was another sensation. Everyone was complaining and scolding the thief for his dirty deeds, and they were all embarrassed as well. You know, Mr. Wong invited them here just to give them face, but there was a black sheep among them who did such a childish thing, which was a disgrace to their status. "Mr. Wong, the painting has been found. It is in that briefcase as expected. This painting is worth more than 100 million. The man quickly ran back and opened the briefcase. Inside was a scroll painting, which was of course also protected with a film. Otherwise, it would have been oxidized if hung on the wall. When I opened it again, it was Spring Morning in the Han Palace. Everyone was relieved when they saw the painting was found. Who was sitting in that seat? Someone asked dissatisfiedly. The man immediately asked the waiter to check, because there were surveillance cameras in the lobby on the 1st floor. The waiter then replied with a message. The man was slightly stunned and had a look at George. "Yes, it's this gentleman." George helplessly. The whole audience fell silent. If Mr. Wong had not just come forward, everyone would definitely think it was George. But now, the situation is difficult to explain. After all, even if it was really George who stole the painting, Mr. Wong was the host, and he regarded George as a distinguished guest. If Mr. Wong didn't say anything, who would dare to say that George was a thief? So everyone's attention shifted from George to Mr. Wong. He had a gloomy face and eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. He didn't say anything, and the entire first-floor hall was dead silent. Everyone was afraid that Mr. Wong would be angry. In fact, Mr. Wong was indeed a little angry, but he was not entirely angry at George. As for whether George stole the painting, he was not quite sure. After all, he had only met George once. He could trust George once, but he might not be able to trust him the second time. The most important thing is that the owner of Wong Fu Restaurant not only has a strong background, but also has a deep friendship with him. It would be embarrassing for him to explain if the guests he invited stole other people's paintings. George, can I tell you a secret? When the atmosphere was extremely depressing, Tao Xingro suddenly pulled George. Speak. George nodded. That's right. I think that painting is fake. Tao Xingro said in a low voice. George looked at Tao Xingro in surprise and frowned. Are you sure? You know, that painting is worth more than 100 million. Of course, money is a small matter. The main thing is the issue of face and personal preference. I graduated with a degree in archaeology, so I'm sure. But if you find it troublesome, just pretend you didn't see me. Tao Xingro was a little scared after all, and then she whispered a few words to George, telling him why the painting was fake. George believed her a little bit. Besides, it didn't matter even if she was wrong. At most, he could just pay compensation. Anyway, there are few things in this world that couldn't be solved with money. Mr. Wong, I want to say something. Thinking of this, George took a few steps forward, looked at Mr. Wong, and said. Mr. Wong was still angry just now, but when he saw George suddenly stand up, he finally calmed down. Yeah, he was a little suspicious of George just now. But if you think about it carefully, George's character should be trustworthy. In addition, after the farce just now, maybe someone is targeting George. Speak. Old Wong smiled and said, Mr. Wong, this is the first time I've seen this painting. I've never been to the third floor. Plus, with my status, there's no need for me to steal any paintings. I can still afford a painting worth just over 100 million. George said to Mr. Wong politely. So, it's the same as what happened just now. Someone is deliberately making trouble for me and framing me. Of course, what I want to say more is that this spring morning in the Han Palace is actually a fake. When everyone heard this, the quiet atmosphere became lively. Fake. That's impossible. This painting has been auctioned in Hong Kong and has been appraised by dozens of treasure appraisers. This kid, is he afraid of being mistaken for a thief? So he's making up excuses on purpose? Mr. Wong ignored everyone's voices and looked at George. Xiao Yi, are you sure? Mr. Wong, I am 100% sure. George smiled confidently. Mr. Wong is in a dilemma because it is difficult to explain to the owner of the painting. But if Mr. Wong finds out that this is a fake painting on behalf of the owner, I think the owner will not be angry, but will thank you for it. Old Wong nodded slightly. For people of their class, their love for painting is not about money, but about hobbies and interests, as well as the study of history, and so on. So if the owner finds out that the painting is fake, instead of blaming Mr. Wong, he will thank him. Show him the painting, Old Wong said to the man beside him. The man was a little hesitant, thinking, why would such a big shot listen to what a young man says when there are so many big shots in the room? He had no choice but to hand the painting to George and reminded him, Sir, please be careful. This is a masterpiece. George ignored him, opened the painting, and then looked at it carefully. Gradually, he found something wrong. Sure enough, it was just as Tao Xingro said. Then he tore off the film that wrapped the painting. Hey, sir, what are you doing? The man was terrified. The big guys around also gasped, shocked by George's behavior. How dare he do that? In fact, George was a little hesitant at first, but he had the idea that he was rich. I have money. I can afford the compensation. So after tearing open the painting, he felt for a silk thread and gently pulled it. The painting was like peeling off a cocoon, and some places were torn into pieces. The whole room was silent. The man's eyes widened, and his heartbeat stopped. Lucas, Lu Yinyun, and others also felt as if they were suffocating. There is only one sentence in their minds. It's over. George is finished. Even if he had thousands of connections and resources, He couldn't be saved at this moment. Xiao Yi this. Mr. Wong was also shocked. I asked you to find the fake, not to destroy the painting. Mr. Wong, have you seen this thread? George held up the silk thread in his hand, as if he didn't know that disaster was about to happen. Mr. Wong asked someone to bring him reading glasses, and then he looked carefully. He saw it clearly. Because of this silk thread, the entire painting was gone. This birthday party is so fucking exciting. He wanted to say something, but Mr. Jiang, Mr. Xia, Mr. Chun, and others beside him stopped him. They were familiar with George and knew that George's vision and pattern were beyond the contemporary world. So they knew that George must have his own reasons for doing this. Didn't you see it? George felt helpless when he saw that Mr. Wong seemed to have not reacted yet. Chapter 438. They took the wrong path on this track. Yes, I saw it. I saw you pull out the thread of the painting, and the painting is gone. Mr. Wong shook his head bitterly. I mean, this thread is nylon. George had to tell the reason. Old Wong's pupils widened. He walked over a few steps, took the thread in George's hand, and looked at it carefully. He saw that the thread was not broken, and part of it was still in the painting. Nylon thread? That's not right. Was there nylon thread in that era? I see. Old Wong's eyes rolled, and he burst into laughter. The important people present also realized that nylon thread is a modern product. It is obvious that this painting is a fake, but the means of forgery are very advanced and can deceive people. Of course, there is another explanation. It was the auction party that colluded with others and deceived the owner of Wong Fu Restaurant. The latter explanation is more likely. Mr. Wong took out his cell phone and called, Lao Lao, it's my birthday. Someone has taken advantage of your favorite painting. I want to apologize here. However, I also found that your painting is a fake. It even has nylon thread. What? I'll leave the painting here for you to enjoy when you get back. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A minute later, an angry voice came, Old Wong, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been cheated. Just burn the painting. I personally hate fakes the most. They insult history. Well, I'm a little busy now. I'll meet you for tea next time. I wish you good fortune and a long life. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He seemed very angry and wanted to cause trouble for the auction. Mr. Wong was very proud at once. He walked up to George with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Yi, you young people are very sharp-eyed. Today, not only did I not lose face, but I also gained a lot of pride. Let's go to the 5th floor and have a drink with me. Thank you, Mr. Wong. George, thanks. Lucas and Lu Yinyan were so disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They wanted George to make thousands of enemies in Yanjing and make it difficult for him to take a single step. However, George ended up being appreciated by Mr. Wong. Although we can't be considered as confidants or team members yet, but at least I recognize his face. They cursed their bad luck inwardly and wanted to leave. At this time, Mr. Wong, who had already left, suddenly stopped and said, On my birthday, some villains wanted to cause trouble. If you stand up and apologize, I will let it go. Otherwise, don't blame me for looking for your elders. Obviously, he already knew what was going on. Everyone looked at each other. Do you really have to ask me to come out? Old Wong's face darkened, and he was a little angry. I hate being used as a gun the most, the girl from the Liu family and the southern director of the Sino-Ocean Group. He had obviously found out that it was Lucas and Lu Yinyan who did it. He found out through the waiter, because after George got into trouble, whether it was stealing the painting or tricking George into the room, it was all done by the waiter. When I asked the waiter, he dared not to answer. Of course, if Mr. Wong had not supported George, even if George himself found the waiter to verify, and even if the waiter told the truth, the effect would be different. Having someone to support you and having no one to support you are two different things. Wong, Mr. Wong. Lu Yinyan and Lucas walked out with their heads down. Yes, sorry, we were wrong. Both of them were trembling with fear because they both knew that Mr. Wong was in a very difficult position to deal with. Apologize to Xiaoya, and let's forget about it. Mr. Wong also gave face to the backers behind them. Lucas and the other man looked up at George, only to see George looking down at them from above, with a look of ridicule and mockery in his eyes. Fuck bastard. They both felt so miserable. You know, although George has the support of Old Wong, in their eyes, they're still the descendants of the Yanjing power, and George is just a wild man who changed his career halfway. Asking them to bow their heads and apologize is even more painful than killing them. Even Lucas couldn't accept it. After all, he had reached a certain level now, higher than George. Are you dumb? Mr. Wong reminds again. I'm sorry, Mr. George. Next time, we won't dare to do it again. The two had no choice but to humble themselves and apologize. George just sneered and said nothing. The people around were watching the show, although they were actually very dissatisfied with Lucas and the other two, as they had bullied everyone and wasted everyone's time. After all, Lucas and the other two had strong backing, so they could only treat it as young people who were ignorant and could not tell the difference between the serious and the serious when joking. The farce ends here. George followed Mr. Wong and others up to the fifth floor. The fifth floor is filled with veteran figures who play an important role in various industries. For example, Mr. Wong is a leading figure in medicine, and there is also Mr. Nanshan. Mr. Hai is a veteran in the military. Mr. Jiang is the foundation of semiconductors. Mr. Xia is a contributor to the nuclear industry, and so on. Xiaoyi, we are still a little confused about the sixth-generation aircraft sketch you mentioned last time. Oh, by the way, tell me more about the heavy-armored combined brigade today. Hai Lao was the first to gather around George, poured him a glass of wine, and said with a kind smile, Xiaoyi, thank you for your hard work today. That's great. I finally got to meet Xiaoyi. I have to ask him about the special coating materials. This kid has a good imagination, but it's not out of the blue. It's very close to reality. Wait a minute, today is my birthday. What do you mean, Xiaoyi? The coronavirus you mentioned last time, is it a new virus? And what about the quarantine of infectious patients? By the way, is the Manhwa Qingwen you mentioned really effective for certain pneumonias? Old Wong and Uncle Nanshan also came over. George was sweating as he was surrounded by the old people. He was afraid that if he said too much, he would be exposed, and many things would not be explained clearly. He had no choice but to answer every question ambiguously. But even so, it still gave the elders a sense of sudden enlightenment. Mr. Wong, what is this Sino-Ocean group you just mentioned? When he had time, George also asked Mr. Wong about it. Of course, he also agreed to invest a sum of money in the research and development of vaccines, as well as for prevention and control, and to establish a pharmaceutical company. Elder Wong said immediately, the Sino-Ocean group has a long history. Rather than calling it a group, it's better to call it one of the four major chaebols. Of course, you Southerners don't know much about it. Only people in a certain circle know about it. The Sino-Ocean group is related to many people's livelihood issues, as well as cooperation with large foreign companies, and so on. There are many great bosses in the chaebols, with great power and many shareholders, and none of them can be underestimated. Private enterprises like yours can enter the rich list, but chaebols like this can't. This kind of thing can't be explained in a few words. George nodded slightly. The reason he was curious was because Mr. Wong had just said that Lucas backer was Sino-Ocean Group, one of the four largest financial groups. It's just that there are so many powerful forces inside that it's a bit difficult to know Lucas' real backing. But no matter what, Lucas has really climbed up to a powerful thigh. As for the reason, George still doesn't know. Chapter 439. Lu Yinyin doesn't have such concerns. After returning from Yanjing, George also devoted himself to work. At present, today's headlines and entertainment headlines have occupied half of the mobile news apps. Moreover, the daily active volume of today's headlines is higher than that of entertainment headlines, and the gap is becoming more and more obvious. At this stage, George also started a plan to invest in advertising in order to make a profit. After all, for him, today's headlines is not the main product. Short videos are the main product. In the future, an era of national entertainment, including short videos, live broadcasts, and live streaming of goods will be ushered in. Therefore, everything today's news does is to lay the foundation for short videos. Looking at Dongshu Group, they're the opposite, focusing on entertainment headlines. In the days to come, Dongshu Group will realize that they have taken the wrong path on this track. Log in to get coins. Watch videos to get coins. Create and receive gold coins. The way that today's headlines attract customers is different from that of entertainment headlines, and entertainment headlines is still following the Duo route, where rewards are given only for inviting new users and downloading. This method not only burns a lot of money, but also has low customer stickiness. In contrast, the core of today's headlines is only two things: online time and content. Give away gold coins for your creations. Reward based on the length of time readers spend watching. It sounds good. Let's try publishing an article. A woman who studies cars is very curious about the creative rewards for today's news. So, She published some articles and talked about some things in the automotive industry. Who would have thought that the number of views was quite high? But looking at the rewards in the background and so on, this article earned more than 100 yuan a day. This is just her way of testing the waters. There's something going on. The woman became interested and continued her research, and she concentrated on writing several articles full of useful information. Before long, the article's click rate and readers' online time skyrocketed. If I continue like this, I won't have to work like a slave to screw screws. I can work when I want to and rest when I don't want to. The income is not bad. The woman seemed to have discovered a new world. There are many self-media creators like her. Everyone has tasted the sweetness and published some articles related to people's livelihood, sports, technology, etc. Then, relying on creation, you can earn 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month, and some can earn 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Moreover, in addition to articles, today's news also supports short videos. A girl who was tired of working returned to her hometown. She liked the quiet life in her hometown, so she renovated her hometown by herself and gradually built a very clean and quaint manor. When she has nothing to do, she records her life every day and posts it online, which gradually attracts a lot of attention. Later, she missed the Lanzhou beef noodles she had eaten in the city, so she tried to make it herself, looking up many ancient methods and so on. She started with kneading the dough, making noodles, boiling the soup, and preparing the side dishes. She was careful and meticulous in every step, striving for perfection. She also enjoyed this process, just like her love for food and respect for tradition. Who knew that after this video was released, the number of views would reach over 10 million, and it is still increasing. This also scared her, and she gradually discovered a new way to start a business. At the same time, people with a keen sense of smell also noticed something. It's short video creation. So, one person after another began to imitate, following various styles and expressing them more realistically through short videos. Gradually, more and more people started watching short videos. As a result, the daily active users of today's news skyrocketed, reaching over 300 million at its peak. The days pass so slowly. George has been keeping an eye on today's headlines, and seeing that the situation is almost ready, he started to announce the advertising cooperation. At the same time, Dongshu Group also noticed something was wrong with today's headlines. After comparing various data and accounts, they gradually realized the gap. What do you do for a living? It costs nearly $100 to attract a new customer. We obviously spent more money, but we were overtaken by today's headlines. You are trash. In the office, Lucas, wearing a burgundy suit, was punching and kicking the general manager of entertainment headlines. Jiang Tianan, Ella, and others were also present at the scene. No one dared to speak, including other senior executives of Dongshu Group. In fact, they still have a lot of talent on their side, all of whom graduated from famous domestic and foreign universities. In the general route of competing with George in business, they are still correct. What they lack is only the details, which is unavoidable. After all, short videos and entertainment apps are new tracks, just like crossing a river by feeling the stones. Mr. Yi, our download volume is currently higher than that of today's headlines. A person in charge said, with his head down, "Download? At first I thought if I downloaded it I would win, but what's the use of downloading?" The customer took the reward and ran away. I went back to today's headlines and asked, "What happened here? Have you figured out?" Lucas grabbed the teacup on the table and slammed it hard. Everyone was trembling with fear, and no one dared to speak. "You say it." Lucas pointed at a department head and shouted, "We took the wrong approach, thinking that entertainment apps only needed enough traffic, but we didn't expect the market to be so competitive. Traffic has been replaced by daily activity. In this regard, today's headlines was one step ahead of us. By giving away coins for logging in, watching articles and videos, etc., it induced customers to stay in the app." The department head lowered his head to explain, You're trash. You know you're on the wrong path, but why don't you take any action? You're a master's degree graduate from Stanford. Go eat shit." Lucas was furious. He is rich and powerful now, but he has not been able to make any breakthrough in George's business empire. He is very anxious. "Mr. Yi, why are you so angry?" At this time, the door of the conference room was opened, and Lu Yinyun, wearing a red dress, walked in, followed by a good-looking woman in a suit, who seemed to be her bodyguard. "I will initially invest 2 billion in your 8 entertainment headlines, and will increase the investment later to help you surpass today's headlines. Lu Yinyan sat down, as if he were a shareholder. I hope you can achieve results as soon as possible and have a good start. Lucas glanced at Lu Yinyan, and his irritable mood finally eased a little. In fact, Dongshi Group was not short of money. The main thing was that Lu Yinyan could invest in it, which was like having a huge backer. Although Dongshi Group has a strong background, there are still some things that are inconvenient for them to do. On the contrary, Lu Yinyan did not have such concerns. Shi and Lu Jiyun had similar personalities. Both siblings were very domineering. Did you hear me? Change the plan immediately and follow the routine of today's headlines. You can copy their homework or borrow from them. Anyway, we will give them double or even triple the amount of gold coins they give when they log in. I don't believe that customers won't come to us. Do it right away. I want to see results within 10 days. Lucas has always liked to copy George's model, and now is no exception. As long as they can find the right way, with the wealth of Dongshi Group, they can easily and brutally fight their way out. Mr. Yi, you are indeed a man who could do great things. Lu Yinyan admired Lucas's decisiveness. He didn't play any tricks and just confronted George head-on. Chapter 440. Why do they surpass us? What advantages do they have? That night, Lucas treated Lu Yinyan and the others to a nightclub. Jiang Tanan, Ella, and others also came, like loyal lackeys, and Ella also called Angela. Originally, Lucas was very reluctant, but later he thought about it and gave up and even arranged a position for Angela in Dongshi Group. A position with money, but no power. Angela, work hard and stop thinking about nonsense all the time. You still have to support your dad. Lucas also reminded Angela, this meal is given to you by me. Don't eat what's in the bowl and think about what's in the pot. Angela's teeth were chattering with humiliation, and she also understood what Lucas meant. Because the southern branch of Dongshi Group is not actually managed by Lucas alone, but also by Angela. It's just that Lucas did something and monopolized the power. And now, giving herself money, besides shutting her up, also means supervising her. Of course, Angela had no choice, because she didn't know who was behind the Dongshi Group, and she couldn't find anyone to speak for her. Plus, the Yi family was already broke, and everything that needed to be sold had been sold. Wang Ma and the others had all resigned, and everything had to be done by David and her. They couldn't even afford Yuki's medical expenses. So for the sake of life, Angela can endure it. Go pour some wine for Miss Lu. Lucas ordered Angela again. Yes, Mr. Yi. Angela held back the tears in her eyes and obediently poured wine for Lu Yinyan, but she accidentally splashed the wine onto Lu Yinyan's bodyguard. Bang! Lu Yinyan slapped him, and her beautiful bodyguard stood up and kicked Angela. You stupid bitch, can't you even pour wine? You poured it all over me. Do you want to die? The beautiful bodyguard was called Axia. She was pretty, but she was brutal and violent. It was said that she had killed many people. However, Lu Yinyan liked her very much and cultivated her as his confidant. Moreover, this liking was not just admiration, but also had the flavor of love between men and women. To put it bluntly, Lu Yinyan likes women, and Axia is her girlfriend. I'm sorry. Angela was kicked to the ground and kept apologizing. The slap marks on her face were very clear. Ella and Jiang Tianan were watching from the side, feeling sad for Angela. The former eldest daughter of the Yi family and the general manager of the Yi group had fallen into such a state. The most painful thing was that Ella, as a younger sister, did not dare to stand up and say a word of justice. Angela, what use are you to? Get out. Moreover, as Angela's once favorite brother, Lucas, he and Lu Yinyan bullied Angela together. Ella's eyes became moist as she watched this scene. They are family members. They are Lucas' sisters. They have never treated Lucas badly since he was a child. Why? Ella is actually quite regretful now. If she had known that Lucas was such an ungrateful person, she would have ignored him in the first place. Of course, Angela was also very regretful. She wiped her tears and quickly left the box. After returning home, David saw the slap marks on her face and asked her what happened, but Angela didn't dare to tell the truth. She felt it was a shame, and she still finds it hard to accept the fact. With the influx of Lu Yinyan's funds, entertainment headlines also started activities such as logging in to give away gold coins. After this activity was launched, it caused quite a stir on the internet. Many internet giants are watching, such as Tongue Group, Shogo, etc. Of course, there's also a lot of ridicule on the internet. At the beginning, The reward for entertainment headlines was downloading, and there was income for inviting new people. Now, it has become giving gold coins for logging in and using gold coins to exchange for money. Isn't this the same as today's headlines? Haha. When this app was first released, they said that today's headlines was plagiarizing them. Plagiarism is shameful and laws should be enacted to severely punish plagiarism. Now they're doing the same thing. Yeah, it's so funny. The thief is crying thief. I'm suspicious. Although entertainment headline seems to have been released first, they actually plagiarized Tianyin Group. Hush, keep your voice down. The big guys are in a capital war, and we're getting a bargain, just robbing them for money. That's right. This month, I made a lot of money from both sides. It's almost higher than my salary from working. Many workers open the app as soon as they get off work, or even watch it while working. They don't watch the content anyway. They just watch it to get the rewards. Before I knew it, 20 days had passed. The 2 billion yuan that Lu Yinyan invested was quickly burned through, with 100 million yuan burned in one day. Even the wealthy Dongshu Group could not afford it. After they withdrew the event, they launched the same event as today's headlines, and then found that their daily active volume did not increase much. The #1 entertainment app is still today's news. At another meeting, Lucas got furious again. Even Lu Yinyan had a grim expression on his face. He had thought that by spending money, he could tear a hole in George's business empire. But who knew that this business empire was so solid? She secretly sighed that doing business is much more difficult than she had imagined. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. We are good at publicity, traffic diversion, and promotion. In terms of capital investment, we are even better than Tianjin Group. Why are we still second? Who can tell me what went wrong? Fuck you, what on earth did you do? You are useless. Lucas was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. He grabbed the documents and smashed them on the table, gritting his teeth. Growing up, he was better than George in everything and was George's role model and idol. But ever since George severed ties with the Yi family, he soared to the sky and surpassed Lucas time and time again. At first, Lucas thought that George was just lucky. As long as he had the corresponding resources, he could achieve the same as George and even surpass him. As a result, he has everything today, but in a mere business competition, he lost to George again, and his loss was unclear. Such a gap was like a sword piercing his heart, causing him extreme pain. There was silence in the conference room. No one knows why this happens. Director Yi, we are already investigating, and the results will be out soon. The general manager of entertainment headlines said with his head down. His face was already bruised and swollen, and he had just been severely punished by Lucas. Lucas was even more furious after hearing this. Soon? How soon? The mall is like a battlefield. By the time you find out the truth, the opportunity will be gone. Besides, do you know how much money you will have to spend if you delay for one more day? Do you know? He came to the general manager, pinched his ear, and yelled, "Tell me, how much money do you burn every day? You useless fat pig. I spent so much money on you, and you just act like second." Mr. Yi, in fact, in the industry, our app is not bad. It's just a little bit worse than today's headlines. The general manager said bitterly, "Give us some time. We are confident that we can surpass the opponent." Chapter 441, he always knows what he is doing. Give it back. You rubbish. I gave you so much time, and now you don't even know how you lost. Lucas got even angrier after hearing this and slapped the general manager in the face. Know yourself and your enemy. Why do they surpass us? What advantages do they have? Have you found them? Do you know? Tell me. The general manager was too frustrated to answer. In fact, he had just graduated from college. Although he had ideas and concepts, and his IQ was not low, when it came to doing business, he was no match for the shrewd George. After all, George went into business before he even graduated from high school. Therefore, what these young senior cadres lack is just time. Master, I seem to have found something different. At this time, Uncle Wu, who had been silent all the time, spoke and put away his phone. He has been looking at his phone all this time, comparing the two apps, watching them over and over again. Uncle Wu, you say. Lucas immediately suppressed his temper towards Uncle Wu. It's the content. Uncle Wu said calmly. The content here is too repetitive and lacks novelty. Plus, it's confusing. This is the biggest difference. Traffic diversion and online rewards are ultimately auxiliary. The core of an entertainment app is still the content. In this regard, George has done a great job. I found out that they're focusing on supporting one function, which is the creative aspect. They're supporting many authors, passing the test of the market, eliminating old articles and news, and leaving only the best. We are still using the old editorial model, and the articles published by editors, writers, and reporters are all the same. In addition, the content promoted by today's headlines is also different. I looked at the phones of 100 people, and the news on each person was different. They seemed to know what the customers wanted and then launch it. We still follow the old news model, where we publish whatever we want our customers to see. Uncle Wu's opinion silenced everyone. They didn't expect Uncle Wu to be so thoughtful. In order to help Lucas, he actually investigated the mobile phone news of 100 people. Of course, they were also shocked by George's business methods. Today's headlines seems to be very similar to entertainment headlines, but in fact the details are completely different. Lucas is like a wealthy man. He takes the capital and enters the market and smashes it, carving out a bloody path. George seemed to have been deployed in advance. He was not affected by the outside world and proceeded according to the plan. He always knew what he was doing. Many people secretly sighed. Putting aside the fact that the two companies were hostile, they still admired George, the young business genius. Master, George was able to create such a huge business empire at such a young age. He is indeed capable. You want to use capital to open up a gap, but it seems a bit difficult at the moment. Uncle Wu also spoke very highly of George. Lucas swallowed his saliva, and his face looked extremely ugly. He focused on spending money and forgot to focus on the core and create content. This is where they lose. However, he will not be easily discouraged. Both parties are at the same starting line. George just walked one step faster, which does not mean that he has reached the finish line, nor does it mean that he, Lucas, has lost. Uncle Wu continued, I have carefully observed his support plan. It is really amazing. It is like creating stars. It cultivates eye-catching stars one by one. It is a bit similar to the entertainment industry, but also different from the entertainment industry. It feels like the whole nation is creating stars. For example, among his Tianyin short videos, there are several videos with very high click-through rates. One of them has reached 50 million, which is very exaggerated. This is just the beginning. The future may be even more amazing. When everyone heard this, they gasped. Uncle Wu continued, his support plan may seem simple, but it is actually a very clever move. Because the threshold is low, anyone can enter this industry and try to create their own media. This has attracted a lot of attention, just like free traffic. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Lucas took a deep breath and felt a strong sense of frustration. He thought of George's shared bikes, Kandoaduo, and the current short videos. He didn't understand what George was thinking and why he always had such advanced ideas. Did you hear me? Fix the situation immediately, focus on the content, and also release a creator support plan for me. Lucas then said to the senior executives, losing is not shameful. What is shameful is not even knowing how to lose. Mr. Yi, we have invested too much in the app. We have burned through 2 billion in just 20 days. We have been spending money all the time. At this stage, it is time to make a profit. Otherwise, this will not last long. The general manager hesitated for a moment and said stubbornly, what's George doing over there? Lucas asked Tianjin Group immediately. Although he admitted that George was bad, he would never admit that George was bad. He also knew what his advantage was, which was taking advantage of the situation, and taking advantage of the situation also included learning from George's path. They have started to invest in advertising. There are not many advertisers at the moment, and they mainly use their own brands, especially the sports brand of Deechin Clothing. They have invested a lot of resources, but the effect is very good. The general manager took out the document and looked at it. If we continue like this, other manufacturers and companies may sign advertising contracts with Tianjin Group one after another after seeing the results. Then let's start advertising too, Lucas said without hesitation. On the one hand, we will increase the output of content and retain customers. And on the other hand, we will make profits through advertising, thus forming a closed loop, and we will gradually erode today's headlines with this business model. Lu Yinyan also said at this time, I will issue a notice in the south, northwest, north and south, north and other places. No one is allowed to cooperate with today's headlines in advertising, otherwise it will offend our Lu family. Her patience was obviously not as good as Lucas's. She simply said, since we can't compare to today's headlines in terms of activity, then we should surpass them in terms of profit. I want to see the results in 1 month. If a project can't be self-reliant and can only suck blood from other projects, it won't last long. So as long as today's headlines doesn't get any advertisements, it will lose to RA Entertainment headlines. Eventually, today's headlines will be canceled by George, and he will have invested a lot of money in vain. Lucas nodded slightly after listening to this, and the third round of business confrontation with George began. This time, he must win. That night, Lucas called Lu Yinyun and others to go to the nightclub. Sitting in the box, Lucas sang a few songs with Lu Ruyan and looked at Lu Yinyun and said, "Although he started off badly, I am very patient. I don't believe that Tianjin Group is really a solid block. Sooner or later, a hole will be torn in this business empire. That being said, I'm most afraid that I will have to wait too long. 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years. Lu Yinyun is even less patient than Lucas. With her background, how could she be interested in accompanying you in a slow business war?" She said coldly. Besides, Tianjin Group is also developing. They will also enter other business areas. If they lose money here, they will make money somewhere else. This is very difficult to deal with. Lucas also understood Lu Yinyun's concerns and said calmly, "For now, within the rules, we can only do this." George has a backer. At present, it is not clear how deep his relationship with the elders is, but Elder Xia and Elder Jiang will definitely support him. Do you dare to challenge these two old men? Chapter 442. Okay, don't take it too seriously. When Lu Yinyun heard this, he was so angry that he smashed a wine glass on the table. Because even if she dared, the Lu family would not allow her to do so. Lucas calmed Lu Yinyun down. He went to the bathroom. After Lucas left, Axia, who was next to Lu Yinyun, suddenly stared at Lu Ruyan, took a step forward, pressed on Lu Ruyan, and stroked Lu Ruyan's thigh with her palm. She had noticed that Ruyan Lu was very beautiful when she came in. Now that Lucas was not around, she naturally couldn't control herself. "Axia." Lu Yinyun doted on Axia and did not stop her. "What are you doing? Let me go." Lu Ruyan was already frightened, and she felt even more that the glittering silk had been torn apart. In the bathroom, Lucas heard the shouting and rushed out immediately. Then he saw Axia pressing Lu Ruyan. He rushed over angrily, grabbed the red wine on the table, and smashed it. Bang! Axia was hit on the back of the head. She was like an enraged beast. She dropped Lu Ruyan and pounced on Lucas with a murderous look in her eyes. "Axia, stop it." Lu Yinyun immediately stood up to stop it. Axia finally stopped and stared at Lucas. "No one has ever been able to hit me. If it weren't for the lady, I would have killed you." If it were in the past, Lucas would have been frightened by Axia, but he is no longer the same person now. And most importantly, he can tolerate anything except Lu Ruyan's. "Who do you think you are? Come here." Lucas was still angry and yelled. Bang! The door was pushed open and many bodyguards rushed in, wanting to kill Axia. Of course, Axia was not a pushover either. Not only was she not afraid, she licked her tongue frantically, as if she wanted to kill someone. "Lucas, what are you doing?" Lu Yinyun looked at Lucas with dissatisfaction at this time. She didn't expect Lucas to suddenly become hostile. "What are you doing?" "She's my fiancée. Your friend is teasing my fiancée. Did you know that?" Lucas shouted coldly. Lu Yinyun reacted. She had always thought that Lu Ruyan was Lucas' girlfriend, and rich people's girlfriends were just like clothes. It was even common to give away girlfriends in order to make friends happy. However, the fiancé is another matter. It concerns the man's dignity. So in this matter, Lu Yinyun knew that he was in the wrong. It's a misunderstanding. We don't know the identity of this woman. "Axia, come back." Lu Yinyun had no choice but to call out to Axia, and then said, "Go drink 3 bottles of wine as punishment." "Miss." Axia is still very unconvinced. "Do as I say." Lu Yinyun rarely gave orders to Axia, and this time there was nothing she could do. She then looked at Lucas and said, "Lucas, I really didn't know she was your fiancée. Forget it. Just explain it clearly and everything will be fine. I'll let Axia apologize again later." Lucas was still furious, looking at Axia, and said, "If it wasn't for Lu Yinyun, I would have fucking killed you. Listen to me. You're not allowed to fucking come to my place from now on, or I will break your dog legs." Axia, who was drinking, stopped for a moment. Her pretty face was gloomy, but she held it in. Lucas looked at Lu Yinyun again and said, "Ms. Lu, I don't care how you joke with me, Lucas, but I can never joke with my fiancée. I hope you remember this." "I remember that." Okay, don't take it too seriously." Lu Yinyan rarely gave in and pulled Lucas to sit down and drink. Jiang Tianan and Ella witnessed this scene with their own eyes and were so scared that they dared not speak. They didn't expect that Lucas loved Lu Ruyan so much that he was willing to offend Lu Yinyan. Of course, they didn't expect Lu Yinyan to apologize and give in. Mr. Yi, what I said last time about the George Sports brand. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Jiang Tianan stepped out to smooth things over. Lucas took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, "I have some impression. How come you are familiar with this matter?" Jiang Tianan smiled and said, "My relative is in the foreign trade clothing business. From textiles to raw materials, everything is under my relative's control. I heard him mention it accidentally. According to him, the Brazilian Olympic Committee is going to send someone to sign a contract with Tianjin Group. My relative said that if George S. Deachin Clothing becomes a sponsor of the Olympics, his sports brand will definitely be very popular overseas." Lucas looked unhappy after hearing this. "George, this guy always has shit luck." Lu Yinyan was also in a bad mood, looking at Lucas and said, "Lucas, sometimes it is difficult to defeat George by doing business properly. You still have to do what you need to do." Lucas looked at Lu Yinyan calmly. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." The next evening, Angela returned home from work. Now, except for Uncle Lin, all other servants in the Yi family have been dismissed. The reason why Uncle Lin stayed was because he had been friends with David for many years. Although their relationship seemed like that of master and servant, it was actually more like that of family and close friends. Fortunately, Uncle Lin stayed. Otherwise, David would not be able to clean the huge Yi family villa by himself. "Dad, Uncle Lin." Angela bought a lot of delicious food, then went into the kitchen to help, and also talked about some things about Dongshi Group. Lucas is still fighting with George. "I heard that mobile entertainment apps are very popular now." Lucas also entered this track, but lost to George. He was furious in the group, beating and scolding employees. He looked very angry. Angela was talking and laughing while washing vegetables, and seemed very happy. David was stamping his chops and laughing. "Angela, don't underestimate Lucas." "Dad, he's so rebellious. Why are you still helping him?" Dad means that Lucas may seem hot-tempered and overbearing, but he actually knows what he is doing. Think about it. He's been patiently by our side for so many years. How could he not have a little scheming? Angela also thought it made sense after listening to it. David said as he chopped pork ribs. "Lucas may seem to be losing his temper, but every time his business fails, it is a time for him to grow, and then he will slowly catch up with George." Angela stopped washing the vegetables and turned to look. "Dad, you should be more on Lucas' side." David couldn't answer and continued chopping the ribs. Angela continued, "I understand. Although you feel guilty about George, it is actually Lucas who has been with you longer. George disappeared when he was 3 years old and didn't come back until he was a teenager. He didn't spend as much time with you as Lucas did." That's not what Dad meant. Both brothers are very successful now. As a father, I'm proud of them. David made an excuse. Angela pouted and said, "George is successful, but Lucas didn't create his own money and business. They were given to him by others. He can't compare to George. Lucas has ability that others can give it to you. Angela, don't say the grapes are sour just because you can't have them." David smiled and said, "Besides, although Lucas may seem to turn his back on us, he is still taking care of Ella and you. If he didn't work at Dongshi Group, this family would have been empty." Angela was very unhappy after hearing this. "Dad, I also have a share in Dongshi Group. It was Lucas who kicked me out. Now, he makes me go to work to monitor me. And Ella, she fawned on Lucas like a dog, and only then could she stay by his side. Her existence is Lucas's punching bag. Don't think too highly of Lucas. It's a pity that Mom is nowhere to be found. Otherwise, she would definitely stand up for me." Chapter 443. No one can ban it. It is decided by the market. David's face turned ugly when he heard this. "Angela, don't mention Maria, that bitch. She broke up our family. I wish I could peel off her skin and break her bones. If she hadn't cheated on me and my father, how could our family help the Liang family? In the end, after all the fuss, George is not her child. What a gossip." Speaking of Maria, David chopped the ribs with a more powerful knife, and the chopping board made a loud noise. "Master," Uncle Lin, who was helping nearby, smiled bitterly and said, "Don't talk anymore. Your blood pressure is rising again. Your health is very important." David had no choice but to take a few deep breaths and slowly calm down his temper. "Forget it. She will have her own retribution. and it is enough for us to live our own lives. By the way, as for Wanru, I plan to discharge her from the hospital and let her recuperate at home. The cost of staying in the hospital is too high. When he said the last sentence, his voice was also full of bitterness. His daughter has become a vegetable, but as a father, he is unable to pay for her care. He is really useless. You know, in the past, he would have taken out 100 million to help Yuki without even blinking an eye. Dad, I went to the hospital to ask, but they said it's not necessary because someone has already given a large sum of money, enough for Wanru to stay in the hospital for a lifetime. Angela suddenly stopped washing vegetables. David was shocked and looked at Angela and asked, "It's Lucas. What are you thinking?" It's good enough that he doesn't take advantage of her misfortune. Wanru was so nice to him before, but after he came back, he didn't even look at Wanru. Angela immediately cursed. David frowned. "Is that Maria?" Angela took a deep breath and suddenly said seriously, "It's not Mom, nor is it Uncle Liang. None of them paid any attention to Wanru. It was George who paid." Boom. David felt as if something exploded in his heart. His ears were ringing, and when he chopped down with the knife, he failed to chop the ribs and almost chopped off his hand. Then, the hand holding the kitchen knife was shaking. There's been a lot of turmoil on the internet recently. Entertainment headlines followed up the activity of getting gold coins by watching videos, and also launched a creator plan to subsidize and support self-media authors. After watching, other giants also followed this model, such as Tongue Group, Shogo, etc. George also received the news, but he didn't care. The internet works like this. Once a company has tasted success, the capital market will follow suit crazily. They are still lucky. Tianjin Group is a huge company, and the capital market is helpless. If it were a small business, as long as it had a good idea and the market response was good, it would be immediately swallowed up by capital. Small businesses do not have the money to fight against capital and can only watch the results become someone else's. Director Yi, in terms of advertising cooperation, most manufacturers have gone to entertainment headlines. Our partners here are all small scale, and the advertising contract fees are only 3 to 5 million. We heard that Lu Yinyun came forward and threatened many large companies and manufacturers, saying that anyone who dared to ask us to promote advertising would be against the Lu family. She is disrupting the market and attracting advertising business for Dongshu Group. In the conference room, Zhang Xiaolan was reporting the situation. George was slightly surprised, but he had forgotten about Lu Yinyun. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Unless she is really so powerful, she can't change the market at all." Zhang Xiaolan said worriedly, "Mr. Yi, but we only accept small advertisements. It is difficult for Tianjin Group to make a profit. It will be very troublesome if it continues for a long time." George shook his head. "Who said they're all small ads? Our group has so many projects that can all be advertised. Isn't Dichin clothing being promoted very well now? There are also Tianhai food, Yeji seasoning, and even real estate. By the way, Tianwei technology is in the most need of advertising right now. Smart wearables, tablets, smart home appliances, etc. all need a wave of advertising promotion to enhance the brand value. So, I still feel that there is not enough advertising space, and I don't even want to let outside companies and manufacturers use it. A good advertising space is like the most conspicuous advertising sign on the street. It is not something that anyone can ban. It is determined by the market. Soon, people will find this advertising sign, and whoever misses it will regret it. For example, the advertising space of entertainment headlines can only be ranked behind ours. When everyone heard this, they felt a little relieved. Olivia said at this time, "Boss Yi, there are several companies and manufacturers who want to discuss advertising promotion with you. Of course, one of them is someone you know. Her name is Tao Xingro, and her family makes medical supplies, such as masks, gauze, and other products. Last time at Mr. Wong's birthday party, she was the girl who was alone in the same room with you." George nodded slightly after listening. "I actually forgot about her. When she reminded me that the painting was fake, I wanted to treat her to a meal. She's in a bit of a troublesome situation right now." Olivia also told Tao Xingro about her situation. The Tao family was currently being suppressed, and their situation in Yanjing was already very difficult. After the incident at Mr. Wong's birthday party, they offended many more people. You know, at that time, George had the support of Mr. Wong, and no one dared to do anything to him, but Tao Xingro had nothing. Meeting each other is fate. Let's meet her later and help her to the best of our ability. George said to Olivia. Olivia was immediately very happy. After that night, she added Tao Xingro on WeChat and they chatted a lot. She also felt sorry for this girl. Moreover, after Tao Xingro knew that Olivia was George's fiancée, she kept apologizing to Olivia and explained that nothing had happened between her and George, hoping that Olivia would not take it to heart. Olivia was relieved. She knew George too well, and there was no way he would betray her. So, when she saw Tao Xingro constantly apologizing and revealing her true feelings, she still had a good impression of Tao Xingro. Olivia added, "There's another big advertiser, the head of a branch of Weiye Group in the Northwest, who wants to discuss advertising with us. Currently, they're also the largest client of Tianyin Group. Previous clients have spent between 2 and 3 million yuan on advertising." George didn't want to meet him at first, but when he thought that it was Tianyin Group's first advertiser, he finally nodded. Not long after, in the conference room, a noble woman wearing a pink gown and fur walked in, followed by a secretary. Judging from the temperament of this woman, she must be rich or noble, and she walks very fast as thunder and wind. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Lan Xiaoqi, the general manager of the northern branch of Weiye Group." Lan Xiaoqi stretched out her hand to George, generously, confidently, and calmly. "Hello." George shook her hand. "You should know our group now." Lan Xiaoqi sat down by herself. She seemed to be accustomed to being in a high position, so she took the initiative and spoke directly to the point. Chapter 444, I also have to thank you for helping me. Clear. George nodded. The Weiye Group was very large and involved many products, including animal husbandry, textile industry, etc. It was said to be a group under one of the 4 major chaebols. That's good to know. This time we're looking for you to promote our dairy products. Our group's animal husbandry is very developed, and our dairy products are among the best in the country. Lan Xiaoqi smiled and said, "How about this? I will try to promote it in your Tianyin Group for a month. If the effect is good, I can consider signing a 3-year advertising contract. Of course, we don't plan to pay for the advertising promotion we are trying. After all, we don't know how effective it will be. But the requirement is that the advertising should be at least 20 minutes a day in the most prominent position during prime time. If you can meet my requirements, I will try to cooperate with you." George heard this. He almost laughed out loud and looked at Lan Xiaoqi carefully. What's wrong? Lan Xiaoqi knew she was pretty, but George staring at her like that made her feel very rude. "I just wanted to see if you had a fever." George laughed and said, "No less than 20 minutes of advertising during prime time and free voluntary advertising for a month. Unless you have a fever, who would say such nonsense?" Lan Xiaoqi was a little angry and couldn't help but remind him. "Boss Yi, I know you are the richest man in the South, but in the North and Northwest, you are just the CEO of a company, not a celebrity. You should know that your Tianyin Group is being targeted. If you can't break the deadlock, your Tianyin Group will find it difficult to continue operating. Our Weiye Group can ignore some rules and warnings and cooperate with your group to break the deadlock. Then other company groups will follow suit and cooperate with you in advertising." George shook his head after hearing this. "So, I should thank you for helping us? Let me guess again, after the first month of trial promotion, you guys don't plan to pay for the 3-year contract?" Lan Xiaoqi shook her head. "Of course not. The money still needs to be paid, 10 million per year, but the advertising space and broadcast time cannot be changed." George laughed again. "You are crazy, right? 30 million for 3 years. And you want to put the ad in the most prominent position of the app and broadcast it for 20 minutes during prime time. Do you know how many active users our today's headlines has in a day? It's now over 100 million a day, which means that more than 100 million people log into the app every day to watch the news. Putting aside other factors, at least 80 to 50 million people have seen your ads, and the sales and branding effects it brings are huge. So 300 million in 3 years is not enough for me. If it's not 3 billion, don't even think about it. Let me tell you, the future Tianyin Group will have a total advertising revenue of more than 200 billion per year. If you sign a 3-year, 3 billion advertising contract with us now, that's still a discount. After a while, don't even think about signing a 3-year contract with 10 billion. Well, if Miss Lan is here to take advantage of me, I advise you to forget it. Xia, get out." Lan Xiaoqi was furious after hearing this and said angrily, 3 billion in 3 years. Do you think you're CCTV? You think too highly of yourself. She was too lazy to talk nonsense. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. I will go to your competitor entertainment headlines. After saying that, she turned and left, but she walked very slowly, waiting for George to change his mind and call her back in a fawning manner. However, she was disappointed. George called the next customer in, who was Tao Xingro. You will regret it. Lan Xiaoqi stomped her high heels in anger and left angrily. As soon as she left, Olivia said a little worriedly, Brother Chun, 3 billion in 3 years. Isn't that too much? Not much. The current form of advertising has changed, from television to computers, and finally to mobile phones. As I just said, in the future, Tianyin Group's total advertising revenue will be more than 200 billion a year. This is not a joke. George patted Olivia's hand, then looked at Tao Xingro, who was walking over. Tao Xingro was wearing an office suit, feeling a little restrained and nervous, and lowered her head slightly. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, President Xia. Seat. George asked Tao Xingro to sit down and said politely, That day, thanks to your reminder, your attainments in archaeology are comparable to those of a real archaeological expert. It's all luck, Tao Xingro quickly said. It's Yi Dongji. People are destined to be blessed. She already knew George's identity, and since she had been suppressed in Yinjing for many years, she was in awe of someone of such a high status as George. Of course, she has also been looking up George's deeds on the internet during this period, and found that this young man not only has a strong background, but also has strong abilities. This is the South, not the North. Don't be too nervous, George added. Your business has moved to the South, right? Well, I've moved to the South. The business styles in the North and South are different. The South is more suitable for me now. Tao Xingro nodded, and we are transforming. We used to be engaged in medical supplies, masks, gauze, etc., but these require connections and relationships. So now we are transforming to make face towels and alike. George touched his chin, as if thinking of something. My personal suggestion is not to give up medical supplies such as masks. In the next 5 years, masks will make you a fortune. I won't say much, but at least 100 or 200 million. He thought of the epidemic, when those who made masks made a fortune. Of course, George can actually plan this project now. But he is rich now and does not like to make money from the country's disaster. Secondly, he should leave a way out for everything and give middle-level self-employed individuals a way to survive, rather than taking all the money-making projects for himself. Face mask. Tao Xingro frowned, then nodded. Okay, I will keep the factory and production equipment, etc. She thought George had heard something. George added, Of course, it won't be easy for you to hold on until then. So, I personally won't invest in your factory. When Tao Xingro heard this, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She came here today just to attract investment, but I can help promote your factory. If you sign a 3-year advertising contract with us, the advertising fee will be 3 million. I'll give you a friendly price. George introduced in a gentle tone. Every day, there will be no less than 5 minutes and no more than 10 minutes of advertising in the most prominent advertising space at today's headlines. In addition, there will be advertisements on the second category pages and even video advertisements. In Tianyin short videos, there will be no less than 10 advertisements every day. As for the advertising fee, you don't have to give it to me now. You can give it to me anytime in the future when you have money. If the business still can't continue, it doesn't matter if you don't give it to me. In addition, we will also cooperate with you on Tianyin short video and Kando Aduo. The premise is that after the goods enter Kando Aduo, the profit must be reduced. As for how much, you can discuss it in detail with President Xia. After George finished speaking, he asked Olivia to prepare some contracts. Chapter 445. The 3 major apps join forces. The effect is terrifying. Tao Xingro was a little confused, but she had no other choice but to agree and sign the contract with Olivia. Afterwards, several more advertisers came in, but they were all small clients and signed advertising contracts worth millions. One of them was a beverage group. After considering for a long time, they finally signed a 3-year contract with George. Because they were one of the first customers, George gave them a little sweetener and only charged them 1 billion in advertising fees. When the client heard about the 1 billion yuan advertising fee for 3 years, he almost scolded George for being crazy about money. However, the cooperation with Tianyin Group was the idea of their boss, so he had no choice but to sign a contract. At this time, after Tao Xingro walked out of the meeting room, She happened to see Lan Xiaoqi, who had not left yet, and was chatting with her secretary. Miss, you're out now. How did the advertising contract go? After seeing Tao Xingro, Lan Xiaoqi asked with a smile. I have signed a 3-year advertising promotion contract with Tianyin Group. In addition, we have in-depth cooperation. Our products are even sold to Pinduoduo. The profit margin has been reduced, and we're taking the route of small profits but quick turnover. Tao Xingro didn't know who Lan Xiaoqi was, but guessed that her status should be high. So she was very polite. How much does advertising cost? 3 million. Is that a friendship price? Haha, you've been deceived. His app has no advertising effect at all. Moreover, someone in the industry has already issued a notice that any company that cooperates with Tianyin Group in advertising will offend the Yanjing Lu family. Haha, look how miserable you are. Not only does it not matter whether the advertisement is effective, but you have also offended people. The funniest thing is that not only did they deceive you, but they also drag you into Pinduoduo. Everyone knows that Pinduoduo is a nightmare for suppliers. Haha, they even reduced their profits. Lan Xiaoqi couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Then she waited for other advertisers to come out and asked them one by one. When the other party saw that Lan Xiaoqi was from Weiye Group, he also briefly explained the situation. Of course, Lan Xiaoqi also told about the Lu family's threat, which frightened these small manufacturers. I signed a 3-year contract with them, and they gave me a favorable price of 1 billion. The last person said bitterly. Lan Xiaoqi laughed even louder. You are really stupid and rich. Just consider this 1 billion as a sponsorship for them. Don't even think about the advertising effect. Haha, entertainment headlines can advertise for 3 years with 300 million. The other party smiled bitterly after hearing this. There's no other way. This is the order of our chairman. I just hope that the chairman is not wrong. Lan Xiaoqi got the news she wanted and left happily on her high heels. She gave an opportunity to Tianyin Group, but Tianyin Group wasted it. She had a hunch that it wouldn't be long before George from Tianyin Group would approach her and beg her for further advertising cooperation. After all, only their wealthy Weiye Group could ignore the Lu family's warnings and break the impasse for Tianyin Group. In the office, George asked about Tao Xingro's factory and learned that this factory had done a lot of charity in the past. Olivia explained. It was Tao Xingro's grandfather who did it. After her grandfather died, the Tao family was no longer in good shape. It's good enough that you've done charity work. Just advertise in the name of charity. George thought for a while and said, then we can join the subsidy activities of Pinduoduo and so on, which should bring Tao Xingro's factory back to life. In fact, George is very clear that when the 3 major apps, Pinduoduo, Tianyin Short Video, and Tushio, join forces to promote it, the effect is terrifying. Brother Chun, Tao Xingro has helped us before. Why not invest in her factory? It won't cost much. Olivia is a little confused. George smiled and said, she's a girl. Even though her situation is miserable, she has never given up the family business. So if I buy shares, she will be even more unhappy in the future. No one wants others to interfere in their own business. Besides, it is better to teach someone how to fish than to give him fish. Olivia understood a little after hearing this and smiled. Well, I believe her business will get better and better. However, Lu Yinyun is deliberately targeting us this time. I am afraid that she will take action next time, and she will join forces with Lucas, which is quite troublesome. George didn't take Lu Yinyun seriously. He was concerned about Lucas and said calmly, Lu Yinyun is nothing. The real trouble is Lucas. So far, I haven't found out his background. And Liang Yo Maria, what do they do in Yanjing? The only news we know is that a second-tier family is supporting Lucas. Then he looked at Olivia and said, until Lucas backstage shows up, we can only stay the same in the face of change. The days pass so quietly. The daily active volume of today's headlines and Tianyin short video is slowly increasing, and more people are turning to short videos, attracted by short videos with good content. For every pack of wet wipes and face towels you buy, 1 cent will go to charity in the Northwest. Wow, it's so cheap. Only 10 yuan for a big bag, and there are subsidies for new customers. I asked my grandma and grandpa to register accounts and buy some too. I use face towels all the time. $10 is not expensive, and I can also donate to charity. Many customers who browsed today's headlines and Tianyin short video saw this advertisement. They just wanted to buy face towels and out of the desire to do charity, they clicked on the link and placed the order. Moreover, the coins earned from logging in and watching videos can also be exchanged for money, and it can be cheaper if you enter the page to purchase. In addition, customers who purchase products on Duo can also get coupons and enjoy a 30% discount on face towels. Many activities are implicitly turning to Tao Xingrou's face towels. At this time, sales in Tao Xingrou's family business have been slowly improving in recent times, but the initial sales volume was not very obvious. So Tao Xingrou was very troubled. Xiao Tao, why did you rashly sign an advertising contract with others? $3 million for 3 years, and our factory can't even make $1 million a year. Tao Xingrou's mother scolded her. Besides, the profit margins of the face washcloths and other products we sold during this period are very low. We only made $1 per pack. After all the hard work, you only got your hard-earned money. You were cheated. Mommy. Tao Xingrou was also very bitter. You stupid girl. I asked you to go get investment, whether it's sleeping with someone or being a mistress. As long as you get the money back, it's fine. But you didn't get any money back, and instead got a crappy advertising contract. Tao Xingrou's mother was still scolding. You don't think that relying on advertising, our company can be revived? You are really stupid. Doing business in this society depends on connections. Tao Xingrou wanted to explain that this was the South, not the North. But at this time, the secretary rushed in hurriedly. Boss Tao, it exploded. I saw the secretary breathing heavily, looking excited. What exploded? Tao Xingrou's mother glared at the secretary. She had always disliked the secretary that Tao Xingrou had hired herself. Chapter 446, Advertising Effect, Resurrection. Sales are booming. In just one day, sales soared by 10 million. Duo called us and asked us to start production as soon as possible and prepare the stock as soon as possible. The secretary was so excited that his whole body was shaking and tears welled up in his eyes. During this period, they kept promoting products but were repeatedly turned down. They all knew that the company could no longer sustain itself, and they had to change careers. But who knew that the company's sales suddenly soared to 10 million? Even if they only made $1 per bag, that would be $1 million in profit. What's going on? Tao Xingrou was also surprised. At this time, the secretary answered the phone again. After hanging up, he exclaimed, "The China Travel Hotel just called and said that they saw our advertisement in today's headlines and thought that our product quality is good and the price is suitable. In addition, for charity reasons, they want to cooperate with us and sign a 1-year paper towel contract, including face towels, wet wipes, etc. provided by our company. Also, the moofing manufacturer called us and wanted to cooperate with us and order a face towel for their event." Wait a minute, another call is coming. The secretary answered the phone while talking. After answering 3 calls, she looked at Tao Xingju and said, "Boss Tao, I think our factory needs to expand and invest in more production equipment because we are overwhelmed by the number of orders." Tao Xingrou's heart exploded and her eyes opened wide. She didn't expect that the effect of advertising promotion was so good that it could determine the life or death of a company. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, if she knew that in the future the sales of the live streaming industry would be calculated in billions, she wouldn't be so surprised now. No wonder he didn't invest in me. Tao Xingrou is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. She was very disappointed when George did not invest in her. But now I finally understand that the money invested is only temporary, and teaching people how to fish is long-term. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, it will all be consumed. Xiao Li, immediately notify the workers to work overtime and expand the production line as much as possible to ensure on-time delivery. In addition, the quality must be strictly controlled. Although the profit of the product has decreased, the sales volume has increased. With small profits, but quick turnover, we can all have a good new year if this continues. Remember, now is the time for us to establish our brand, so we must seize the opportunity. Tao Xingrou said excitedly, "I'll do it right away." The secretary left happily. "Xingrou, what's going on? Are you saying that the advertising campaign a while ago led to so many orders?" Tao Xingrou's mother Zhou Rui was also very happy. She changed her fierce tone and became much kinder. "Yes, it's that advertisement. The effect is super impressive. Besides, we signed a 3-year contract. If we keep it up, maybe we can make it into the top 10 in the domestic face towel industry." Tao Xingrou was very grateful to George. When she was in dire straits, the only person who helped her was that man. TSK. Advertising is so powerful. I thought doing business depended on connections and relationships. Zhou Rui came from Yanjing, and his business philosophy was still the old one. He didn't know that the style in the South was completely different. At this time, Tao Xingro's sister Tao Xingyun also came over. She had just woken up after playing in the bar all night. Sister, give me some money. 3,000 will be enough. My friend has a birthday tonight. Tao Xingyun spoke in a commanding tone and then said dissatisfiedly, in my opinion, we should sell the property left by Grandpa so that everyone can share some of the money. What's the point of holding on to it tightly? Damn girl, the factory is doing better now. Zhou Rui cursed with a smile. Just now, the sales volume reached 10 million. Then he also told about Tao Xingro's advertising cooperation with Tianyin Group. Tao Xingyun was shocked after hearing this. Tianyin Group? The industries under Tianyin Group are very famous in the South. Their chairman is called George, very young and handsome. She looked at Tao Xingyun again, her voice full of jealousy. Sister, when did you meet this handsome and wealthy president? George is awesome. Zhou Rui asked curiously. Tao Xingyun explained, not only is he amazing, he is also the richest man in the South, with a net worth of over 200 billion. Zhou Rui's eyes turned, and he looked at Tao Xingro happily. Xingro, you are not familiar with George, and he suddenly helped you. He must have fallen in love with you. Mom doesn't care. You must take this rich son-in-law home. When she heard about the fortune of 200 billion, she inexplicably felt a lot of expectations in her heart. Mom, what are you thinking? We're just ordinary friends. Besides, he has a fiancée. She comes from a famous family, is beautiful, and has a good figure. Tao Xingro said with a red face, subconsciously thinking of that day when she and George were alone in a room. She was wearing underwear at the time, and George saw everything. Fiancé means unmarried. What are you afraid of? Go and seduce him. Although you're not very good-looking, you have a good figure. Your breasts are so big and well-shaped. Which man wouldn't be confused when seeing them? Zhou Rui only wants to catch a rich husband and keeps indulging his daughter. Mom, stop talking nonsense. Tao Xinghong stamped her feet angrily. I am good friends with her fiancé. How could I do such a thing? Besides, she doesn't think highly of me at all. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to get busy. She wanted to go back to the factory, but Tao Xingyun stopped her. Sister, if you don't want it, give it to me and give me his phone number. Tao Xingro naturally refused. In fact, she didn't have George's phone number, only Olivia's. Then he said he would not be back for dinner today and left. Sister, she must like him. She's afraid I'll take George away from her. Tao Xingyun cursed sourly. She had seen George on the internet a long time ago. He was more handsome and more charming than a star. She knew that she was prettier than her sister, with whiter skin and longer legs. Except for her smaller breasts, she was better than her sister in every way. If George saw her, he would definitely be obsessed with her. Mom, please ask my sister for me. No matter what, Mr. George helped us, and I want to thank him in person. Tao Xingyun said to Zhou Rui again. Okay, Mom will ask for you. Zhou Rui obviously dotes on his second daughter more. On the other side, in a large group, they were holding a meeting. This month, our Duodong brand beverage sales have increased by 6 percentage points compared to last month. I was surprised at first, but then I checked and found that our orders with our lower-level agents and so on were still the same as usual. So these extra orders should be the effect of the advertising cooperation with Tianyin Group. The group's general manager looked at everyone and said, in 1 month, an increase of 6 percentage points? All the senior executives gasped in shock because their beverage business was very large, and being able to increase it by 1 percentage point was already an exaggeration. Is the advertising effect of Tianyin Group so strong? Someone asked curiously. Chapter 447. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Well, we checked and found that not only has the sales volume increased, but the most important thing is the brand effect. After exercise, people drink our drinks. At meetings, people drink our drinks. When staying up all night, people drink our drinks. These words have penetrated into the minds of consumers and formed a common cognitive behavior. The group's general manager said, moreover, advertising promotion has changed now from television in the past to computers and now to mobile phones. Whoever can control the traffic of mobile phones will be the boss of the media in the future. So the company decided to go to Tianyin Group immediately and change the 3-year contract to 5 years. You have to know that the 3-year, 10 billion advertising contract we signed previously was a really good deal. After that, he looked at the manager who was signing the contract on behalf of the group and said, "Xiao Wang, you did a good job." Xiao Wang was so confused that he quickly stood up and gave the credit to the chairman, saying that he was just doing it for him. He even praised the chairman for his keen eye. Of course, he was smiling from ear to ear in his heart. When he signed the contract, he felt that he had suffered a huge loss, 1 billion in 3 years, but he didn't expect that he would actually make a fortune in the end. As time goes by, Tianyin Group's advertising effect is getting better and better, and its daily active volume, online time, and advertising conversion rate are better than those of Dongxu Group. Many companies sensed something and took the initiative to seek cooperation with Tianyin Group. Although Lu Yinyan has warned within the industry that no company or enterprise is allowed to cooperate with Tianyin Group. However, things in the market are not decided by her at all, unless she really has the final say. After all, no one can resist money. As long as there is money to be made, what does it matter to the Lu family? At this time, Weiye Group. Lan Xiaoqi has been paying close attention to the advertising promotion of Tianyin Group, and she seems to want to prove something. General Manager, the conversion rate of Tianyin Group's ads is better than that of entertainment headlines because Tianyin Group's content is better, which leads to customers staying in the app longer. Among the companies you asked me to track, the beverage group has extended the cooperation period from 3 years to 5 years. It is said that their sales in beverage brands have greatly improved. There is also the small mask and face towel manufacturer that was about to go bankrupt. The chairman is Miss Tao Xingrou. Her factory has been revived, sales have skyrocketed, and many companies have cooperated with her. According to the assessment, her company may be among the top 10 in the domestic industry in the coming year. Moreover, our competing company is also proposing cooperation with Tianyin Group. The secretary looked at the data and reported the situation. Lan Xiaoqi's eyes widened after hearing this. She couldn't understand how George broke through and why his app was better than all the apps in the industry. Especially Tao Xingrou's factory. She originally believed it would definitely go bankrupt, and there was no hope of recovery. But the other party ended up making a beautiful comeback. This advertising effect is a bit too exaggerated. Contact the person in charge of Tianyin Group immediately and tell them that our Weiye Group wants to discuss advertising cooperation. Although Lan Xiaoqi was very unwilling, she was in a high position after all and knew that she couldn't act on impulse. Then he asked the secretary to prepare the car and headed to Tianyin Group. George, who met her, but Olivia. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm here to discuss advertising cooperation." Lan Xiaoqi was the first to reach out after entering the office. Olivia shook hands with her and looked at her with a smile. She could guess her intention, because Tianyin Group has broken through. At present, many companies and enterprises have ignored Lu Yinyan's warnings and started advertising cooperation with them. In this case, even if Lu Yinyan wants to retaliate, he doesn't know how to retaliate because the number is too large. "Ms. Lan, I'm here for a month of free advertising," Olivia said politely, with sarcasm in her words. Lan Xiaoqi blushed slightly. Only now did she realize how outrageous her original request was. She said awkwardly, "No, there's no need to try to promote it this time. It's a direct cooperation. I brought 3 billion and signed a 3-year contract with you." Olivia heard this. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Lan Xiaoqi carefully. Lan Xiaoqi felt a little embarrassed by being stared at, but she didn't dare to get angry. She smiled and said, "Boss Xia, is my face stained? Otherwise, why are you staring at me? I just think Miss Lan is so weird." Olivia played with the pen in her hand and said with a smile, "Some time ago, our CEO Yi offered you a 3-year advertising fee of 300 million, but you refused. In just 1 month, you took the initiative to increase it to 3 billion for 3 years, which is a full 10-fold increase in price. What were you thinking? Lan Xiaoqi can dig out a house with her toes. In just 1 month, 300 million became 3 billion. I regret it so much." Of course, she didn't know at that time that Tianyin Group's advertising effect would be so good. "I'm sorry, can I apologize?" Lan Xiaoqi said in a humble tone. "I'm the one who should say sorry." Olivia shook her head and sighed helplessly. "I remember that Weiye Group, where Lan Xiaoqi works, wants to do advertising related to the dairy industry. In this regard, your competitor Ely Group has already done advertising first, and the price is between 5 billion and 3 years. Your price is lower than theirs, and you came later, so I'm sorry. We can't help you. Maybe Miss Lon can consider the entertainment headlines next door. After that, she shouted to the secretary, "Someone send Miss Lon to me." Boss Yayu. Lon Xiaoqi stomped her feet in anger. She didn't expect that even after being so humble, Tianyin Group still dared to reject them. This shelf is too big. But there was no point in her getting angry, because their competitors had already signed advertising contracts here. What she should worry about now was that the competitors were going to grab their market share. If she didn't find a solution, she might even be fired from her position as general manager. Boss Xia, I'm also willing to pay 5 billion for 3 years. No, 6 billion for 30 years, 2 billion a year. Would you please think about it? Tonight, I'll treat you to a meal at the Angel Hotel. How about that? When the secretary pushed Lon Xiaoqi away, she was still yelling at Lon Xiaoqi. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Olivia ignored Lon Xiaoqi. At this time, her phone rang, and she found out it was from the Olympic Games. The other side had sent someone to sign the contract, and the time was this weekend. Lucas has been very busy lately, because in addition to entertainment headlines, Dongshu Group has many other businesses, and some of them are even more profitable than entertainment headlines. He competed with George, and the entertainment app was just to tear a hole in George's business empire. And when he was busy and exhausted, he finally realized the difficulties of being a CEO. If he hadn't had the mindset of surpassing George and becoming the richest man in the South, he would have been dead by now. Of course, when he had time, Lucas also looked at data from industries, such as entertainment apps. At present, their entertainment headlines has settled down. There's been no significant decline, but there has been no improvement either. The situation is similar for apps invested by other internet giants, and the overall situation is not as good as their entertainment headlines. The only one that is still making progress is today's headlines. Chapter 448. It's still a long way to go to surpass George. I lost again. How many times has this happened? George gave up traffic and focused on daily active users, so we followed his example. George created content, so we followed his example. Why do we still lose in the end? It doesn't matter if he loses. His market share, customers, and active users are still increasing. He is surpassing us and all his peers at an incredible speed. Lucas lost his temper, as usual, and glared at the senior executives of the group. What is this? The market is so small. The cake is so small. How can George find market share and continue to increase new customers? In the conference room, no one could answer him. Everyone was trembling with fear. The problem still lies in the content. At this time, Uncle Wu, who had been silent all the time, slowly spoke. He was like a military strategist with extraordinary IQ. Uncle Wu, we are also creating content. Lucas looked at Uncle Wu. In fact, you haven't noticed that George's entertainment app has already developed into short videos, while we are still on the entertainment app, so we have reached the limit. On the contrary, their customers and activeness are still increasing. Uncle Wu said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, George's intention from the beginning was not to make an entertainment app, but short videos. Everything is centered around short videos, and all traffic will eventually return to short videos. I said last time that a short video of Tianyin Group had 50 million hits. I felt something was wrong then. Now I finally understand that short videos can show better things than text, and their potential is greater than articles and news. The most important thing is that short videos are becoming more popular now. Both the upper and lower market segments have started to develop the habit of watching videos. Lucas heard this. His pupils narrowed. This is another move that he can't understand. Why? George really smarter than him and thinks more advanced than him? We also copied and borrowed from others and entered the short video market. Lucas was so angry that he slammed the table. It's too late. Lucas deeply. George's short videos have already been established. The market size, market share, and so on make it difficult for newcomers to shake him. In addition, there is a core, which is the algorithm. We don't have this. No, not all internet companies have it. Even if some companies have a corresponding algorithm, it is definitely different from Tianyin Group's algorithm, and it is not that easy to use. Moreover, our capital war with George has attracted countless people's attention and traffic, all of which ultimately benefited George. Lucas, who was angry, and comforted him. We have to give up the entertainment app track for a while. We can't invest more money and effort. We have learned a lesson from our mistakes. In the field of new economy, we are really not suitable to fight with George. Lucas slammed his fist on the table, and his back teeth made a clattering sound. He has been in the South for some time, but has not made any achievements so far. He is still a long way from his goal of surpassing George and becoming the richest man in the South. He was extremely unwilling. If he continues like this, the power he holds will be in danger. Mr. Yi, don't be discouraged. We have sufficient funds. We just lost a small game. Ella immediately comforted Lucas. She was also afraid that Lucas would lose his morale due to being suppressed. Now she still needed Lucas' support. Bang! Lucas slapped Ella hard in the face with his backhand. Ella took a step back after being slapped, her face stinging with pain. Her eyes widened, looking at Lucas in disbelief. She really didn't expect Lucas to hit her. In front of all the senior executives of the group, slap her mercilessly. You are just trash. I tell you, I don't need any sympathy or comfort. Lucas looked at Ella with red eyes, as if he was possessed. Ella had tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. She remembered that when Lucas was bullied as a child, he would always feel better after she comforted him. But now Lucas just slapped her. She just feels very wrong now, extremely wronged, and doesn't know who to talk to. Aya. Jiang Tan quickly pulled Ella back to sit, looked at Lucas and said, Mr. Yi, we also have good news. My uncle received news that Brazil has sent people to sign a contract with George. In this regard, we can get ahead of others. Lucas looked at Jiang Tan coldly. I hope this is really good news. Otherwise, I will make you suffer. Jiang Tan immediately said, My uncle said that the Brazilian Olympic Committee does not necessarily want to cooperate with George, but they chose Tianshan Group because of its reputation. Even my uncle wants to cooperate with the Brazilian Olympic Committee. So, we can snatch this contract in the name of Dongshu Group. Although Dongshu Group does not have any sports brands, my uncle does. Dongshu Group can cooperate with my uncle. If this succeeds, it may not affect George's business empire, but it will at least deal a blow to the sports brand he is trying to support. Lucas also felt that there was some truth in it, and immediately looked at Uncle Wu inquiringly. Uncle Wu didn't say anything, just held the snuff bottle and smoked. He neither agreed nor disagreed, which was considered tacit approval. Leave this to me. Lu Yinyun had been listening nearby and suddenly spoke up. She invested at least $4 billion in entertainment headlines, but it still did not have any impact on George. The anger in her heart was no less than that of Lucas. Now that I saw an opportunity to cause trouble for George, I naturally volunteered. And she's also an expert at grabbing engineering business. Just invite the person representing the Brazilian Olympic Committee to come to Dongshu Group. After Lu Yinyun finished speaking, he took out his phone and called, Axia, there's a person who needs your help. No matter what method you use, bring him to Dongshu Group. I will pass the information to you later. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Jiang Tianan again. After all, only Jiang Tianan's uncle had the information about that person. I'm going to ask my uncle about this. Jiang Tianan understood what Lu Yinyun meant. Lucas' anger dissipated a lot, and he looked at Ella and said, Sister Ella, I was in a bad mood just now. Please don't take it to heart. Everything I did was to deal with George, and my purpose was the same as Sister Ella's. I hope you can understand. Let's go home and have dinner tonight. Also, if this succeeds, you and your brother-in-law will both be credited with a great achievement. I also plan to set up a sports brand, and you will be the president and CEO. His expression changed very quickly, and his mood was unpredictable, which made Ella a little uncomfortable. She smiled and said, I understand, I get it. There was a time when I was like this too. I couldn't control my temper and got angry at Mom. We are a family, and there is no overnight grudge. I will call Dad later. He will definitely be very happy when he knows you are coming back. Lucas nodded after listening to this. To be honest, he had not been back to the Yi family since he returned to the South, and the family had not had a good meal together. Now that Dongshu Group has stabilized in the South, it's time to go home and visit. He also notified Lu Ruyan and asked her to bring back some good cigarettes and alcohol. Of course, he also called Lu Ruyan's father Lu Tai and planned to discuss marriage with David. Chapter 449. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Provincial Capital Airport. Olivia was waiting at the exit with several bodyguards. Not long after, a tall foreigner in his 30s came out. He glanced at Olivia and walked over with a smile. "And how are you from Tianjin Group?" He speaks fluent Chinese and gives people a very gentlemanly feeling. "Yes, Mr. Robin. I'm Olivia. We've met on video." Olivia happily stretched out her hand. "Hello, beautiful Miss Xia. I am the vice president of the Brazilian Olympic Committee. Nice to meet you. You are even more beautiful than in the video." Robin shook hands with Olivia and wanted to tap the back of Olivia's hand as a courtesy, but Olivia refused with a smile and told Robin to get in the car and go to the hotel for dinner. "Thank you for meeting my plane. The details of our cooperation are just as stated on the work software. I hope your company has no other objections." In the car, Mr. Robin also told Olivia that he came to sign the contract on behalf of the Olympic Committee. They had already discussed the details of the cooperation and even sent the contract to each other. Robin came to China to sign the contract only after the legal department had carefully reviewed it and made sure there were no problems. "No problem at all." Olivia smiled and said, "We will produce the clothes and supplies Mr. Robin needs according to the agreed time and give the Pakistan committee the corresponding sponsorship fee. Thank you. I believe in the business capabilities of Deechin Clothing. It's a pleasure to work with you." Seeing that the business details had been agreed upon, Mr. Robin asked Olivia's father, Xia Mingfeng. "Mr. Xia is your father, right? How is he doing? I haven't seen him for a long time since we last met 3 years ago." One of the reasons why Robin can cooperate with Tianjin Group is Xia Mingfeng. He was Xia Mingfeng's classmate when he studied abroad and later collaborated with Xia Mingfeng many times. Of course, there's another reason. There are people in the Olympic Committee who speak for Tianjin Group. These people have higher face and status than him. My dad is very nice. He has mentioned Mr. Robin many times, saying that when Mr. Robin comes this time, he will do his best to be a good host. Olivia said politely. While the two were chatting, suddenly a large number of cars came on the road ahead, and they were all driving in the opposite direction. They were all Mercedes-Benz, blocking Olivia's car. Looking back, there were also several cars coming, preventing Olivia's car from backing up. "Boss Xia," Olivia nervously. Olivia was also very surprised. In broad daylight, someone dared to block her car. It was too lawless. Mr. Robin also noticed something and frowned and asked, "Miss Xia, what happened?" "It must be some competitors doing." "Don't worry, Mr. Robin. I will take care of it." Olivia said something soothing, then opened the door and got out of the car. The bodyguard she brought with her also got out one after another. After the other party's car stopped, a large number of burly men in suits walked out, neatly lined up, about 50 or 60 of them. Robin in the car saw this scene and was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't understand what was going on. Olivia, on the other hand, was fearless. Even though there were only 2 people on her side, she knew that this group of people would not dare to do anything out of line in broad daylight. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call George. Bang! One of the bodyguards came over quickly, slapped her phone away, and stepped on it hard, breaking it into pieces. Next, a woman in a suit and wearing bright red lipstick came over like a big sister. All the bodyguards made way until the woman came in front of Olivia, Xia family's daughter. Olivia, with a sneer, raised her hand and slapped Olivia on the face, looking so arrogant. The bodyguard beside Olivia was very anxious and wanted to help, but was caught by the woman's bodyguard. Olivia ignored the burning pain on her face and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Dongshu Group." The woman raised Olivia's chin with her red nail polish. "Don't worry. We are only here to see Mr. Robin. It has nothing to do with you. Mr. Robin is our guest." Olivia slapped the woman's hand away. She had already guessed Dongshu Group's intention. What surprised her was that their cooperation with the Olympic Committee was a secret. How did Dongshu Group know about it? "What do you mean by your guests?" "Whoever invites Mr. Robin will be his guest." The woman shook her head in disdain and snapped her fingers at the bodyguards, and several bodyguards immediately walked towards Olivia's car. "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by doing this?" Olivia issues a warning. Bang! The woman slapped Olivia in the face again and said coldly, "Threatening me? Who do you think you are? If I make me unhappy, what's the harm in killing you?" After that, he looked at Olivia's car and said to Mr. Robin in the car, "Mr. Robin, please get out of the car. Let's discuss the sponsorship of the Olympics. Don't worry, we are legitimate businessmen. Of course, if you refuse to get out of the car, then we can only welcome you in our own way." As he was speaking, several bulldozers rumbled over from another road. This is a warning to Mr. Robin that if he doesn't get out of the car, they will dismantle it. When Mr. Robin in the car saw this scene, he had no choice but to open the door and get out. "Welcome, Mr. Robin. Our boss wants to see you." The woman smiled, waved her hand, and asked the bodyguard to take Mr. Robin away, then looked at Olivia and said, "Monsieur, please come with us. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you after the matter is done." After saying that, without waiting for Olivia to refuse, he forcibly took Olivia into the car. The convoy quickly disappeared on the road. Olivia and Robin were brought to a private villa. Olivia was locked in one of the rooms, and Robin was taken to see Lu Yinyun. Lu Yinyun was sitting in the living room, wearing pajamas and watching the news. When she saw Robin coming, she stood up with a smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Robin. I am working with you on behalf of Dongshi Group. Our Dongshi Group also has a sports brand called Roll. We hope to become the largest sponsor of the Brazilian Olympics." Robin glanced at the living room, looked at Lu Yinyun, and said, "I need to discuss this with the association. After all, this is not something I can decide alone." "What are we discussing?" "We will give whatever Tianjin Group can give, even double the amount." After Lu Yinyun finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several bodyguards came in and put a few suitcases on the table. When they opened them, they were full of US dollars. "As long as you cooperate with us, these will all belong to you." Lu Yinyun smiled and said, "What if you refuse?" "Haha, then this is all I can do." Olivia, as bodyguard, was brought over, pinned to the ground, and then had one of his arms chopped off with a machete. The scene was bloody and gory. Mr. Robin turned pale with fright. He already understood what Lu Yinyun meant. If he agreed to cooperate, the money on the table would belong to him. If he didn't cooperate, the bodyguard would be his. Chapter 450. They seem to be waiting for some answer. I reserve my previous opinion. Cooperation can be considered, but the details of the cooperation still need further discussion. Mr. Robin's tone was compromising. Lu Yinyun laughed. "No need to discuss the details, just follow Tianjin Group's rules. We can give more compensation, that's about it." "I understand, but I need to communicate with the Brazilian Olympic Committee, which will take some time." Mr. Robin thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I have 7 days in China, and I will give you an answer within 7 days." "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Robin." Lu Yinyun nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Robin asked, "Can I go now?" "Yes, but please tell me the details of the contract, Mr. Robin, and we will immediately draw up a new contract." "But the contract is not with me, and I need the computer." "Don't worry, we have everything here." At this time, in the 8 Hotel, George and Xiaoling Yun sat in the private room, waiting for Olivia to bring guests over. "Brother-in-law, this is amazing. You have created another money-making project. A few days ago, my parents and I went to a dinner party in Jiangzhou. The people there praised you highly, saying that you are a business genius that is hard to come by in a century. Now that your Tianjin Group has broken through, the future media and advertising market will belong to you." Xiao Lingyun smiled at George and said that the dinner that day brought honor to him and his parents. "It's all luck." George did not think it was his own achievement, but just his experience from his previous life. He asked, "Have you found out anything about Maria and Liang Yong?" Xiao Lingyun narrowed his eyes after hearing this. "Liang Yong is working in Yanjing, and it's the same as usual. There's no difference. Maria's whereabouts are currently unknown, as if she has evaporated from the face of the earth. However, there are rumors that she went to a mysterious second-tier family and is recuperating there." George was extremely puzzled. "Have you checked the background of this second-tier family? How did Maria and Liang Yong suddenly get on this big thigh?" "I'm not too sure about this, but I guess that the relationship between the so-called second-tier wealthy family and Maria is more like cooperation. Otherwise, if the relationship is really deep, it won't be Lucas who deals with us, but the second-tier family will take action personally." Xiao Lingyun said seriously, "My personal intuition is that this second-tier giant seems to be waiting for some answer." George nodded and agreed with Xiao Lingyun's guess. Then he thought about his own trump card again. He had the support of the Elders Group, a lot of the latest high-tech in his hands, and industries related to people's livelihood. So when it comes to a real clash with second-tier giants, the other side may not be able to kill him easily. Xiao Lingyun lit a cigar and smoked it like a big boss. He looked at George and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about your marriage with my sister?" George was stunned for a moment. Then he felt warm in his heart. Xiao Lingyun knew that George had offended a second-tier wealthy family and that a fight might break out in the future, But he still wanted George to marry Olivia and was not afraid of being implicated in his own troubles. Based on this point alone, Xia Lingyun is a good brother. Xia Xia meant that our engagement was very grand, and we already had unforgettable memories, so she wanted to have a simple and low-key wedding. But I don't care, and I will obey her in everything. George talked about Olivia. There was a happy smile on his face. Xia Lingyun also smiled. Ha, this is in line with my sister's personality. Okay, let's do everything according to her. George again and said, brother-in-law, take good care of her in the future and don't let her suffer any grievances. You don't need to tell me this. George smiled and nodded. Xia Lingyun was of course relieved about George. He then looked at his watch and frowned. An hour has passed. Why hasn't he come yet? George also realized something was wrong. So he called Olivia, but the call was not connected. He then called Olivia's bodyguard and driver, but the call was also not connected. Brother, something might have happened. George had a bad feeling and quickly called Wang Wei to ask him to help investigate. 10 minutes later, Wang Wei called. Mr. Yi, I found Mr. Xia's car on the surveillance camera at the airport, but we couldn't see it after their car entered Furong Road. All the surveillance cameras on that road were being replaced, so we lost contact. And from a surveillance extending from that road, we found a large number of Mercedes-Benz cars. They dispersed after driving for a while. I suspect that Mr. Xia is in these cars, but it will take some time to find the whereabouts of each car. But I found out that these license plates are all related to Dongshu Group. George heard this. His face turned cold, and there was anger and murderous intent in his eyes. Lucas, are you planning on breaking the rules again? Isn't he afraid of death? Because George's phone was on speakerphone, Xia Lingyun heard it too. He didn't even bother to smoke a cigar and stood up angrily. Fuck, if anything happens to Xia Xia, I want them to be buried with him. The murderous intent in him is stronger than that in George, because dealing with Olivia would be like attacking him, which is more terrifying than dealing with Xia Lingyun. Brother, mobilize the provincial capital to find out where those cars are going. George also knew that things couldn't be delayed too long, otherwise Olivia would definitely be in danger. I'll go find Lucas. Okay, keep in touch anytime. Xia Lingyun took his men and left quickly, and at the same time called Xia Lao, Xia Mingfeng, and others. As expected, Mr. Xia and the others were also furious. Of course, they cannot be sure at present that it is related to Dongshu Group, so they still need to find out more. They don't object to fighting within the rules, but if they play beyond the rules, Dongshu Group will also pay the price. After George left the hotel, he asked Wang Wei to find Lucas' whereabouts. The situation there was quickly restored. Lucas went to the Yi family in Yuhai City. Go to Ye's house. George's face was extremely cold. Speaking of which, he hasn't been back for a long time since he took away Grandpa's relics from the Yi family last time. At this time, the Yi family. David was holding a mop and mopping the huge villa. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion, but he felt that such working days were very fulfilling. Because he was tired, he had no time to think about anything else. Moreover, after half of his life in the business world, he now feels like a free and easy wanderer after retirement. The feeling is very different. I'm getting old. Life has entered a new stage. David glanced at Angela, who was wiping the table in the living room. Couldn't help but smile. Then he took the mop and went into George's room. This room since George left, but the feeling was different every time. I heard from Wanru that this house was once full of sticky notes, with notes about everyone in the family's habits, tastes, etc. Alas, that child has to suffer. In order to please his family, he learned to cook by himself. But after much thought, I finally discovered that the mother he was looking for was not actually his mother. David spoke with emotion while mopping the floor. Chapter 451. Lucas returns. The Yi family is bustling again after a long time. 15 minutes later, David cleaned the small room and made it spotless. He seemed to want to make it up to George, but he didn't know what to do. He could only mop the floor because this was the only room George had left. Dad, you're already old. Let me do the cleaning. As I turned around, I saw Angela wearing apricot yellow home clothes, standing at the door with a rag in her hand, looking at me with a complaining look. Seeing Angela's appearance, David couldn't help but smile. His eldest daughter has always been strong and capable. He had the impression that she was mostly in office suits. This was the first time he saw her wearing home clothes. But it's true, without the high-handed Angela of the past, he feels a lot more down to earth. And I don't know if it's an illusion or something, But since Wanru's accident, Angela has cared about him more than before. David laughed and said, he can only do so little work. Dad is old, but he is not dead. Ba, stop talking nonsense. Angela immediately frowned and said, Dad, I know Lucas is coming tonight, so you should clean up the house, but is it worth it for that boy? David's thoughts were exposed, and he laughed dryly. You've seen clearly who Lucas is, yet you still refuse to change your mind. When it comes to Lucas, Angela is full of anger, even more than she is towards George. Angela, Xiaoxiu has suddenly become successful, so it's inevitable that his mentality will be a little unstable. Give him some time to adapt. Besides, when George was on the rise, he treated us the same way, didn't he? Why don't you talk about George? David helps Lucas speak up, and even though Lucas does disrespect him sometimes, he still thinks it's temporary. And after all, Lucas just disrespected them, which was much better than how George treated them. For example, in the case of Yuki's car accident, there was no evidence to prove that it was George who did it, and Angela firmly believed that it was not George who did it. But deep down in David's heart, he still doubted George, because he had seen George leave Ella to die without helping her. Angela's view is very different. George and Lucas are still different. George made his fortune step by step, although he must have relied on something in the process, such as the help of official bigwigs or early news of policies, etc. He did not become rich overnight. The process was also very difficult. Although he is arrogant, others have the capital to be arrogant. Lucas again. Haha, he is the one who got rich overnight. He is the example of someone whose foundation and mentality cannot keep up with wealth. People like him are poor at 1 o'clock in the morning and rich at the other. He could go bankrupt at any time. Humph. David smiled bitterly after hearing this, not wanting to say more about it. It's time to cook. Xiaoxi will be back soon. Angela, help me wash the vegetables. Angela originally wanted to say a few more words, but looking at her elderly father, she finally became too lazy to provoke David, and they went into the kitchen to cook dinner together. Ella's voice outside. Dad, we're back. Xiaoxi was here too. Ella was seen wearing fur, like a noble young lady, holding Jiang Tiannan's arm and walking into the living room. Jiang Tiannan placed a large number of gifts on the table and was about to call David when David, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen with Angela. David was just about to say hello to Ella, but his attention was quickly drawn to the door. Lucas came with Lu Ruyan, and they were also accompanied by Lu Tai and Uncle Wu. Behind them, the former servants of the Yi family, including Aunt Wang, were all notified to come back. The originally deserted home suddenly became lively. David was both happy and surprised to see these acquaintances who had worked in the Yi family for half their lives come back. Dad, I found Aunt Wang and the others. I'll be the one paying their salaries from now on, and I'll just serve you. Seeing David in a daze, Lucas walked over and said, he is now taller and stronger than David. When he walked in front of David, he was dazed for a moment, but then he was filled with joy. Because Lucas brought Wang Ma and the others back, it meant that he always cared about his father and was still filial to him, which of course made David very happy. Xiaoxiu, there aren't many people at home, just a few of us. Why do we need so many people to serve us? That won't do. The Yi family is a wealthy family, so they must have at least a dozen servants. Dad, don't argue. I have the final say on this matter. Lucas spoke. He pulled Ruyan Lu over to him. Lu Ruyan brought a lot of good cigarettes and good wine, just like a responsible daughter-in-law. She also bought a lot of clothes and bags for Angela and Ella, and even gave David a Rolls Royce. The Yi family had sold all their cars to pay off their debts a long time ago. David was old, and traveling was always inconvenient for him. But things were different after he got a Rolls Royce. David looked at everything Lucas did. His eyes became a little moist, and then he glared at Angela, as if telling Angela that Lucas had not changed and was still so filial. With the help of Aunt Wang and the others, the meal was very sumptuous and prepared quickly. The family sat together for dinner. Except for Angela, who was less talkative, Ella and David talked nonstop, especially David, when he saw Wang Ma and others returning from all around, and then saw his considerate daughter-in-law and filial Lucas. He actually felt that all the hard work had paid off. My son has grown up, become successful, and brought honor to the family. As a father, he also feels proud. Moreover, when George was at his peak, he, as a father, did not benefit from his success, but he still benefited from Lucas' success. So when he had some free time, he secretly expressed his feelings to Angela. Angela did not refute. She could not find any reason to refute what Lucas had done. However, she believed that Lucas was pretending. He was worried that if things went wrong, everyone would have to suffer from him. Dad, I have good news for you. At this time, Ella stood up and substituted tea for wine. I won't drink this wine because you are going to be a grandfather. What does not drinking have to do with me being a grandfather? David was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Ella in surprise. Ella, are you saying that you are pregnant? Yes, I'm pregnant. I just found out 2 days ago, Ella said with a blushing face. The whole family burst into laughter. Angela was also very happy, and she touched her belly subconsciously. She had never been pregnant, which was a regret in her heart. But her sister was pregnant, so of course she was happy for her sister. She also had her own thoughts in her heart. She hoped that after Ella had a child, she would be able to forget the hatred towards Fong Yiming and live an ordinary life. Dad, there's another happy event. Lucas also spoke up at this time. I am planning to marry Ruyan. Chapter 452. Wherever George is, nothing good will happen to them. Happy marriage, happy marriage. Huh. Today is a double happiness. David was even more delighted after hearing this. Others of his age would have had grandchildren long ago, but the Yi family had a lot of things going on in recent years, so the marriage was put on hold. Dad! Lu Ruyan hurried over and poured David a glass of wine. She called him Dad, very naturally, and it didn't sound strange at all. Okay. David stroked his pocket, then looked at Angela, asking her to help him go to the room to get a red envelope for his daughter-in-law, and then looked at Lu Ruyan and said, Ruyan, from now on, Xiaoxu will teach you how to manage it. Dad, don't worry. Lu Ruyan nodded and glanced at Lucas, as if to say, Did you hear me? I have the final say in the family from now on. Lucas has always liked Lu Ruyan, so he naturally touched the back of his head awkwardly. My dear relatives, this is the betrothal gift. David looked at Lu Tai-dao again. Whatever you want, whatever you want. Lu Tai waved his hand nonchalantly. With Lucas' current wealth, it doesn't matter how much the bride price is. Anyway, his son-in-law will definitely give it to him when he is short of money. Angela came back at this time, handed a red envelope to David, and took out some gold and silver jewelry. David gave the red envelope and gold and silver jewelry to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan kept thanking him and calling him Dad all the time, which made David very happy. Angela sat down nearby and looked at the lively dinner table. She wasn't as resentful towards Lucas anymore. No matter what, as long as Dad is happy, that's enough. Besides, home hasn't been so lively for a long time. I hope everything will be fine in the future, and a harmonious family will bring prosperity. Of course, she was still a little anxious while being happy, but this anxiety was no longer about George. According to her guess, George no longer planned to deal with the Yi family, and during this period of time, George really did not cause them any trouble. But Maria can't do that. There was a time when Maria regretted abusing George, but Angela knew that it was not true regret, but fear of George's revenge. Now that Lucas has become successful and has found a mysterious backer, Maria is such a calculative person. She will definitely find a way to take revenge on George. Of course, George will not let Maria go because of his grandfather and Xiao Yuer's matter. This is a dead end. I just hope that the fight between them will not involve the Yi family. After going through so many things, it turns out that an ordinary life is the most beautiful. Ordinary people envy the rich, but who knows that the rich also envy ordinary people? Angela was thinking secretly, full of longing for the future, but also anxious. Just when the family was having a great time, the door of the villa was suddenly kicked open and a large number of bodyguards rushed in. Lucas also brought bodyguards, but there weren't many of them, so they were under control in no time. Everyone's attention was also turned to the door, only to see George walking in with a sullen face and indifference. George! After seeing this man, everyone's expression was extremely different. Lucas and Ella both had hatred on their faces, and their teeth were chattering. David and Angela had complicated expressions on their faces. Today was their wedding day, so why did George come suddenly? What bad luck! They have a hunch that wherever George is, there will definitely be something bad going on. George! David stood up and greeted him, then hesitated and said, Why are you back? Is there something important? George ignored him, stared at Lucas, and strode towards him. George, you're such a bad apple. Dad and everyone else are having a great time today. Why are you here? You haven't been home for so many years, but you chose to come back today." Seeing that George didn't say anything, Ella stood up and scolded George. Georgie ignored her and came to Lucas, and Lucas looked at George with a sneer, wanting to know what George wanted to do. Suddenly, George grabbed Lucas by the collar and lifted him up. "Where's Xia Xia?" "George." Everyone in the house was very anxious. No one thought George would dare to touch Lucas. Even though George had beaten Lucas several times, that was in the past. The two sides met many times afterwards, and George never lost control and attacked Lucas. "George, what the hell is wrong with you?" David couldn't help but curse. Lucas' bodyguards wanted to come to the rescue, but were stopped by George's bodyguards. Uncle Wu had been sitting there, his face gloomy, his eyes as cold as a deep abyss. However, he did not act rashly, because he realized that there were experts around George, and based on his experience, they were all quite strong. He didn't expect that there were actually decent masters in this place in the south. So once he makes a move, the other party will definitely make a move as well, suppressing him and causing the situation to get out of control. "George, do you still think I'm the same as before?" Lucas was grabbed by the collar. He was no longer timid and scared. He sneered, "Do you dare to move? Just try to move. Come on." Once, he was afraid of George because George had beaten him many times. But now, he is really not afraid of George anymore. And it should be George who is afraid of him. Of course, he also knew why George came, but he didn't intend to say it. Bang! Lucas finished speaking. George punched him in the eye. At that moment, Lucas' eyes were full of sparkles and his ears were buzzing. He really didn't expect George to dare to hit him. "Fuck, you're looking for death. Do you know who I am? Do you know my identity? Kill him for me." Lucas yelled angrily. Bang! George punched Lucas again, hitting him hard on the bridge of the nose. At that moment, Lucas felt a sour feeling coming out of his nose, accompanied by a hot current. It should be a nosebleed. He is so angry. George really dared to fight, and he punched him twice. You know, he is very different now than he was before. "Where is Xia Xia?" George's face was livid, with a ruthless light in his eyes. "If you don't tell me, I won't just beat you. I might even kill you." "George, stop it." Ella and the others finally reacted and started shouting angrily. Angela's eyes were moist. She had just been thinking that she hoped this peaceful and happy life could last forever. But it wasn't long before George showed up. Of course, she believed that George would not come to her house for no reason. It must be that Lucas had angered George again. Say it or not, George ignored everyone's shouts, slammed Lucas to the ground with one hand, then sat on him and punched him hard with both fists. Xia Xia is the most important person in his life. She is currently out of contact. Lucas is the biggest suspect. If Lucas doesn't tell him today, he will beat Lucas to death. Say it or not. The whole living room was filled with the sound of George beating Lucas. Chapter 453. Uncle Wu, Cold Threat. "George, stop it. Didn't you promise me that you would not deal with the Yi family anymore?" David was extremely anxious. He suddenly grabbed the fireworks tray on the table and rushed over. "Don't be so annoying. Are you trying to cause trouble just because you can't bear to see us living well? We have already been taught a lesson by you. We have lost everything and our family has been destroyed. Why don't you give up? Why don't you stop? Stop it, or I'll be rude to you." He grabbed the ashtray and smashed it hard on the back of George's head. Ruthless and cruel. Just like when George left the Yi family for the first time, he kicked George for Lucas, causing George's head to hit the corner of the table and bleed a lot. Now, he seemed to be back to the beginning, and between his two sons, he still chose Lucas. Bang! However, the George now is no longer the George of the past. He is no longer penniless and insignificant. George turned around, grabbed the fireworks tray that was hitting him on the back of his head, and stared at David with cold eyes. "You still want to hit me?" George's words made David calm down for a moment. He felt inexplicably panicked and regretted his impulsiveness. Of course, he knew that George was no longer the same as he used to be. So deep down, he still wanted to reconcile with George, but he was rejected by George every time. You are still unable to distinguish right from wrong like you were back then. George's voice was cold. He knew why David was angry, because he interrupted their family reunion. Come to think of it, if Lucas hadn't kidnapped Olivia, George wouldn't have wanted to come to the Yi family at all. "I am your father," David said through gritted teeth. "That's just what you think." George wanted to smash the ashtray back, but finally gave up and just pushed David away. David was old, and after being pushed by the young and strong George, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. George dejectedly, as if he didn't recognize George again. Especially when he thought of George's eyes just now, he clearly realized that there was indeed no emotion at all. Not at all. Perhaps the reason why the ashtray didn't fall down was not because George valued family ties, but because George saw him as an old man. That's all. George, what the hell are you doing? Lucas saw George rushing towards him again. He cursed with blood all over his face. George picked him up, his face even colder than before. I know you have some backers, and I know your backers are very powerful, but if you go too far, I will still kill you. Just think about Liang Howren and Liang Yi, and you will know. Don't challenge my limits. Lucas shuddered when he heard this. At this time, a feminine voice came. George, I know you have some power, but Master Lucas is not a pushover. If something happens to him in the south, not only will you be in trouble, but the Xia family will also be in trouble. I am telling the truth, and I am not lying. People in our circle will not easily cross the red line. We all fight within the rules. Everyone understands this principle. So, although Miss Xia is missing, I can guarantee that she will be fine. On the contrary, if you do something impulsive here, no one can guarantee the consequences. The person who spoke was Uncle Wu, who had not taken any action. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, and he remained as calm as a mountain about what was happening around him. George slowly turned his head to look. In fact, before he came in, he felt that there was something wrong with this old man. After all, Lucas' bodyguard were extremely anxious, but this old man didn't move at all. It was obvious that his identity was not simple. 10 entrances to the capital. George didn't move Lucas either. He just looked at the old man and said, because the old man also made it clear that no one would cross the red line, which meant that Olivia's life would not be in danger. It seems that you know a lot. The old man was a little surprised and looked at George with a half smile. Master Lucas, your identity is a little sensitive and not simple. I advise you to resolve this feud as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble when Master Lucas returns. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. George said calmly, but my heart skipped a beat. Lucas' background was deeper than I thought. He was indeed related to the 10 people in Beijing. This is also the force behind the scenes that saved Liang Howren. Moreover, George intuitively felt that Lucas' relationship with the 10 people in Beijing was deeper than Liang Yong and the others. And even Liang Yong had to curry favor with Lucas for this reason. But how did Lucas manage to climb onto this thick thigh? You have to know that such mysterious and powerful wealthy families generally do not easily accept outsiders. George, I know your background. You have the support of the elders and have made many contributions in the field of science and technology. But in the eyes of some bigwigs, your connections are not worth mentioning. The only difference is whether they want to touch you or not. The old man snorted disdainfully. My child, the waters of this society are much deeper than you imagined. When you try your best to rush up to the sky, you think you have reached the heavenly palace and are a member of the heavenly palace. But in fact, you find that you are just one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers fighting against the Monkey King. George looked at the old man deeply and said nothing more. Dinkling. At this time, the phone rang. George took it, his expression changed slightly, and he finally let out a sigh, then looked at the people in the hall, and his eyes finally fell on Lucas. You take care of yourself. After saying that, he left with Chi Dan, Uncle Chun, and others. He just received a call from Xia Lingyun, who told him that Olivia and Robin had been found. In fact, they were the ones who found Xia Lingyun themselves. As soon as George left, several bodyguards helped Lucas up and wiped the blood off his face. Lucas sat on the sofa. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. With my current status, he still dares to hit me. Is he still treating it like the past? Uncle Wu, why didn't you touch him just now? What would happen if you killed him? I'm so pissed off. Lucas kicked the coffee table. Xiao Su, don't be angry, apply the medicine first. Ella quickly ran over to comfort her. Shut up. Lucas changed his previous friendly attitude and cursed at Ella. What were you doing when he hit me just now? No one dared to go up. Damn it. I am your relative, and you treat me like this? You are such a bunch of rubbish. Come to me when there is benefit, and hide when there is trouble. He took out his frustration from being beaten by George on Ella and the others, and even kicked Ella. Ella was pregnant, and if she wasn't careful, she would have a miscarriage. So Jiang Tianin ran over to hug her and blocked Lucas' kick for her. Mr. Yi, You were beaten by George. Go find him. Why are you taking out on us? Your sister has a child. Jiang Tiannin naturally couldn't bear it anymore. He protected Ella and stared at Lucas angrily. Chapter 454. This time, it's more like a warning. You got mad at me? Why didn't you get mad at George when he was here? Fuck him. I was the one who got hit, not you. Lucas didn't give Jiang Tiannin any face at all and scolded him bitterly. You are also a waste. You have never won a fight with George. Not only have you been humiliated, but you have also lost your status as the heir of the family. What do you call a top student of Tsinghua University and a math genius? Why don't you just eat shit? Jiang Tiannin gritted his teeth, trembling all over, and did not dare to refute. David, Angela, and the others were also silent. At this time, no one dared to take this bad luck. The family's joy and excitement just now were completely destroyed. Lucas yelled at everyone except David. After venting his anger, he looked at Uncle Wu and said, Uncle Wu, why didn't you take action just now? Can't you take him down? Even if you killed him on the spot, no one would dare to blame you. Uncle Wu said calmly, there are two masters around him. Both of them are very strong and have killed people. If we really fight, I may not win, and by then, you'll be in real danger. Lucas heard this, his back teeth were grinding loudly. You bastard, Uncle Wu, I want to kill him. This fight, when will it end? It's better to kill him and put an end to it all, so that there will be no more trouble for us. David and Angela felt a chill in their hearts and looked at Lucas deeply, and found that Lucas seemed to be saying the most normal thing. There was no hesitation at all. Master Yi, I just seemed to threaten George, but it was all an act because the power behind him is not small. A small move can affect the whole body, and this is only on the surface. Who knows the power behind him? We found out that he might have some connection with a second-tier family in Yinjing. Unless you're recognized by the family, it will be difficult to survive now. Uncle Wu glanced at David and others, hesitated, and finally said it. Lucas gasped after hearing this. George is related to a second-tier wealthy family? Is it the Xia family? Or the Jiang family? That's not right. Those old veterans are at best second-tier and third-tier. They don't have that much power. When it comes to second-tier wealthy families, he has to be cautious. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how George could have gotten involved with a second-tier giant. It's just speculation at the moment. Uncle Wu warned. So, before finding out everything, I personally suggest that you fight within the rules. Coward. Lucas had no choice but to endure it, cursing, I got beaten up for nothing today. Why should I be responsible for what Lu Yinyin did? He thought that after finding a powerful backer, he would be able to defeat George when he returned to the south. Who would have thought that not only did he not gain any advantage in business, but he was also beaten up by George. It was not much different from before. He could never swallow this humiliation even if he died. In the end, it was Lu Ruyin who came out to comfort him, and Lucas's frustration was relieved a little, but he still had a bad face towards everyone. Even David didn't dare to speak at this time, and just had a smile on his face. Angela secretly pulled David and whispered to him that the brief happiness they had just had was fake. Once Lucas got angry, everyone had to be humble and try to please him, including his father. David smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. Ella and Jiang Tiannin held hands tightly. Every curse from Lucas went straight to their hearts and trampled on their dignity. A tiger in dire straits is bullied by a dog. George was driving to the provincial capital. Just now Xiao Lingyun told him that Olivia and Robin were fine and were settled in a hotel, and Xiao Lingyun was on his way there. After hearing these words, George was completely relieved. Perhaps just like what the mysterious old man said, they did not dare to cross the red line at will. Of course, this is only the case now. If Lucas' identity changes again, perhaps things will be different. What he is still curious about is how Lucas changed his identity. And George had a hunch that all this seemed to be related to Maria. An hour later, George arrived at the hotel and entered the room, only to see Xia Lingyun already in the room, and Olivia was talking to a foreigner, who seemed to be frightened and remained silent, holding the teacup. Xia. George walked in and immediately walked towards Olivia. I'm Fina. Olivia could sense George's nervousness and felt warm in her heart. She pulled George to sit down and told him what had happened. Lu Yinyin. George's face suddenly turned cold. He really didn't expect that Lu Yinyin would dare to do such a thing in order to get the sponsorship business for the Olympics. That crazy woman? Damn it. She's trying to kill herself. Xiao Lingyun was also very angry. Okay, she wants to play dirty, right? I'll play with her. Don't get excited yet. Olivia persuaded George and Xiaoling Yun and said seriously, we are cooperating with the Pakistani committee, and only a few senior officials know about it. So how did Lu Yinyin get wind of it? We need to investigate this carefully. And the most urgent thing is Mr. Robin. He was frightened and hasn't spoken since he came back. To take a step back, although Lu Yinyin's actions were shameful, he didn't hurt us after all, so it wasn't a violation of any rules. It's just that his methods were shameful. Of course, my bodyguard had his arm chopped off. He was trying to protect us. Olivia looked very sad when she said the last sentence. Although she tried her best to persuade George and the other man to calm down, she was still very angry deep down. George could sense Olivia's mood and told Uncle Chun, the injured bodyguard will retire directly, and he will receive his monthly salary until the day he dies. In addition, he will be given 30 million in terms of consolation money, disability allowance, etc. After finishing his instructions, he looked at Robin again, only to see that Robin was still sitting there, holding the coffee cup in both hands, looking absent-minded. It seems that he was really scared. Lu Yinyun gave Mr. Robin 7 days to consider. Olivia followed George's gaze and whispered, at the moment, I don't know what Mr. Robin thinks. Although I have comforted him, Mr. Robin doesn't seem to believe us and has not responded to me. George narrowed his eyes immediately. Lu Yinyun was playing an open game. He snatched the person in front of him and put psychological pressure on Robin. At this time, a waiter came in pushing a cart with ordered dishes, roast turkey, fruit salad, and so on. Mr. Robin hadn't eaten since he got off the plane and was in shock, so he ordered food as soon as he arrived at the hotel. However, after the waiter placed the roast turkey and other dishes on the table, the roast turkey suddenly exploded, and the roasted meat splattered everywhere, scaring everyone. Master Yi, Uncle Chun, and Chi Dan quickly stood in front of George and protected Olivia and Xiaoling Yun at the same time. However, this explosion was more like a warning. The power was not very great, and it was over. 10 minutes later, Chi Dan and the others finally got close to the food, and then checked it carefully to make sure there would be no more accidents. Chapter 455. Keep a low profile, let the bright and the wise fly, and lower their wings. How did this dinner get delivered? Didn't anyone check? Uncle Chun said to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguards all shook their heads. Their mission was to protect George, so the hotel's food had not yet been checked. After all, it was Mr. Robin who ordered the food, not George. It seems like this is another warning. George's face was a little cold. He took out his phone and called Wang Wei, immediately find out who arrested Mr. Xia and Mr. Robin. After hanging up the phone, George poured Mr. Robin another glass of water and asked, Mr. Robin, what do you think? He wanted to say a few words of comfort and tell Mr. Robin that everything would be fine. But the explosion just now must have made Mr. Robin feel uneasy. No matter how many promises you make, it won't change Mr. Robin's panic. Hello, George. Our cooperation with Deechin Clothing will continue. Mr. Robin looked up at George. Although his face was pale, his attitude was firm. This also surprised George, Xiaoling Yun, and others. Seeing Mr. Robin's absent-minded look just now, they thought he was scared away and would say he would think about it. Of course, it is not ruled out that Mr. Robin was just speaking for show. Why? George asked curiously. Mr. Robin smiled bitterly. Because this cooperation is not just my idea, but also agreed by several people in the Pakistan Committee. So even if I consider Dongshi Group, the Pakistan Committee will not agree. What? Olivia was shocked. She thought Mr. Robin knew their father, so he gave the project to them, who knew that Mr. Robin was just the icing on the cake, and the real decision was made by someone else. George was also secretly surprised. After thinking carefully, he realized that he didn't have any connections abroad. If he had any, it would be Wei Mingfei from Quanxin Group. Okay, I understand. George nodded. I know that even if I say too much, Mr. Robin will still be very scared. I can only say that in these 7 days, I will guarantee your safety and ensure your safe return home. Thanks. Mr. Robin looked up and finally calmed down a lot. George left the room and made a phone call outside. Wang Wei's phone call came in at the same time. He had found out that the other party was a woman named Axia, who was Lu Yinyun's personal bodyguard. She was very skilled and cruel. He also found out that Axia and Lu Yinyun had a complicated relationship and were even a couple. Lu Yinyun dotes on her very much. Lu Yinyun, since you have already played your cards, I have to follow suit. George muttered to himself coldly and made a mysterious call. Within 7 days, I want a woman named Axia to die. I will send you her information. The person he called was Chun Sanction's team. Lu Yinyun played his cards clearly to him and threatened Mr. Robin right under his nose. So George naturally had to break the situation. Only if Axia dies, Lu Yinyun will not be able to play any cards in the short term. Of course, there's another reason. This woman, Axia, does things very crazy. It seems that nothing happened this time when Olivia was taken away. But who can guarantee what will happen next time? The next day, in the evening, Axia drove and took Lu Yinyun to Yunding Temple to offer incense. Back then, Lu Yinyun's mother had some troubles. Later, when she passed through the south, she came to Yunding Temple to worship Buddha and made a wish. After returning to Yanjing, these troubles were resolved, although it is not known whether it was related to Yunding Temple. Since that incident, Lu Yinyun's mother has donated a sum of incense to Yunding Temple every year. It has become a habit. This time, Lu Jiyun died in an accident, and Lu Yinyun's mother told Lu Yinyun to come to Yunding Temple to burn 3 incense sticks. Although Lu Yinyun didn't believe this, he still did it. After arriving at Yunding Temple, Lu Yinyun donated 10 million yuan in incense money and burned 3 incense sticks, fulfilling his mother's instructions. Thank you, benefactor. The abbot of Yunding Temple clasped his hands together in front of Lu Yinyun and presented him with a consecrated Buddhist rosary. He then looked at Lu Yinyun and said, "Donor, I see a black cloud on your forehead. Things will definitely go badly in the near future. I would like to give you a piece of advice. If you want everything to go well, you should go to the northwest to see the true fruit. This is a water trap." Lu Yinyun thought the abbot was talking about Lu Jiyun, so she nodded indifferently. "Thank you." Seeing that Lu Yinyun was a bit arrogant and obviously didn't believe him, the abbot could only say Ba. Suddenly, he looked at Axia behind Lu Yinyun, and his face changed slightly. "Female donor, you are Ming Yi, Kuan above and Li below. You need to be diligent and steadfast." Seeing that it was Axia he was talking about, Lu Yinyun frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean by that?" "The light is blocked, so we need to keep a low profile, let the bright and the light fly, and let our wings be lowered," the abbot said in a calm voice. This statement is a little bit unclear, but the general meaning can be guessed, which is to keep a low profile, in other words, to be low-key. But is Asya a low-key person? Neither is Lu Yinyun. Lu Yinyun sneered. "What if I say no? Recite the Ba Sutra." The abbot looked at Axia deeply. "Playing tricks." Axia shook her head in disdain. She didn't understand what the abbot was talking about at all, nor did she believe what he was saying. "Let's go." Lu Yinyun understood the abbot's meaning a little bit. The mantra for rebirth? This means that there is danger to one's life. These bald asses, they take the money and still talk nonsense. Damn it, you just think it's too little, right? If my mother didn't respect this dilapidated temple, she would have burned it down long ago. The two ignored the abbot and left with their bodyguards. "How's Robin doing?" When walking out of the temple, Lu Yinyun also asked Axia. They were both wearing black suits and had slicked back hair, looking like big sisters. They wore white shirts underneath, which were hollow, and they walked with a swaying manner, which was very unique. But the bodyguards next to him didn't dare to look and stared straight ahead. He is now well protected by George. He went to Xia's house this morning, Xia said with a smile. Although he is well protected, the little bomb I arranged must have scared him. I guess he will call us in less than 7 days. Lu Yinyun was very happy after hearing this. Even if George knew about this, he couldn't do anything. He begged Robin desperately, and Robin finally cooperated with us. She took out a cigar and smoked it. "Let's go to the bar tonight." Xia took Lu Yinyun's wrist and walked out of the temple like a couple. As the sky gradually darkened and the mountain road was illuminated by dim street lights, she said, "Yinyun, let's drive down and see who reaches the foot of the mountain first. The winner will be the top tonight, and the loser will be the bottom." "Okay, I haven't played for a long time." Lu Yinyun also became interested, asked the bodyguard to take the car keys, and threw one to Axia. "Miss, the traffic here is a bit complicated. Please see." The bodyguard was still a little worried and walked forward to remind him. "Go away. If you keep talking nonsense, I will cut off your bamboo." Lu Yinyun scolded the bodyguard. She and Axia were used to racing anytime and anywhere, and they especially liked racing on mountain roads. Chapter 456. What kind of monsters are you? You are scaring yourself. The two men each got into a Mercedes, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed down the mountain with a bang. The bodyguards at the back also got in the car and followed closely. Although they had received professional training, they were still not as good as Lu Yinyun and the other two in terms of drag racing skills. The main reason was that Lu Yinyun and the other two often drag raced and dared to have fun, so they were left behind in the blink of an eye. Asya, are you serious? Look, I'm better than you. Seeing that Axia was moving very fast, Lu Yinyun became dissatisfied. She didn't want to be the attacker tonight, so she stepped on the accelerator, drove across the mountain road at full speed, and turned the corners gracefully. Boom, boom, boom. Axia's car was like a black lightning, and there was explosive DJ music playing in the car. She was completely intoxicated. The extreme speed made her blood flow faster. Cool. She even looked at Lu Yinyun's car through the rearview mirror and found that he had not caught up with her at all. Miss, you still can't catch up with me. Look at me. I'm turning at 120 miles per hour. The mountain road had dim street lights, which barely allowed Axia to see the route clearly. Although she was not familiar with the route, speed racing tested her reaction ability. She passed the first mountain path perfectly. On the second hill road, instead of slowing down, she sped up to 140 miles per hour. The shadows of the trees on both sides disappeared quickly from the corner of her eyes like demons. But just after turning the corner, the car body suddenly became unstable and she could not control it at once. What's going on? Axia's face changed drastically. She didn't dare to accelerate or step on the brakes. She had to let the car rush forward by inertia. She clearly felt that the car was about to lose control, and after the speed slowed down a little, she glanced at the left side of the mountain road. And there was a cliff. Oops. Cold sweat broke out on Axia's forehead. At the critical moment, she relied on her years of racing experience to cross one mountain road after another, and her speed was constantly slowing down. However, just after passing a 90-degree turn, the wheels seemed to have run over something again, and she lost control again. Fortunately, the car had slowed down. Axia gripped the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the brakes, finally stopping the car. She looked toward the window again and saw that the car was leaning against the edge of the cliff with half of the wheels outside the cliff. If it had been a second later or a minute faster, she would have fallen off the cliff. That was a close call. Axia hurriedly got out of the passenger seat, but before she got out, she saw the light of car lights from behind. It should be Lu Yinyun's car coming. Miss, be careful. Axia quickly rushed out of the car, waved and shouted at Lu Yinyun's car. At this time, Lu Yinyun's car also rushed down, but her car was also out of control. It was not known whether it was because of sand or water on the ground. The car turned in too large an arc. Then Lu Yinyun saw Axia hiding nearby and waving, and also saw Axia's car. She couldn't control her car and crashed into Axia's car. With a loud bang, Axia's car, which was leaning against the edge of the cliff, was knocked down. Fortunately, with this car as a buffer, Lu Yinyun's car did not rush off the cliff. But even so, most of the front of her car rushed out of the cliff and was pressed against the rear of the car like a swing. Miss! Axia ran over quickly, opened the car door, and pulled Lu Yinyun out. Lu Yinyun climbed out from the passenger seat with great difficulty. Before he could even catch his breath, the car next to him lost balance and fell off the cliff. The car was seen rolling over and over, making a roar and bursting into flames in the darkness. It must be that the fuel tank was broken. Lu Yinyun and Xia stared at this scene in amazement. They used to be so arrogant and domineering, but at this moment they were just like ordinary little girls. Everyone was scared. Just now, they went to the gate of King Yama. Axia. Lu Yinyun held Axia's hand, her voice trembling. What happened? The car suddenly lost control. Axia's palms were very cold, without any temperature at all, and her lips were also very pale. Looking at the dark mountain road again, it was too quiet, with only the light of fire far below, which was full of weirdness. She has never been fearless in her life, and even dared to step on the statue of Guan Yu. Now, this is the first time she feels terrified. Moreover, she subconsciously thought of what the old abbot said. Recite the Amitabha Sutra? She had just asked Lu Yinyun, and it seemed like she was saying that her life was in danger. While the two were in a daze, each thinking about their own things, the bodyguard team finally arrived and protected Lu Yinyun and his Xia. Miss, there are oil stains on a mountain road where we just turned. We initially suspect that your vehicle lost control because you were driving too fast and the wheels ran over the oil stains. A bodyguard ran over and said that their car had just run over the oil on the ground, but luckily their speed was not that fast, and they did not lose control. Lu Yinyun and Axia's faces changed drastically, and Axia ordered, "Go back to those bins and check go now." Yes. Several bodyguards drove back along the way they came, and drove back again 15 minutes later. After getting out of the car, they reported, "Miss, there's oil on the ground a few bins ahead." When Lu Yinyun and Xia heard this, they frowned, not knowing whether it was man-made or they were just unlucky. Just man-made? How did the other party know that they would come here? And even more so, how did they know that they would race? Wah! Lu Yinyun felt that this mountain was very weird and didn't want to stay there any longer. And this time on the way back, they did not dare to be too arrogant. They sat quietly the whole time. Only after returning to the provincial capital did the two of them completely relax. They didn't talk about what had just happened. They all thought it was an accident. "Let's go, Lucas has booked a room." Lu Yinyun brought Axia to the bar, only to see Lucas, Lu Ruyan, Ella, and her husband and others in the bar's private room. "Miss Lu is here. Please sit down." Lucas asked Lu Yinyun to sit down and stared at Axia coldly again. Finally, he gave up and looked at Lu Yinyun. Seeing that she looked not very good, he asked, "What happened?" "There was a little accident. Isn't it weird? My mother asked me to donate some money to Yunding Temple. The abbot there said that we have been having bad luck recently and that Axia would be in danger. Then we almost fell off the cliff." Lu Yinyun took a sip of wine and said casually. Lucas laughed. "No way, what era is it now? You still believe this? Whether you believe it or not, it's really weird." Lu Yinyun said seriously and drank another glass of wine. "This is the first time I've experienced such a situation since I was a child." Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly. "Have you found out what the reason is?" "I think it's definitely not bad luck or something like that. Maybe someone is playing tricks on me." Lu Yinyun narrowed her eyes slightly. "Are you talking about George? Who else could it be except him? You captured Olivia today, and he found me and beat me up. So, how could he not take revenge on you?" Lucas said coldly. "What a bunch of monsters. You are scaring yourself. It's George who is causing trouble." "I've thought about this question before. It's impossible. How did George know where I was going today? And how did he know I was going to race? And then he secretly spilled oil on the mountain." Lu Yinyun shook his head confidently. Lucas was suddenly unable to answer. Indeed, although George would definitely take revenge, he was not so powerful as to control Lu Yinyun's whereabouts and thoughts and then plot to harm her. Chapter 457. Tell me, could this be fate? How's Mr. Robin doing? Lucas couldn't figure out, so he had to change the subject. "He will call me within 5 days, don't worry," Lu Yinyun said confidently. "As far as I know, Mr. Robin hasn't seen George yet and feels that George is unreliable. Although George is not afraid of us, Mr. Robin is definitely afraid and doesn't want to get involved in the fight between us and George. He will definitely hand over the Olympic sponsorship business to us. Besides, the contract and other details are ready, just waiting for Mr. Robin to sign." Lucas was satisfied when he heard this and drank 3 glasses of wine in a row. "Damn it, I couldn't do anything to George in the entertainment business. Now, I finally found his weakness and tore apart his business empire. This is just the beginning. Sooner or later, I will be the richest man in the South." Boom! As soon as the words fell, the bar shook violently, and the lights in the private room flickered. Lucas and Lu Yinyun were both startled. Before I could say anything, Axia staggered in, her face covered in blood. It exploded. When I was passing by the kitchen just now, the gas exploded. After Axia sat down, she started screaming, and the bodyguard immediately cleaned her wound. Fortunately, Axia was only cut on her face by a hard object, and it was not serious. Why would this happen? It couldn't have exploded at any other time, but it had to explode right when you passed by. Lucas's face was serious. "Is anyone injured?" "No, I was the only one passing by at that time." Axia shook her head. She was obviously very scared, and her voice was trembling, because she just passed by the corridor and heard a woman's moaning in the kitchen, which was very pleasant. She was thinking of going in to take a look. If she was pretty, she would like to pull her into the private room to play with her. Fortunately, the gas in the kitchen exploded before she went in. Otherwise, she would not only have been injured on her face, but would have been seriously injured if not dead. She encountered 2 life-and-death crises in one day. Even though she was not afraid of ghosts and gods, she was still scared. "It's so damn evil. I'm not going to drink anymore. Let's go home." Lu Yinyun's pretty face sank, and she asked the bodyguard to protect Axia and leave. After we walked out of the bar, the firefighters arrived and found out that there was a problem with a connection on the gas tank. Fortunately, there was no one in the kitchen at the time, so there were no casualties. No one here? I clearly heard a woman's voice. Asya kept muttering to herself in the car. I absolutely heard it. What's going on? Okay, don't think too much. I'll have someone follow up on this matter. Lu Yinyun held Axia's hand to comfort her, but she could feel that Axia's hand was completely cold, which made her feel distressed. The woman she loves most has always been fearless. Miss, do you think it could be fate? Axia turned and looked at Lu Yinyun. Nonsense, there is no such thing as fate. It was an accident. Lu Yinyun comforted him. Maybe it was man-made. Don't worry, I will find out. After returning to the villa, Lu Yinyun was still comforting Axia, but Axia was absent-minded and couldn't sleep the whole night. In the end, she had to take sleeping pills to fall asleep. And even after falling asleep, I was still dreaming, constantly shouting in a low voice, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." She was covered in sweat. She must have had a nightmare or something. Lu Yinyun felt very distressed when she saw this. She knew that after Asya followed her, she had killed many people openly and secretly. But logically speaking, someone like her should not be afraid of anything. Afterwards, Lu Yinyun called a doctor, who examined her and said that Axia was just a little frightened and was fine. She would be fine after taking some calming Chinese medicine. After the doctor left, the bodyguard came over and reported the explosion in the bar. Miss, from a surveillance of the bar, apart from the chef, waiter, and fruit plate chef, no other suspects entered. Lu Yinyun's face turned serious after hearing this. Was it really an accident? Don't kill me. At this time, Axia's scream was heard from the room again. Lu Yinyun had no choice but to stay in the room with Axia and did not sleep the whole night. The next morning, Axia woke up and was not in a good condition. Lu Yinyun didn't want her to be too tired, so she didn't go anywhere today and just stayed at home. As for Robin's matter, except for Lucas occasionally calling to ask about it, she put it aside for the time being. Lucas called and saw that Lu Yinyun was absent-minded. He couldn't help but remind her, "Ms. Lu, there are only 4 days left. Don't let Mr. Robin escape. I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Lu Yinyun said unhappily, "Even if he doesn't look for me in these 4 days, I will make sure he can't go back when he leaves China. He has to agree even if he doesn't agree." Okay. I know your ability. I'll leave this to you. Don't make any mistakes." Lucas didn't dare to force him any further and hung up the phone. This day passed peacefully, and the 4th day arrived quietly. Axia spent a quiet day in the villa, and with her mentality, she soon became bold again. Miss, Mr. Robin hasn't called yet. I think it's necessary to remind him." Axia was cracking melon seeds and watching TV while sitting on the sofa. "No hurry, there are still a few days left. You should just stay at home." Lu Yinyun took a pack of betel nuts from the table and threw one to Axia. "I stayed here all day yesterday, and my bones are rusty. And nothing happened, so we must be overthinking it. I have to go out and play today." Asya took the betel nut and put it in her mouth, biting it nonchalantly. Compared to that shitty fate, she was more afraid of being locked up at home one day. She stood up and said, "I'll go find Mr. Robin and give him a good warning." "Why are you in such a hurry? You're not allowed to go." Lu Yinyun is still worried about Axia. "Miss, don't worry. The day before yesterday was an accident. I don't believe that a person can be so unlucky that he has encountered accidents for several consecutive days." Asya said helplessly. "As for Mr. Robin, if we don't give him a warning, he might change his mind after being persuaded by George. Then all our efforts will be in vain. Just let me go. At worst, tonight, you could be the top and I could be the bottom. I bought a large toy for you to carry with you. Just press me on the table." After saying that, she pulled Lu Yinyun's hand like a spoiled child. The picture appeared in Lu Yinyun's mind, and he stared at Asya's perfect figure and finally nodded. "Go quickly and come back quickly. If it doesn't work, I'll ask the bodyguard to warn Mr. Robin. You'd better not go out. If a bodyguard shows up, the effect will definitely not be as good as mine." Okay, wait for me tonight." Axia changed into a decent suit and went out with bodyguards like a big sister. Lu Yinyun came to the gate of the villa and watched Axia leave. For some reason, her eyelids were twitching and she was very worried about Axia. If there is no Axia, she doesn't know what the meaning of living is. "Tanyo, send someone to follow Axia and the others. Make sure they are safe." Lu Yinyun said to the bodyguard beside him again. "Miss, we are all gone. Are you safe?" The bodyguard named Tanyo frowned and asked. "Don't worry. No one in the provincial capital dares to touch me. On the contrary, it's not certain about Axia. Go quickly. Lu Yinyan's eyes were extremely cold. Chapter 458. The unknown is the most terrifying. Axia lit a cigarette in the car and smoked it, crossing her legs. She was wearing black curry stockings. If Lu Yinyan was there, he would definitely grab her feet and touch them. Then she looked at the bustling crowd outside the window and finally felt the freedom. Sure enough, the past few days were just psychological effects. That damn bald donkey just talks nonsense. Ms. Axia, Mr. Robin is at the Galaxy Dome Hotel. Should we go up or wait for him to come down? The bodyguard driving the car asked. Go up and find him. Axia didn't want to waste too much time and just wanted to meet Mr. Robin as soon as possible to sign the contract. Soon, the convoy arrived at the Galaxy Dome Hotel, and the bodyguards began to look around vigilantly, not letting any suspects get close to Axia. Axia walked at the end, passed through the magnificent lobby, entered the elevator, and went straight to the floor where Mr. Robin was. Humph, my fate is in my own hands, you bastard god. You want to kill me, but don't you even look at who I am? In the elevator, Axia became more and more confident, especially when she thought about how she was almost scared to tears the day before yesterday. Her face turned red with shame. At this time, the elevator's floor indicator lights kept flashing. They had reached the 18th floor, and the elevator suddenly began to fall rapidly. Ms. Axia, it's bad. The elevator is out of control. The bodyguard was very anxious and took frantic self-rescue measures. Axia's confidence just now disappeared completely in an instant. Her trousers were wet, and she actually peed. Even curry was soaked. It's really so weird. Damn it, I hid for a whole day, just went out, and then encountered an unexpected incident again. Oh no, I don't want to die yet. In fact, if the abbot had not said those words, she might not have been so panicked. But what the abbot said had already planted the seeds of fear in her heart. Think of a solution quickly. Axia shouted with red eyes. Several bodyguards pressed the elevator floor buttons frantically, and someone called the bodyguard captain, who immediately called Lu Yinyan. Fortunately, the rapidly falling elevator suddenly stopped on the 5th floor and the elevator door opened. Quick, get out. The bodyguard protected Axia as she walked out of the elevator and stood in the corridor. Go home immediately. Although Axia knew that Mr. Robin was on the 25th floor, above her head, she was not in the mood to look for Mr. Robin now and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. No one dared to take the elevator and left by the stairs. On the way, Lu Yinyan also called and ordered the bodyguards to protect Axia. They themselves didn't expect that their purpose of coming to warn Mr. Robin would end up being a mass escape. Miss, we will be back soon, don't worry. Axia took the phone and chatted for a few words, then continued down the stairs. After passing 3 floors, she found that the ground was wet, as if the stairs had just been washed. After several bodyguards stepped down the stairs, they suddenly stood still, their bodies trembling and making strange noises. What's going on? Axia's face changed drastically, and she didn't dare to get close to the bodyguard. There was a bodyguard beside him, who suddenly realized, there's a leakage nearby. Look over there. The wires are touching the water on the ground. Miss Axia, we can't go this way. Axia's legs were shaking with fear again. If it weren't for the bodyguards protecting her, she would have been electrocuted to death. The bodyguard next to her pulled her back, crossed the corridor, and left from the stairs on the other side. Lu Yinyan's phone was always on. After she knew the situation here, she was even more nervous than Axia. Be careful, pay attention to your surroundings, and be sure to stay safe. Lu Yinyan was also very frightened. If the enemy was in the open, she would not be so scared. But the enemy was unknown. Moreover, from beginning to end, she did not see a single figure. It was as if it was fate. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Miss, don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. My fate is in my own hands. Xiao was also comforting Lu Yinyan in return. The two of them carefully walked down the stairs, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor. They saw many people coming in and out, which gave people a strong sense of security. Miss, I'm downstairs, I'll be right back. Axia finally let out a sigh of relief, as if she had once again burst back from the gates of hell. At this time, a large number of bodyguards also rushed over, protected Axia, and took her to the car. On the other side of the phone, Lu Yinyan was completely relieved after learning about the situation. Just as he was about to give a few instructions, A scream suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Not long after Axia walked out of the hotel's billboard fell down and hit Axia. Axia was completely frightened, her eyes wide open. At this moment, she seemed to see the people she had killed turned into wronged spirits, tampering with a huge billboard, removing screws, twisting steel pipes, and looking ferocious, as if they were taking her to hell. No! Bang! Axia was knocked to the ground by the billboard, and several bodyguards nearby were also hit. After a few seconds, blood flowed out on the ground. Something happened. Someone come quickly, an ambulance. There were also a lot of screams coming from all around, and everyone worked together to move the billboard away. 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and took the injured to the hospital. Is it so evil? After Lu Yinyan learned about the situation, her hand holding the phone was shaking, and then she quickly ran to the hospital. After we arrived, we found out that among the 4 people hit by the billboard, 1 is out of danger, 2 died on the spot, and Axia is still being rescued. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Yinyan's face turned pale, and he began to have wild thoughts. She didn't believe it was so weird. There must be someone behind it. It must be George. At this time, in the hotel opposite the White Swan Hotel, Chun Sanshan, Viper, Lao Kai, and Chuanbao slowly left. The whole accident was arranged by them. It starts with the oil on the mountain road, then the gas explosion in the bar, and finally the assassination in the hotel, and so on. They had planned several times, but Axia hid in the villa and did not go out, so she was lucky enough to survive. Is everything taken care of? After Chin Sanshan got on the car, he asked several other people. It's been handled, no evidence left. The man named Lao Kai replied with a smile. Look at her condition in the hospital. If she's not dead, we'll have to create an accident. Another man named Viper warned. At this time, Lu Yinyan was still waiting in the hospital, and his subordinates told him the information they had found. The elevator fall was an accident. The electrical leakage in the stairwell was caused by aging wires. A waiter happened to be washing the stairs, and by coincidence, an electric shock incident occurred. The billboard fell because the screws were loose. And not only are they investigating, the police are also investigating, and the final result is the same. Impossible. How can it be such a coincidence? It must be man-made. Have you checked it out? Lu Yinyan didn't get the answer she wanted and was very angry. Miss, we specifically checked the billboard and found that there was indeed no trace of human touch at the screw joint. In other aspects, the surveillance cameras in the elevator maintenance room, the stairs, etc., did not show any suspicious people. We even invited professionals to evaluate the situation, and their opinions were the same as the police's. The bodyguard said helplessly, Chapter 459, we lost this round again. A bunch of rubbish. Lu Yinyan gritted her teeth in anger. Her mood was very confused and complicated to the extreme. She didn't know whether to believe it was an accident or human error. It would be terrible if it was man-made. The other party was able to assassinate them without anyone noticing. This was a warning to Lu Yinyan, warning her not to go too far. Once she went beyond the rules, the other party would be able to kill her faster than she could. George, this is what you mean. Although Lu Yinyan did not have any evidence, George was the most suspicious. She threatened Mr. Robin, and George turned around and killed the woman he loved. George was too arrogant and lawless. He actually dared to fight her head-on. On the 5th day, the 6th day, and the 7th day, Lu Yinyan waited in the hospital, anxious and worried. The doctor said that Axia suffered a severe blow to the head and had a lot of bruises, so she could only undergo surgery, but the success rate of the surgery is not very high. 2 operations have been performed in the past few days, but the condition is still not out of danger. Miss, there's news from the airport that Mr. Robin has boarded the plane. The bodyguard whispered something in Lu Yinyan's ear. Lu Yinyan's eyes darkened. She had been focusing on Axia these days and had completely forgotten about Mr. Robin. At this moment, the lights in the operating room dimmed, and then the doctor came out. Lu Yinyan immediately walked over nervously. Before she could say anything, the doctor sighed and said, I'm sorry, he still couldn't be saved. I'm so sorry. Lu Yinyan widened her eyes. A chill ran from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, and she screamed and fainted. It was not until 2 hours later that Lu Yinyan woke up on the hospital bed, his mind full of the news that Axia was dead. No, this is fake. How could Axia die? Give me back Axia. She cried bitterly on the hospital bed, recalling every detail of her acquaintance with Axia. It was in a bar in Yinjing. Axia was drinking and was molested by several hooligans. Axia was different from other girls. She fought back and beat the hooligans to a pulp. At that time, she was attracted by Axia's heroic figure and felt that Axia was a unique woman, very hot, very fierce, and very beautiful. She drank her wine and admired the scene. The more she looked at Axia, the more attractive she became. Later, the leader of the gang came, but Axia was still not afraid and fought against the gang alone. In the end, it was Liu Yinyun who stepped in to resolve the issue. Afterwards, he invited Axia to dinner. Unexpectedly, Axia also fell in love with Liu Yinyun at first sight. Since then, their relationship has heated up quickly. Liu Yinyun has decided not to marry in this life, and the one who can choose her is Axia. After Liu Yinyun's parents found out, they were against it until Liu Yinyun was assassinated by her enemy, and it was Axia who risked her life to save her. From then on, Liu Yinyun's parents no longer cared about Liu Yinyun. To Liu Yinyun, Axia is not only the woman she loved the most, but she also owes her life. "George, it must be you. I'm going to kill you for revenge." Liu Yinyun yelled like crazy and swept everything on the table off the table. "Don't you group." Lucas sat in the first seat, looking at Jiang Tianan and others. He called Liu Yinyun several times, but Liu Yinyun didn't answer. He didn't know what the situation was like on Robin's side. Chairman, the official website of the Brazilian Olympic Committee has released a message saying that Richest Clothing has become a partner of the Olympic Committee with a sponsorship fee of $900 million, including our D and sponsorship of Olympic equipment, service guarantees such as electricity, insurance, clothing, etc. And Richest Clothing has also become the only sponsor in the same category. The secretary looked at his phone and said, "It's the latest news." "What?" The faces of the senior leaders present changed drastically. This means that Richest Clothing has become the largest sponsor of its kind at the Brazilian Olympics. For example, the clothing worn at award ceremonies must be sponsored by Richest Clothing. This has greatly enhanced the quality of the clothing and increased its reputation around the world. If everything goes smoothly, it means that Tianxin Group will have another hen laying golden eggs. Tianxin Group, how come it's so powerful? All the senior executives were terrified. Some time ago, they competed against today's headlines with entertainment headlines. Although they occupied a certain market share, they obviously lost to today's headlines. Before they had time to catch their breath, Tianxin Group launched another major project. What the hell is Liu Yinyun doing? Lucas tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. This matter was given to Liu Yinyun to handle, but it turned out to be unsuccessful. At the beginning, Liu Yinyun made a promise. At this time, Uncle Wu answered a call and said to Lucas, "Miss Liu's bodyguard Axia is dead." After that, he told what happened. Lucas's face changed drastically after hearing this. Last time in the bar, Axia was almost killed by an explosion. "I thought it was an accident. How come she was suddenly killed by a billboard? No wonder Liu Yanjun ignored Robin. She has no time to spare now." Lucas was very happy about Axia's death. After all, Axia had molested Liu Ruyan. That's why it's so strange. Uncle Wu said calmly, "Accident? Fate? I believe in it, but I don't believe it happens to ordinary people. One accident is fine, but how many accidents in a row? I heard that when Axia was in the hotel, the elevator malfunctioned, the wires leaked, and so on. These all seem to be man-made." Lucas frowned after hearing this. "Uncle Wu, didn't you say that the police couldn't find the cause and ruled it an accident?" "That's what the police said, so we shouldn't take it seriously." Uncle Wu shook his head. "The biggest suspect is actually George. If he really did it, then he is horrible." Lucas's face darkened. He also suspected that it was George, because with George's personality, he would definitely take revenge. He sneered, "What's so scary? It's George, so what? The one who died is just an insignificant person." Lucas deeply and said, "Master, you are wrong to think so. Think about it. George can kill people silently and cause accidents. What if he wants to kill you? You can't defend yourself. It's like the king of hell wants you to die, and you can't survive until midnight." After a pause, he continued, "I guess he did this, firstly for revenge, and secondly as a warning. If we dare to cross the red line again, he will let us die accidentally." Lucas finally figured out this meaning, and even more so thought of Olivia. If anyone dares to deal with Olivia, George will kill them outside the rules. At this moment, Lucas felt tremendous pressure. Even though he found a huge backer and was rich and powerful, he was still a little bit short of George's level. George head on in business. If he wants to take shortcuts, George can make him die in obscurity. George just by relying on business, and it is not what the impatient Lucas likes. We lost this round again. Lucas was extremely unwilling to accept this. He glanced at the senior executives present and wanted to lose his temper and beat someone up, but he finally endured it. George at the Yi family that day. Uncle Wu also reminded him that if he wanted to be a successful person, he must first learn to control his emotions. Lucas has always aimed to surpass George, so after being reminded by Uncle Wu, he also began to learn how to manage his emotions. Chapter 460, Lucas' goal, surpass George. You guys, do you have any good countermeasures? Lucas looked at everyone present. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Even though Dongshu Group is rich and powerful and has established a firm foothold in the South, they are still a little short of what it takes to compete with the richest man in the South. George's business empire is as solid as a rock, and they currently have no way to tear a hole in it. Boss Yi, I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Jiang Tianin stood up and said at this time, tell me if it's really good, I will adopt it. Lucas nodded slightly to Jiang Tianin. Jiang Tianin was not used to Lucas's calmness, and suddenly felt that Lucas seemed to have grown a lot. You have to know that Lucas just came back from the South, and he's like a nouveau riche, arrogant and domineering, and he beats and scolds people when he's in a bad mood. I have seen the contract signed between George and the Olympic Committee. I saw it at Miss Lu's place. I saw several conditions in it. The clothing George sponsored to the Olympic Committee was not allowed to use domestic cotton. It had to be cotton specified by foreign countries. And my uncle has connections in this area. As long as we pay him some money and let him do something, he can make foreign cotton manufacturers stop cooperating with George. At that time, George will have difficulty delivering the goods on time. As the delivery time goes by, he can only use domestic cotton and pass off inferior products as good ones. He thinks that others can't tell. After the Olympics start, we will report him. Not only will Deechin clothing be ruined, but George will also have to pay a large sum of money. Jiang Tianan explained patiently, but became more and more excited as he spoke. Lucas' eyes lit up and he glanced at Uncle Wu. Seeing that Uncle Wu didn't say anything and seemed to agree, he immediately thought that this method was very good. Lucas nodded calmly. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll wait for your good news. No matter how much money you need to operate, I will support you within my affordability. Jiang Tianan was secretly delighted. This was his chance. If he could get it done, he would be valued by Lucas. He said politely, Mr. Yi, you don't need a lot of money. 50 million is enough. Lucas nodded, called the finance department, and asked Jiang Tianan to get the check. Jiang Tianan left quickly and went to the finance department. Let's end today's meeting here. Lucas adjourned the meeting again. After the senior leaders left one after another, David came in with Lu Ruyan, holding a soup he had cooked himself. Xiao Su, Rian said you've been coughing these days, so Dad made you some steamed pig lung soup with figs. He had a relieved smile on his face. Just now when Lucas was in a meeting, he was also peeking outside and found that Lucas had indeed grown a lot, and no matter what happened, he always remained calm. Moreover, Lu Rian told him that Lucas was learning to control his emotions. He didn't want to need help from others for everything like before, and he didn't want to give people the impression of a nouveau riche and moody person like when he just returned to the South. David was even happier when he heard these words, but of course he was also secretly helpless. He felt that Lucas was actually imitating George by doing this. George has a calm personality and is very smart, so Lucas is learning from him. Whatever business project George starts, Lucas will learn it. Lucas' goal is to surpass George. This also reminded David of the time when the two brothers were children. Lucas used to be much more promising than George in terms of academics, conduct, manners, etc. Later, George became the top scorer in the college entrance examination and began to show his talent, surpassing Lucas in every field. Lucas didn't say anything at the time. He must have been very painful, jealous, and unwilling inside. Now, Lucas has the chance. He starts to move forward to surpass George and become the richest man in the South. Of course, David asked Angela many times about what happened to Lucas, who suddenly took such a high position. He was very curious. Angela replied that there was a big shot in Yanjing who wanted to train the younger generation. So he chose Lucas and gave him a lot of power and financial support. Of course, All of this was also done by Liang Yong behind the scenes. David actually didn't know what position Liang Yong held in Yanjing, how many connections he had, etc., so he didn't ask this question again. Dad, why are you here? Lucas walked over and helped David sit down on the chair. Dad knows that you focus on your career, but your health is also important. Your health is the capital of the revolution. David opened the lunchbox and poured soup for Lucas. Thank you, Dad. I will take good care of myself. Lucas glanced at David, then looked at Lu Ruyan with an elegant smile. He could sense the way the two men were looking at him, which showed how much he had changed. Of course, he was happy about this, and he already regarded himself as another George, a successful person, a mature and steady man. And he believes that once he gets used to managing his emotions, he will be appreciated by more people in the future. At this time, there was a noisy sound outside the door, and then the door was kicked open, and Lu Yinyan walked in angrily with several bodyguards. Ms. Lu, Lucas frowned slightly, but before he could say anything more, Lu Yinyan grabbed a chair in the conference room and threw it at him. Xiaosu, be careful. Seeing this scene, David immediately stood in front of Lucas and was hit by the chair, screaming and breaking his head, bleeding. Lu Yinyan, what are you crazy about? Lucas finally reacted, and his elegant and gentlemanly temperament changed. He became angry and furious. Lucas, I want to ask you, did you kill Axia? Lu Yinyan looked like he was going to call for an explanation. What are you talking about? Lucas was shocked. Lu Yinyan grabbed another chair and rushed towards Lucas, intending to smash him to death. You are still pretending to be so mean to me. I initially thought George was the biggest suspect, but now, you are also one of the suspects. It is very likely that you are the one who killed Axia. Mr. Yi, be careful. Fortunately, the bodyguards rushed in, and 3 or 4 of them joined forces to catch Lu Yinyan. Of course, although Lu Yinyan did not hit Lucas, he hit Lu Ruyan. David, Lu Ruyan's forehead was hit and blood was flowing out. She squatted on the ground screaming, Jianpa, what are you crazy about? Lucas was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He angrily said, Axia is dead. I am very sorry. Why the hell did you look for me? It's George. Besides, even if it's me, I'm just a suspect. Why are you so impulsive? Lucas, I didn't doubt you at first, but last time you deliberately said that it was George who was behind it, so I started to doubt you. Although Lu Yinyan was caught by the bodyguard, he still punched and kicked Lucas to vent his anger. Also, how could George know Axia's whereabouts? Only I know, and you know, so whether it's Yunding Temple, the bar, or Axia's way to Robin, you are the one who did it in secret. Lucas was about to vomit blood, pointing at himself. Why would I kill Axia? How could you have such a horrible idea? I understand. You're trying to test me. Go away. I didn't kill Axia. Also, if you really doubt me, then sit down and talk calmly. It's no use getting angry right away. Chapter 461, Dilemma, David's Choice. Pack, Lu Yinyan yelled excitedly. Last time in the bar, Axia flirted with Lu Ruyan, so you have been holding a grudge against her. You wish Axia would die. Do you think you can pretend? I see through it all. These words made the angry Lucas look very unhappy, and he couldn't answer for a while. In fact, he really wanted Axia to die, because he loved Lu Ruyan very much and could not tolerate others bullying Lu Ruyan. Back then at the Yi family, Lily's boyfriend molested Lu Ruyan. With his vengeful nature, he took revenge afterwards. But Axia is different. She is Lu Yinyan's girlfriend. Even if Lucas wants to kill Axia, it's definitely not now. Lu Yinyan, I don't know why you think this way, but your emotions are very unstable right now. Let's talk about this in a few days. Lucas simply stopped explaining and ordered the bodyguards to get rid of them. Throw them out of Dongshu group. Lucas, you feel guilty. You don't dare to answer me. You are scared. Just wait. I won't let you go. Lu Yinyan had few bodyguard around him, so they were naturally unable to stop Lucas' men. He was caught like a kitten and thrown out of Dongshu group. Bang! Lucas slammed his fist on the table in anger. He thought with a gloomy face, but the more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. He didn't know who reminded Lu Yinyan to think of him, but what if George arranged it secretly? George assassinated Xia silently and put the blame on him, thus securing his place as an Olympic sponsor and letting Lu Yinyan stab him in the back. What a great move. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If my guess is correct, then the gap between me and George is still very huge. In terms of layout, pattern, and vision, the two are not on the same level. especially when I think of my past self, who would only seek help from connections, lose temper, etc. when encountering problems. How can I ever defeat George if I continue like this? The doctor and the nurse also came over at this time and are bandaging the wounds of Lu Ruyan and David. David looked at Lucas, who had a gloomy face and was silent, and his heart was also very complicated. Although he didn't know what happened, he guessed that it must be George who was behind it. George had made Lucas suffer again. And now, both the Yi family and the Liang family have fallen, and only Lucas is holding up the flag and serving as the backbone. If Lucas falls, they will surely be greeted by days of darkness and misery. Well, David sighed. If possible, he didn't want the two brothers to fight, because based on past events, he felt that Lucas could never beat George. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud, for fear of undermining Lucas' self-confidence. Dad, why are you sighing? Lucas heard David sigh and turned around. Xiao Su, you've been very successful so far. In fact, if possible, it's better not to fight with George. David hesitated, but still gave some advice. Even though he knew these words would make Lucas very unhappy, he couldn't help it after all for the sake of his son's safety. Dad, what are you thinking? I am your son, and he is just a bastard. Sure enough, although Lucas did not lose his temper, he seemed very unhappy. The Yi family, the Liang family, Grandpa and Grandma, second uncle, and young uncle were all harmed by George. Can we still pretend that nothing happened? Dad, you are too cowardly and too cowardly. Besides, even if we don't deal with him, will George let us go? David heard this. He couldn't answer, but his intuition told him that George would not target the Yi family anymore, but only Maria and Lucas. And when my second sister was hit by a car, could you just pretend you didn't see it? Lucas continued. I know that George is the child you and Xiao Yuer had. You feel guilty about Xiao Yuer, so you put the guilt on George. However, Yuki is also your daughter. You can't be so partial and always side with George. Okay, don't interfere with my relationship with George, or I'll be like Mom and ignore you. Let George take care of you in your old age. Lucas finished speaking. He left the meeting room indifferently. David felt sad and had a lot to say, but he finally held back the words. In fact, he understood that Lucas gave him two choices, to choose George or to choose Lucas. If he chose Lucas, then no matter what Lucas did, David would support him. This is a dilemma. Although David felt a lot of guilt towards George, in the end, he chose Lucas between his two sons. Tianan, this is our only chance to turn things around. The child will be born soon. I don't want him to have a worse life than others. Besides, your parents won't help. So as a father, you must work hard. In the car, Ella held Jiang Tianan's hand and said seriously, if you feel you can't do it, then don't have the baby. Plan to have a baby in a few years. No, this is our child. Jiang Tianan was very nervous and said firmly, don't worry, I will give the child a superior family. If the parents don't help, the child will not recognize them when he is born. In fact, although Jiang Tianan and Ella were deprived of the real power of the Jiang family, they still had a lot of pocket money every month, about 1 million. But they want more. Well, then make good use of this opportunity. Ella leaned her head on Jiang Tianan's shoulder, full of longing for the future. If this matter is successful, Dongshu Group will create a sports brand, which will be managed by her and Jiang Tianan. Then, they will have the capital to turn things around. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa, and a butler came to open the door to welcome Jiang Tianan and the others. Where's my third uncle? Jiang Tianan asked the housekeeper. The master is waiting inside. Please follow me. The housekeeper took Jiang Tianan and the other person into the villa and went straight to a room. The room was very large, decorated with antique agarwood, and the walls and bookcases were filled with antique calligraphy and paintings. A thin middle-aged man, wearing glasses, was looking carefully at the Hetian jade in his hand. He is Jiang Tianan's third uncle, Jiang Long. Third uncle, Jiang Tianan greeted. Tianan is here. Ella is here too. Sit down. The middle-aged man put down the Hetian jade in his hand, invited Jiang Tianan and the other man to sit down, and poured them tea. How come you have time to come to my place? Does your father know? He obviously knew about Jiang Tianan's affairs, and it seemed that he no longer had any real power in the Jiang family. Uncle San, what does it have to do with my dad knowing? I just came to visit you. I missed you. Jiang Tianan said with a smile. You have always been sweet-mouthed and good at talking since you were little. Jiang Long cursed with a smile, then took a sip of the tea on the table and said, "Tell me what you want to talk to Uncle San about. We don't need to be so polite among relatives. It's like this. Uncle San reminded me last time about the cooperation between the Brazilian Olympic Committee and Deechin Clothing." Jiang Tiannan also picked up the teacup and took a sip, speaking seemingly casually. "I know about this. They have already cooperated with Deechin Clothing. George, you must have some connections." Jiang Long meant something. Jiang Tiannan suddenly sneered. "It was just a little accident. Otherwise, George S. Deechin costume might not be successful. Of course, it has already happened, and it is useless to say more. Come here today. There's another thing I want to ask Uncle San for help." After saying that, he placed a check on the table and moved it towards Jiang Long. Chapter 462. Get on board the Dongshu group and don't let the news leak out.